Because you look at tonight's outfield, Jack Salmon in left field, Kamana Nahaku in center field, Will Bowen in right field. This is not necessarily, when we say opportunities, it's not specific to this, but that's an opportunity there in right field that's out there for someone in a case where Quant won't go.
100% agree. It's an opportunity for that. It's also an opportunity to see some guys in extended innings get a chance. Now, the pitching they're going to face is not going to be the same quality they'll face in the Big West, but it's just getting at-bats. And like Coach told you and I when we were down there, because I'd much rather play a game against a Hilo than come out here on Tuesday and have a practice.
Yeah.
And the good things for those that worry about RPI and things like that, the way the RPI in college baseball is, it doesn't hurt and it doesn't help your RPI. It's almost like an exhibition game in terms of the RPI formula. So Hawaii playing Hilo, God forbid they lose to the Vulcans, it won't affect their RPI one bit.
By the way, the injury update to Quant brought to you by Hawaii Pacific Health, creating a healthier Hawaii. Pitching matchup, Max Jones for Hawaii, the right-handed senior, going up against senior Logan Groff for Hilo. And that leads us to what will make Hawaii go tonight. Our keys brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Get up and go.
Okay, keep this in mind, Josh. I know you know this already, but the team is scheduled to leave tomorrow morning for the airport at 5 a.m. They have an early morning flight.
I give no pity to that because I've done that many times.
Oh, we all have. We definitely. So I'm looking at the pitchers, the 9, 10, 12 pitchers we'll see for Hawaii tonight. I think the key is to be right around the plate, force contact, let your defense play, because it's kind of half joking, but you'd like to at least get a couple of hours sleep before you have to go to the airport in the morning.
Oh,
right?
Come on. You can sleep on the plane.
Well, they are young, so old guys like me, no, but young kids like them, yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Well, it depends. What plane are they on, and will it have Starlink? That might tell you everything you need to know about who's sleeping and who's not.
I couldn't tell you.
Still seeing some fans trickle in. It is what you would call one of those friends and family nights here at the ballpark. There were a few people that were kind of rustling around before the gates opened up at about 5:30. This is a team that has attracted a really, really good group of fans here over the last couple of weeks. Look, for Hilo, you got a lot of parents who are here watching their kids play at Les Murakami Stadium, so there's some excitement there as well. Callum Miyataki's got a young group.
I talked to him. He said they're struggling, but I want to get back to just the Hawaii Hilo, and you know this as well, Josh, being from that part. It's Hawaii and Hawaii Hilo have been playing baseball since the beginning of both programs, and the earliest I can remember going on my first road trip was to Hilo in 1978. I was like in 5th grade. And Hawaii and Hilo have played every year since, sometimes lots of series, sometimes one game a year. But it's great not only for the fans, but it's good for the programs. It's good for the Big Island. went to Hilo last year, packed Wong Stadium. It was awesome. So we were talking down there, Coach Miyataki and Rich and myself and some other folks about, they're still trying to put together a yearly series where the Rainbows go to the Big Island every year and play a game.
That should happen.
And it costs about $15,000.
Yeah.
Somebody out there wants to sponsor that series. It's not the money that should be it's what it does for the communities, what it does for the programs, what it does for the state. I think it's a very well worth it investment.
All right, when we come back, lineups and first pitch, Vulcans and Bows, as we wrap up 4 games in 4 nights. This is Rainbow Warrior Countdown on ESPN Honolulu.
Ted, I understand you have a brand new showroom 50 feet from your original location in the Waimalu Plaza?
We doubled our showroom size, and it looks spectacular. We now inventory more wedding rings, wedding bands, fashion jewelry, and loose diamonds. By being centrally located, we are now 25 minutes away from Kaneohe, Kailua, Mililani, Ewa Beach, Kapolei, and in town.
Pacific Diamond Wedding Rings, Hawaii's diamond experts, and Hawaii's only gem cutter. On the web at pacificdiamond.us.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey, hush. There's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh, no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly, and if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide, because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions. Defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer. And improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Aloha, my name is Gino Sequena, Executive Director of the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council, an organization that has served Hawaii for over 6 decades. We are one big wahana of the top 15 construction trade unions in Hawaii, and it's highly likely that you, your friends, or family members are employed by one of our trades. No matter where you go in Hawaii, you're bound to see one of the projects or communities we have helped build and sustain. Mahalo to all of you for your support to help us in working together to build a better tomorrow.
University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. Brought to you in part by
Hawaii Pacific Health, Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup, Ushijima Architects, Young's Fish Market, HGEA, Lex Brody's Tire Company, Napa Auto Parts, Waiakea Water, Castle Resorts and Hotels, Dial Electric Supply, Abbey Carpet and Floor, Hardware Hawaii, Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, H-Camp, Spectrum, and the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council.
It is Tuesday Night Baseball at Les Murakami Stadium. Winners of 5 in a row. The University of Hawaii baseball team looks to carry the momentum from last night's walk-off into its midweek contest with the University of Hawaii at Hilo, a Vulcan program, second to last in the Pac-West Conference in 2025. Hilo at 6-19, Hawaii at 17-5. Its best start to a season since 1998. Welcome upstairs, my partner Scott Robbs. I'm Josh Pacheco. It is always good fun. We put the score away for a little while. It's always good fun to see these two programs go up against one another. Sister schools, you're in the program, but at the end of the day, there is so much local talent hitting the field at one time. There's a lot of pride that gets involved in games like these.
100%. And I've said this for years, you know, that on and off the air, you and I talk. I love it being that Rich has brought back the games against the Division II midweek games. Most programs around the country play a Tuesday game, but there's no Division I program we could jump on a bus and drive to in Hawaii. So the only option would be to play these Division II games. Like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't seem to affect, it doesn't affect the RPI, but it's great for the community. It's great for the kids. Callum Miyataki was telling us that you know, a lot of these kids dream about playing at Les Market. The local kids that are on his team have dreamt about playing here. Yeah. And now some of those kids have never got the chance till tonight. That's what it's all about. And, you know, supporting local baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. Callum Miyataki's squad, kind of young in experience. These are the kind of games that help you grow up real fast when we talk about experience. But he's got a starter in Logan Groff tonight who was looking for experience. Didn't really get a lot of it at Fresno State last year where he pitched just an inning in 2/3. got some help to make his way over to the University of Hawaii at Hilo, and he has turned that into 33 innings and one of the top jobs as part of that Hilo staff.
Yeah, and today's probably his throwing day, being a Tuesday. They played I believe they played at Point Loma this past weekend on the road, right? So he's not going to be out there as a regular starter for 5 or 6 innings. Both coaching staff are looking at this as kind of a bullpen game. So looking forward to seeing Groff. Maybe if he goes 1, 2, 3 in the first, they bring him out for the second, but I don't think you'll see him extended much more than that.
Yeah, we will find out. I just happened to notice is both head coaches are right around home plate with our 3 umpires. By the way, the same 3 that we had for the Big West weekend: Michael Chuckerman, John Matson, and Dax Upton. I did happen to notice John Matson pointing out that one of the pitch clocks doesn't work.
Oh, that's what he was pointing at.
Yeah, because he was pointing. He was looking at a device and he was pointing left and then right. Said left, no good. Right, good. And now I can see the left side pitch clock is off.
That's all right. There's 2 of them. You don't need those. One is good enough. It's not going to affect anything.
We just can't see the right one.
Yeah, we can. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, the right are right, but the pitcher's left.
Yes. Well, for John Matson, remember the third base umpire is the one involved in watching the clock, so that is actually better for him.
Mm-hmm.
Although last night, and you were downstairs, there were some very interesting pitch clock violations that were called. One with 10 on the clock, and another, I think, with 3.
This group of umpires has probably not been the greatest that we've seen this year, but they're doing their best.
Yeah,
and they're getting rewarded because the Big West requires Hawaii to bring in umpires even for non-conference series and games, which is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Doesn't give our local umpires a chance to get better. Get off my soapbox for a second, but these guys they scored because they got to go to Hawaii for a 4-game series.
Yeah,
they're like, we're gonna send you to Hawaii for a 3 against Davis, and they have this game against Hilo on Tuesday. You want to go? Where's it at again? Hawaii. Yeah, I'm there.
Now John Matson's a little bit different. He is a local umpire, but he is was a replacement ump. We were told one of the umpires in that last series apparently got hurt and was not able, and we found out day of that Saturday that he was not able to go. So Hawaii takes the field. Let's give you the batting order for 12th year head coach Callan Miyataki and the Hawaii Hilo Vulcans. Vance Oshiro at second base will hit leadoff. Noah Lane is in center field batting second. Hitting third, the designated hitter Cody Min. Cleanup hitter, the catcher Mason Cook. Braden Mondu, the shortstop, bats fifth, and hitting sixth is Mark Fedro. Tui Iquez at first base hits seventh. Kalei Alana is the number 8 hitter playing in right field. And rounding out the 9 in left field is Noah Nakaoka. They will take on Max Jones, the right-handed hurler for Hawaii. Jones making his 4th appearance, 2 1/3 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, and a walk. He officially 0-0 with a 3.86 ERA.
Yeah, grad transfer, spent the majority of his career at the University of San Francisco. Kind of a mid-level pitcher out of the bullpen for them. He did make a handful of starts and decided after he graduated he wanted to play 1 more year. And Rich Hill said, come on down. He can add a little depth to the program. I heard you and Chris Hart earlier when I was driving into the ballpark asking how many pitchers are on this staff. I know exactly how many they are.
You?
Yeah, because I bought them smoothies yesterday. So
we've let that out of the bag now, apparently.
So anyway, 24.
24.
That's 24 pitchers on a college staff. That's unbelievable. That's more than half your players on your team are pitchers.
Yeah. What did he say? I think he said 28. I think was the number he gave. But that's still a lot, and that's a lot of smoothies. The Hawaii defense around Max Jones, it's going to look and sound a little bit different. A lot of the regulars are at least getting the beginning of the game off, if not all of it. You'll see out in left field, Jack Salmon, Kamana Nahaku's in center field. Will Bowen will make his first start in right field. Draven Nushida, the starting third baseman. Kedron Kinsey, the shortstop. Zage Lancaster playing at second base. Aiden Cooney gets the start at first. Connor Palmera is behind the plate for the opener, Max Jones.
I'm looking forward to this because we're going to see guys that we don't get to see for Hawaii play that often. So it's kind of fun. I mean, we're going to see a lot of pitchers, a lot of position players.
Tonight's first pitch brought to you by MotoJet Medical. They have treatments used to elevate pain and help heal joints naturally. Go to MODOGEN.com and sign up for a free evaluation. First pitch to Vance Oshiro is a breaking ball down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. We are underway. 6:39 first pitch, 76 degrees, mostly sunny, Next pitch, roller towards short, picked up by Kinsey, picks it up, tosses to first, records the out, and there's one away. So Shiro retired. Noah Lane will step up here. Expecting some light gusts. We're seeing the flags gently breezing left to right. The trade winds bringing gusts up to about 10 miles an hour.
It's been like that all weekend.
Yeah. Here is Lane hitting from the right side. 293 hitter with 2 home runs and 12 RBI. And the pitch to him is a breaking ball called strike on the outer half.
How many years were you the voice of Hilo?
Like 10 years.
You still have to have a soft spot in your heart for the Vulcans, right?
Always do.
Yeah.
0-1. Lane lifts it in the air, right side. That will go out of play and foul. 0-2.
Always had a real affection for UH Hilo. Goes back to years and years. And the relationship my father had with Joey Estrella, and then I became with Joey. Joey's just one of the greatest people ever.
Absolutely.
You always, at least I always root for the Vulcans, except for when they play Manoa, of course.
0-2. That's foul tipped into Palmera's glove, and a strikeout there for Jones. 2 away.
Joey's a class guy. Callan Miyataki, class guy.
Yeah.
Callan, he was on the Les Murakami's coaching staff,
right,
45 years ago with us for a little while. And a lot of ties.
2 down, nobody on for DH Cody Min. Senior hitting 300, 2 homers, 11 runs driven in. No score, top of the first inning. Pitch to Min is down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, Joey Estrella, you saw Joey.
I saw him
last year because he was the PA announcer.
And then I also saw him a couple of months later on campus.
1-0 curveball, misses inside.
Because the students put on a thing called H Awards every year, and I'm involved in that. And last year they honored the 50th anniversary of the Jack Bonham Award, which is the best, most prestigious award.
2-0 breaking ball, called strike on the inside corner.
That a student athlete at the University of Hawaii can receive. It's not just what your play on the field, but in the classroom, in the community. Well, Joey Estrella was the first ever Jack Bonham Award winner. And last year was the 50th anniversary.
2-1, popped up, middle of the diamond. Who's going to get it? It's going to be the first baseman, Cooney, on the first base side of the pitcher's mound. He makes the catch and ends the inning. A 1-2-3, top of the first for Max Jones. We'll head to the bottom half. Vulcans nothing. Hawaii coming to the plate. You are listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dow Electric Supply, we see the light.
Winning in life takes smart plays and solid teamwork. And at Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, we've got your back. Whether you're saving for the big moments, scoring a great loan, or planning your financial future, we're with you every step of the way. With low rates, easy online banking, and service that goes the distance, we're here for you, for your family, for life. Visit highficu.com or visit us for more details.
Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, University of Hawaii coming to the plate. In a scoreless bottom of the first inning. Let's light up Rich Hill's batting order. It is brought to you by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. The leadoff hitter tonight is center fielder Kamana Nahaku. Hitting second, playing at third base is Draven Nushida. Sage Lancaster starts at second base and will bat third. Hitting cleanup in left field is Jack Salmon. Batting fifth, the shortstop Kedron Kinsey. Aiden Cooney, who had the pinch hit tying RBI single in the 7th inning last night, is at first base hitting 6th. Catching and batting 7th, Connor Palmera. Will Bowen starting in right field hitting 8th, and the designated hitter is freshman Kevin Ferguson, making his first career start. And they will face Logan Groff, a redshirt senior a right-handed senior from Garden Grove, California. 1-4 record, a 6.55 earned run average in 33 innings. So Groff will face Kamana Nahaku to lead off here in the bottom of the first. Nahaku hitting .283, a home run, 7 runs driven in. And the first offering is low and away, 1 ball, no strikes. We'll get up to about 89, 90. Got a slider, a cutter in his arsenal. Groff had 3 appearances, pitched all of an inning in 2/3 at Fresno State a year ago. Next pitch misses low. 2 balls, no strikes.
It's got a pretty good strikeout to walk ratio, 27-10, so 2.7-1. Anything 2-1 is or better is really good.
Yeah. Groff eats up a lot of innings. He has also given up a lot of runs and hits. 2-0. There's a called strike on the outer half.
Well, it's a team that comes in with an ERA just a tick above 8.
Groff, last outing was against Point Loma, nationally ranked in Division II last Thursday. Gave up 6 runs on 9 hits. 2-1. Off the end of the bat, bouncer first base side. Tui Iquez picks it up, underhands it to Groff covering first base, records the out, and that's the first man retired in the bottom of the first.
By the way, Iquez, yes, they are related. They are brothers.
1 away for Draven Nushida, hitting .319, 13 RBI. Since Groff is on the mound, we don't know how long he'll be on the mound for. I'll just get the recruiting story out of the way on Groff. As we mentioned, from Fresno State, happened to be friends with the starting shortstop, who is Braden Mondu. He was at BYU last year and never got to play. First pitch, chopper to second, off of 2 hops, misplayed by Oshiro, picks it up, throw to first, is late. And it'll be an E4 on the second baseman, Vance Oshiro.
You know, Oshiro had enough time to recover and get that ball over to first base. It ricocheted off his glove, and it looked like a split second it took him to react to the play, and that cost him.
So Nushida on. Here's Sage Lancaster, 222 hitter, a home run, and 9 RBI. So those two, Groff and Mondu, they played together in summer ball, and they both were just looking for somewhere to play because they weren't getting a lot of opportunities at their previous school. Lancaster takes a strike on the inner half. It's 0-1. And it just so happened that there was a mutual known, I think it's Mondu, I think was dating someone who ultimately knew the family of someone on the Hilo coaching staff.
It's all about relationships.
That is right. 0-1. Fastball. That misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike. And so ultimately they got to talk and they said, you know what? We may not get the best offer there, but we want to go in somewhere we want to go play. And they ultimately got in touch with the Hilo coaching staff and they brought them both in. And they both have gotten some really good opportunities. Mondu's hitting .279. Groff's gotten 33 innings of work, so they're definitely playing. Groff will turn, toss it over to first, and back in is Nushida. No score, bottom of the first inning.
What was that all about?
It's a buzzer.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you don't know the story behind that?
I have no idea.
It got some laughs down there, I heard.
Oh.
So I'll wait till the next pitch. I'm glad people are still on that. Runner doesn't go. 1-1 is lifted out toward left center field. Lane, the center fielder, back at the track. It's off the wall and off his glove. Heading toward third, Nushida. They're going to wave him around and score. Lancaster trying for third. He slides in safe for the triple. 1-0 Hawaii. Lancaster's first triple. 10th run driven in on the year. Bows lead, bottom of the first.
That barely stayed in the ballpark. It's possible that Lane, the center fielder, knocked that one down and kept it from going over the fence right at near the 385 sign in center, but Lancaster gave that a ride.
First run of the game brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. 1-0 Hawaii, bottom of the first inning. Salmon coming in hitting .250 with 2 runs driven in, 2 for 8 at the plate so far this year. Groff, shrug of the shoulders, his pitch to the plate. Salmon takes down low, 1 ball. Oh, no, they're going to call that a strike. 0-1 the count. So to finish the story on the buzzer, so I had a complaint several weeks ago because they would, on a toss to first, it would always be the sad trombone. And I said that makes no sense because sad trombone is usually about failure, right? Pickoff plays aren't always failures. Next pitch misses away. 1 ball, 1 strike. And so I said, you know what? It's not my press box. Nothing to do with it. But, a buzzer would work. Because it's like, you didn't get him. And so now they've been doing that, and I guess people are only now for the first time catching on about
I'm glad you explained that because it makes sense now.
1-1. Curveball on the outside corner, strike 2 to Salmon.
I felt like I was the outsider in an inside joke because you did the buzzer and everybody in the press box is laughing but me. I'm like, when did I miss out?
Well, I heard laughing downstairs.
Oh, yeah, some people
I
are
was
laughing
like, whoa.
outside too, yeah.
I don't think they play sound effects at Wong Stadium. I don't think they have the budget for that. They're at that facility. Runner leading off the third. The 1-2 pitch is a breaking ball low. 2-2 to Jack Salmon.
By the way, the run that scored was unearned because
right.
he reached on the error. That only matters to Mr. Groff, nobody else.
He wants to see that ERA come down from 6.55 coming in. 2-2 to Salmon. Groff, the right-hander, ready. His pitch. Breaking ball. That's low. Count full. It's not missing by a lot. On deck is Kedron Kinsey. Vulcans, red tops, black tops, black pants, black caps. 3-2. That's down and inside, and Salmon works a walk. So 3 consecutive men have reached base. Lancaster's over at third, Salmon at first. Here's Kinsey coming up. Kinsey 2 for 6. He had a key hit when you go back to that 12th inning or the 13th inning. He had the single. He was at second base on the play that ultimately led to the walk-off balk. Kinsey starting at shortstop. Jordan Donahue getting a rest tonight. This is a lineup that you may only see once or twice, maybe not even that. This might be the only time you see this lineup.
Well, maybe next Tuesday.
True. Pitch, breaking ball. Kinsey skies this down the right field line. Alana, the right fielder, into foul territory. He'll watch that one land in the Heineken hangout, which is unoccupied tonight.
Yeah, because next Tuesday, Hawaii and Chaminade, I think it's Chaminade again, right? Hawaii and Chaminade will battle again after you guys get back from the weekend jaunt to Northridge.
HPU next week.
Is it HPU? Okay.
Yeah. This is the stretch of 5 consecutive Tuesday games, which includes 2 on the road. You've got HPU, Santa Clara on the road, USC on the road over at LMU.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't have a stadium.
That's right. And then the last one back here against Chaminade one more time.
How does USC not have a baseball stadium?
0-1. Misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I know they're remodeling Dado Field. Had you ever called a game at Dado Field?
I have.
I like that little ballpark.
I did too.
I thought it was nice.
Yeah, I did too. Like that place.
I did too.
I saw the renderings for what it's supposed to look like. I really like it.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be really nice.
1-1. This one is lined into the seats and foul to our right. They're going to keep that little putting green out beyond center field, which is the highlight there. But I think they're adding more seats along the sides. I still remember that one game we did. It was not long after I think Scotty Scott was hurt, and we're okay. Scotty Scott's not going to play. He's done. He had the injury on his elbow, right? He was Robo Scotty for a little while. You remember?
Right. Yes, I do.
And we're talking to him before the game, saying, "Yeah, no, I'm probably not going to give it a go." Toss over to first, and ball bounces away. Runner's trying to come home from third. Here's the throw, the tag, and out at home is Lancaster. He saw the ball start to trickle away from Iquez. It only got about 4 feet behind him. Lancaster thought he could break home, but Iquez picked it up, threw it home, and recorded the out.
So that'll be a caught stealing. I didn't think that was a bad decision. First inning, I got to run. What the heck?
Yeah.
I mean, if this was the beginning of a Santa Barbara series 2 weeks ago, it'd be a little different.
Absolutely. So now 1-2, 2 out to Kinsey with Salmon over at first base, and the pitch, swing, and a bouncer right side foul. So to finish that up, it was a pretty good game. And late innings, all of a sudden, I see Scotty Scott rolling out of the third base dugout. Like, wait, you're playing? Really? I mean, he played a lot more than he probably should have with that injury. He's playing with that protective gear on his elbow. Scotty was listening. Well, I don't know if he was listening or watching last night. He's going to be at the CSUN series this weekend. I think he'll join me for an inning or so.
Yeah,
maybe Friday.
Throw the headset on.
Yeah.
Is that a night game at Northridge on Friday?
It is.
Well, that sucks.
1-2. That's ball 2.
I only say that for selfish reasons because men's volleyball is Friday night.
Yeah. Well, let me explain what just happened here. The catcher and pitcher start running off the field. They thought they had strike 3, and home plate umpire Michael Chuckerman just stood straight up, did nothing, and everybody had to shift back.
But the thing is, it was only the pitcher and catcher that started running out. The position players didn't.
Runner was going, and the 2-2 was poked foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Anyway, so Northridge this year has lights for the first time, which is great. I mean, all the teams now in the Big West have lights. It wasn't always the case, but I was like, oh, bummer, because I wanted to watch that game. But, it's, what is it, 4 o'clock Hawaii time?
2:30.
Oh, okay, I can catch part of the game before.
2:30 Friday,
men's
so we'll be on the
volleyball.
air at 2. 1:30 Saturday, so we'll be on the air at 1.
Good to know.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out to Kinsey. Salmon at first, 1 run already in here in the inning. Pitch from Groff. It's a breaking ball inside. Rudder was on the move, throw to the second baseman. He couldn't handle the throw as it was a little bit short. Salmon will steal second.
Can you believe Hawaii now has 45 stolen bases on the year?
That's incredible.
I mean, where are they in the I haven't looked in the national rankings, but I would imagine they've got to be up there in terms of stolen bases.
I don't know if they updated the national rankings after Sunday. In fact, they haven't. But Virginia Military Institute has 134 stolen bases in 24 games.
Well, they are in shape.
3-2. That is low for ball 4. So Kinsey walks. Inning continues now with Salmon at second, Kinsey at first. Aiden Cooney had a big at bat in the 7th inning last night. Tied the game with his pinch hit RBI single, made it 1-1. Cooney stepping in here, 1-0 Bows, 2 away, bottom 1.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Hawaii team run like this year's team in 25, 30 years, probably 25 years. At least you have to go back to the Murakami era.
Right.
They used to steal a lot of bases.
Pitch from Groff. This is inside and low. 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, so VMI at 1.
How many games does it say they've played?
24.
And how many stolen bases?
134.
Okay.
You and I were going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I
weren't
was
we?
gonna
Pull up a calculator.
Yes, I was going to divide it with my phone and see how many that is per game. Six stolen bases a game?
Jeez. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss by Cooney. 1 ball and 1 strike. By the way, the kids won't know what you just did. You did the way of writing it where you put the big number, put the opposite L above it, and then put the number on the left. Most kids, they don't know that nowadays.
Well,
It's
that's how we were taught.
calculators and computers.
That's true.
1-1 count. Offering from Groff is swung on and missed by Cooney. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
All right, you said how many stolen bases? 134?
134
Okay.
in 24 games.
Divided by 24 comes out to 5.5 stolen bases per game. Well, obviously, you can't steal half a base, but that's pretty impressive.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
I don't care who you're playing.
They've also been caught stealing once a game.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You win. You get 5 out of 6 times a stolen base. I think I'll take it.
1-2. That's low and outside. Pitch clock had expired. Nobody saw it. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Now, how did you know? Because you can't see it.
I heard yelling downstairs. Well, the clock works now on the left side.
Okay. Well,
So
see,
I turned and I saw zeros.
I am blocked by obstruction.
Is that obstruction your water bottle?
No, it's this metal bar that holds the window in place.
2-2 miss. Oh, no. 2-2's a called strike 3 at the bottom of the zone. Cooney strikes out, and the inning comes to an end. But Hawaii does plate 1. The RBI triple from Sage Lancaster. 1 run on 1 hit. There was 1 error and 2 base runners left. We've completed 1. Hawaii 1. Hawaii Hilo nothing. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Uke'e Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAN. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Ushijima Architects.
Hawaii 1, Hawaii Hilo 0. We'll see the second pitcher of the night for Hawaii in a moment. First, we pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Along with Scott Robbs, I'm Josh Pacheco. We come to you from the Robbs Leahy Press Box at Les Murakami Stadium. We'll see the second pitcher of the night on a Johnny Holstaff evening here at the ballpark, and that is Kason Rainieri, the right-hander who replaces Max Jones. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by H-Camp, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Rainieri started last Tuesday, that last midweek game against Chaminade. He's pitched 2 innings this year, 4 runs, 2 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. And you may remember all 4 of those runs were in that first inning against Chaminade.
That's right.
That Hawaii had to come back from.
And then they didn't score the rest of the game.
That is absolutely right. So Max Jones, an inning, a strikeout, 9 pitches thrown, 6 for strikes. His day over. And Mason Cook, the Vulcan catcher, will step in. The first pitch to him is a bit high. 1 ball, no strikes. Cook hitting .320, 2 home runs, 7 runs driven in. Next one from Rainieri. Swing and a liner that will get into left field. And that's the first hit of the night for Hilo off the bat of Cook.
Nice hard hit ball right past the shortstop, Kinsey. Nothing you could do about it.
I'll bring in Braden Mondeau. Mondeau is how it's spelled for the shortstop. As we mentioned, was at BYU last year, didn't play. Transfers over to Hilo. He's on a 5-game hitting streak right now. Sitting .279. A home run, 10 RBI. Right-hander Rainieri delivers, and that first one is up and in on the hands. It fouled off.
You know, the Vulcans obviously play in the Pac-West Conference along with Chaminade, HPU, and a bunch of California schools. And for Division II, that's a really good baseball conference. You know, you got Point Loma, Westmont. I mean, those are powerhouses at the D2 level.
0-1. Breaking ball misses up and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, they lost all 4 games to Point Loma last weekend. And Point Loma, I think, was ranked 13th.
I think Westmont is in first right now in the Pac-West.
1-1.
Those are really good teams.
Next pitch, that is inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Yeah, I mean, Point Loma's now up 3rd. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That is 2022.
Get with times, Josh. It's 2025 now.
What's happening here? 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the offering. In on the hands. That misses. 3-1 from Rainieri with Cook over at first base. Yeah, last week's poll, they had Point Loma at 13, according to the baseball writers. They were the only ones out of the Pac-West. But you're right. I mean, there have been years where most teams above 500, as that one was high and inside. That got his helmet. Oh, my goodness.
And I hope it didn't get a piece of his face because he's rolling on the ground, he's covering his face with both hands.
Oh, my goodness.
It might have ricocheted off the bill of the helmet and into his face. Who knows?
Yeah.
Both trainers are out there now.
Yeah, down is Mondeau.
So you got a blanket or a towel, which tells me he might have a little blood. And now more trainers running out there. He went down and then started rolling around on the field near home plate. Concern, obviously, right now for the young man.
The previous few pitches had all been coming inside. They were breaking balls that were just missing, but that one ran right up and in. And immediately Jensen Sato, who was the third base coach for Hilo without hesitation. Jensen Sato ran down as soon as he saw a hand go right, as you said, to the forehead. Yeah, they've got a.
I think more than anything, he probably got cut.
Yeah.
By the ball, and he's bleeding. It looks like he might have a little abrasion above the left, near the left forehead. It looks like where they're using the towel right now.
Callum Miyataki's now come out from the first base dugout to go and check on him. Kensei Gibbs is the trainer for Hilo. He's a fantastic trainer. Really good at what he does, and a nice hand. They've got that pack. It looks like it's over the left. Yeah.
Well, that would make sense because that's your lead eye when you're batting from the right side. And that ball had a little late movement. I think it caught him off guard. I don't think he thought it was going to start tailing like it did, and he couldn't get out of the way in time. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, you hope so.
But I would imagine his night's pal. So we'll have to keep an eye out, see who runs it first and who takes his spot.
Yeah, that's going to be Reese Kadota, who's going to be the pinch runner. And, trainers from both teams walking with him into the Vulcan dugout and into the locker room. There's also some blood on the turf, and so the home plate umpire pointing that out. So Hawaii's got some water bottles and towels. They're going to try to rub that off of the carpet on the far left side of the home plate area. It is 1-0 Hawaii. We're in the top of the second inning. A little bit of a scare there for a moment as Braden Mondu was hit by a pitch, and it came up eye level. Rich Hill is going to go out now from the Hawaii dugout, and it appears that Rainieri's time is over. After really struggling to find the strike zone, he gave up that hit and then the hit by pitch, and Rich Hill did not take long. I think the other part of it, too, if you saw Rainieri after he saw the pitch hit Mondu, and he looked a little shook. He had his hands on each side of his head. Just a little.
I think that's part of it, but also I think part of it is Rich Hill wants to get through this game.
True.
Like I said, they're leaving. I think they meet at 5 tomorrow morning here on campus. And, Rainieri struggled a bit last week against Chaminade and gave up those 4 runs in the first inning. And here the first 2 guys get on base. And, he's gotten a couple of chances in the last week plus, and he hasn't had much success.
Right.
And so I just wonder if we'll see Rainieri the rest of the year.
This call to the bullpen brought to you by H-Camp, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. We'll tell you about Zach 10 when we come back. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
In Hawaii, when meeting new people, we ask, what school did you go to? It's how we get to know each other.
Hi, this is James from Mililani.
Angela Rice from Kapolei.
I'm Clint Harris, and I'm from Kamehameha Kapolama. At Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup, you already know us. We've been around since 1935, so you can hire a Kama'aina team backed by a powerful national brand. Enjoy flat rates, great warranties, even a service plan for preventative measures at home, plus water cleanup and more. Call us or visit rotorooter.com.
Major League Baseball's opening weekend on ESPN Radio. The defending NL Central champion Milwaukee Brewers begin the season in the Bronx against Aaron Judge and the defending American League champion New York Yankees.
I'm looking forward to being back here. It's time to roll.
Look out, Aaron Judge. It's opening weekend. The Brewers at the Yankees
on ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hawaii brings out Zach 10 with 2 on and nobody out in the top of the second inning. Hawaii leading Hawaii Hilo 1-0. And 10, Scott Robbs, has not really pitched like a 10, if you will. This has been a little bit of a struggle for him this year.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
10 seconds.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
No, you know what I did there?
I like that. That was pretty cool for the 4th game in 4 days. Not bad. Zach 10 is a guy that really needs to figure it out. I mean, he could be such a good guy in the middle relief for Hawaii. Just has struggled this year. Last year he was really good and was going to be considered going into this year one of the top guys out of the bullpen. Hasn't materialized up until this point, but a good chance for Zach right here to show Rich and the staff, he's ready to get back out there and be a contributor.
First pitch, a breaking ball, a strike to Mark Fedro. It's 0-1.
He's not an overpowering pitcher, but he throws hard enough, upper 80s. You can get into maybe touch 90, 91. But his key is keeping the ball down and around the zone, mixing up his spots.
0-1, popped in the air right side. First baseman Cooney right in front of the Vulcan dugout. Couldn't make the play. It landed on the top of the railing and landed back in foul territory.
Little self-preservation. I don't blame Aiden
Yeah.
right there. I think I would have done the same thing. Short-armed it a little bit over there near the dugout, but you don't want to go flipping over that rail.
Mentioned earlier, by the way, Reese Cadota, the pinch runner over at first for Mondu. But, I mean, you go back to 10, and I keep thinking about that UC Riverside series. And the pitchers that they threw against the top hitter in the order at that time. As the 0-2 is a bouncer up the middle, past the shortstop, Kinsey into center field. Rounding third is Mason Cook. He'll score the throw to third, and Cadota is out there. So an RBI single for Fedro, which brings in Mason Cook. Cadota was trying to go first to third. He could not. But with the RBI single, we are tied at 1 here in the second inning. Fedro's 13th RBI in the season. That leads the team.
Just want to remind people, last year when these two teams played in Hilo, because they played twice last year, they played here as well, but in Hilo, up until about the 6th or 7th inning, it was like a 2-1 game or 1-0. It was really competitive, I remember.
Tui Iquez pops the first pitch up behind third, looking up his Nushita. Kinsey, the shortstop, will call him off, and he reaches out and makes the one-handed catch. 2 away. Fedro's still at first, and Kalei Alana will step in. And a nice hand for Alana, who comes in hitting 200 with a home run and 8 RBI. It's a 1-1 game. We're in the top of the second inning. Alana hitting from the left side. Pitch from 10. That's a called strike on the outside corner. That run, Cook scoring charge to Rainieri.
When 10 is on, his pitchers are down in the strike zone, and he knows how to work both the outside corners really well.
0-1. Swing. This is softly hit, shallow left field. That will drop for a hit down the line. Racing for third goes Fedro. He will get over there diving safely. A base hit for Alana going the opposite way. And once again, runners at the corners now with 2 out here in the second.
That was a little Texas League single opposite field off the hands of the hitter Alana, but he placed it right in no man's land. Good enough. Looks like a line drive in the box score.
Now Noah Nakaoka, a freshman, who will hit here. 2 out, 2 on. Hilo and Hawaii tied at 1. Nakaoka hitting 279. He's got 11 runs driven in. By the way, I haven't seen any bullpen action for Hilo, so maybe we see Groff back out for the bottom of the second. Hilo's starter. Pitch to Nakaoka is a breaking ball down low. 1 ball, no strikes.
By the way, that run scored was charged to Rainieri.
Right. Hope we can get an update on Mondu. Hopefully it's good. We can pass that along.
I don't know how we would, though.
True. 1-0, check swing, and they'll appeal to first. He did go around, says umpire John Matson. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Why don't you text Coach Miyataki right now and ask him?
I guess maybe. I don't want to bother him while he's busy at work.
I was being sarcastic.
I know, and I'm being sarcastic back.
Well, I thought you were actually going to do it.
1-1, 2 hopper to short. Kinsey has it, flips over to second to record the final out of the inning on a fielder's choice, and the inning ends. No run, 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 base runners left. We'll head to the bottom of the second. It is 1-1. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy from Let's Talk Sports. I've been asked by some to provide an update to my experience undergoing knee joint therapy treatment from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. I underwent multiple knee surgeries due to basketball injuries in my younger years, so in need of relief, I reached out to Dr. Arakaki. His regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. Series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks covered it in my case, and I completed the 6 weeks back in October. The results were immediately. Pain and swelling diminished noticeably, and now, almost 4 months removed, my knees are still feeling great. So give Dr. Arakaki a call if you're experiencing joint pain or discomfort in your knees, hips, lower back, or shoulders due to past surgeries or bone-on-bone wear and tear. Call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book your free evaluation online at motogen.com, modogen.com.
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
1-1 as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Hawaii got the first run of the game in the bottom of the first inning from Sage Lancaster, but Hilo came back and got an RBI single from Mark Fedro. Logan Groff is back out for inning number 2, and he'll face the bottom 3 of the order here for Hawaii. So far for Groff, I mean, he worked himself into a little bit of trouble. The error, a triple, a couple of walks, but to his credit, he limited that damage pretty well. It could have been much worse first inning. So Connor Palmera starting behind the plate tonight. He hits 7th in the order and leads off to start the bottom of the second. And the pitch to Palmera is driven out toward right center field. Alana to his right, almost underplayed it, had to reach back out with his left glove hand and make the catch for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. And Will Bowen will come up here. Bowen 2 for 5 this year is the junior. And like we said at the outset, if you're just turning on your radio or your app or your computer, whatever you're listening to us on, a lot of opportunities for guys who just don't get a lot of opportunities. As Bowen takes down an inside, ball 1. You won't get games like this very often.
But, like Richie always tells the guys, he says, hey, when you get your opportunity, take advantage of it. That's how you get more playing time. He said a perfect example was Nahaku.
1-0. And Bowen slices it the other way and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I mean, you and I have talked about this, and other people obviously as well, about the depth of this team, and it's one of the strengths. And so if you're not one of the frontline guys and you get a midweek Tuesday game, go out there and show the coach, make it harder on him.
Yeah.
Or also make it where there's a pinch hit situation late in the game this week, and maybe he'll call you.
Bowen slides into center field. Coming into his left is Lane. He makes the catch for the second out. Hit that one hard. 2 away. Kevin Ferguson coming to the plate. Ferguson is hitting 1,000 on the year.
We saw him in Saturday's game against UC Davis late. Was it Saturday?
I think it was.
I'm pretty sure it was Saturday. The first game of the series against the Aggies. Oh, no, I think it was in the
Sunday.
Yeah, I
that
think it was
16-0
game.
game.
I think it was a Sunday.
These games roll together.
Yeah, every day. It does kind of run together.
Pitch to Ferguson, and he swings and sends it into right center field. That will be deposited for a hit and will head to the fence. Rounding first is Ferguson. He'll ease his way into second base with a 2-out double.
Still hitting 1,000.
Yes, he is. Go ahead and retire right now.
He leads the country in batting average. Doesn't have the at-bats, but...
Right. That extra base hit brought to you by Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, proud corporate partners of University of Hawaii Athletics. So top of the order for Kamana Nahaku. He grounded out 3-1 in the first inning. We got to talk about the injury to Jared Quant.
Yeah.
What could that mean for Kamana Nahaku? Because for a little while when Jordan Donahue came back and he and Elijah Iquez were both in the same infield, it seemed like Nahaku was kind of restricted to being a matchup guy, as the first pitch to him is popped up. We'll have to stew on that for about a minute. Second baseman Oshiro in shallow right makes the catch and ends the inning and reminds us never start a story with 2 outs.
I know.
No runs.
We always do it anyway.
No runs on a hit. 1 man left. Through 2, we're tied at 1 between the Vulcans and the Rainbow Warriors. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7 MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for glory.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Ready for UH football, man?
Yep, check this out.
Oh.
Surround sound, that works.
Whoa, I'm ready, bro.
Hey, watch this.
How come the blender went off?
Huh?
The blender in the kitchen went off, bro.
Not.
Try again.
Oh, man.
Okay, we can make some like fruit smoothies.
When you want your home or business wired right, call a unionized electrical contractor. 847-5341.
IBEW, local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
1-1 score as we move to the top of the third inning. Zach Ten is back out there. He had to finish up the second after Kason Rainieri ran into a little bit of trouble. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 for the Vulcans against 10 as Hawaii Baseball brought to you by Waiakea Hawaiian Volcanic Beverages as an official partner of UH Athletics. Waiakea's naturally alkaline water keeps Hawaii's athletes performing at their peak. Learn more at waiakea.com or find us at a KTA or Foodland near you. So Vance Oshiro, Noah Lane, and Cody Min to take on 10. Could this be the start for 10 of a rebound? I mean, he was, according to D1 Baseball, he was their 81st ranked reliever. He was in the top 100. And we just haven't really seen much of him since. First pitch, a breaking ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Oshiro, who grounded out to short his first time up. Next pitch from 10, here it is. Another breaking ball, this one a roller. That will get right up the middle of the diamond and into center field. That is the 4th hit for Hilo, and there's nobody out on the top of the third. Now Noah Lane will come up here. Vulcans hitting .263 as a team, averaging 4.6 runs and 8.1 hits per game. Yeah, this is a team that is very young. Experience still building. Pitch, fastball. This is driven into right center field. Nahaku is on the run to the track, to the wall. It's off the bottom of the wall. Heading toward third is Oshiro. They're waving him around. They had trouble bringing the ball back. Oshiro's going to score, and Lane gets into third. And then the ball is almost thrown away. 10 was able to grab it. It is 2-1 UH Hilo. And if not for 10, maybe Lane comes all the way around. Noah Lane comes up with the triple that brings it Oshiro. It is 2-1. I mean, he lifted that the opposite way. There's Cody Min, popped up to the first baseman his last time up. He swings and chops the first pitch foul. No error, even though, I mean, it just wasn't cleanly played off the fence quickly enough in right center. Rich Hill is out of the Hawaii dugout, and he's calling for time. But you have to also remember, Kamana Nahaku has not played much, if any, center field this year. And then you look at it right, Will Bowen hasn't spent much time on the field at all. So you've got some inexperience in a game like today. You've got some inexperience out there in the outfield. And so something little like playing the right carom off the wall can be the difference between a double and a triple. And then near calamity throwing the ball away. And that's why you have a 2-1 game. Rich Hill bringing the entire infield together. There isn't really any real action going on in the bullpen. You got guys just standing around. But it's now 2-1, and what Hawaii has opened up with, sans Max Jones, who was fine. He retired all 3 hitters he faced in order in the first inning. Outside of Max Jones, it's been a struggle for Rainieri and for 10. For Lane, that was his first triple of the season. RBI number 13. And 10 will face Cody Min already in an 0-1 count. 2-1 Hilo. We're in the top of the third inning. All you're probably asking right now, if you're Rich Hill, is, hey, let's get real here. Hilo's come to play. 0-1. Breaking ball. Min hitting it towards short. Picked up by Kinsey. His throw across to first is in time, but Lane will come in and score from third on the ground ball out, and it's now 3-1 Hilo at the top of the third inning. Min got the job done. That's his 12th run driven in. Base is now empty. That's just the first out of the inning, and here's Mason Cook. Cook singled and scored in the second inning. He's 1 for 1. 10's pitch. Cook takes off speed, down and away, bouncing in the carpet. 1 ball, no strikes. Reese Cadota will get his first plate appearance coming up.
Well, it's a bit distressing, Josh, the struggles that we've seen Zach 10 have so far this year.
1-0, that's down low. 2 balls, no strikes.
Out of high school, he committed to the University of Washington. I think Lindsey Meggs was still the head coach then when he committed. Had Tommy John surgery and then decommitted when Lindsey retired and committed to UH. It was between Hawaii and UW. And redshirted that year, and then last year, his first year, he looked pretty good. And you thought, okay, the future is going to be good for this kid. He's going to help Hawaii.
And a 2-0 pitch, a called strike up in the zone.
It could be just a sophomore slump. Who knows? But he has not pitched anywhere near his capability, that's for sure.
You know, I referenced 10 last inning in that UC Riverside series on the road, and I should probably clear up that reference as the 2-1 is poked foul at the plate. To clear up that reference, he was the one that was pitching against Robert Pitts, who at the time in that game, Pitts was 4 for 5, and they felt comfortable with 10 pitching to him because they felt like, you know what, he's got a softer slider that you could retire Pitts and move that game to the 14th inning. Next pitch skied in the air. This one stays in the infield. Looking up is the catcher, Palmera. He reaches back and makes the catch, 2 away. So they went with him. He threw a first pitch slider, and they were thinking, okay, he'll kind of run away from the right-handed hitter Pitts. Instead, it hung. Pitts took the first swing, sent it into the outfield, and won the game. It had himself a 5 for 6 night and won that game in 13 innings, and it just has not been the same for 10 since. He took the loss in that game. 2 out, 2 have scored in the top of the third inning, and Reese Cadota will make his first plate appearance.
So did he come in and stay at shortstop?
Yes, it appears so. There's a swing and a miss, strike 1. Cadota looking for his first hit of the season. The redshirt senior is 0 for 4. Next pitch from 10. Cadota looks at strike 2 on the inner half. No balls, 2 strikes to count. 10 trying to work his way out of this. Right-hander hands to the chest. He pitches. That's outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. If you want to get a little more technical on what has happened since that UC Riverside game, well, 10 hasn't pitched since March 8th. So that's how bad the slump's been for him. 1-2. Swing and a hard grounder to short. Kinsey picks it up. He'll throw it across to first in time to Cooney. And the inning comes to an end. But the RBI triple from Noah Lane starts off a 2-run inning for Hilo. 2 runs come in on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Vulcans 3, Rainbow Warriors 1 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods, always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAN. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
This is Kanoa Leahy inviting you to watch Kapeva by the Hawaii Community Foundation. It's a new podcast that delves into some of the biggest challenges we face in our community. Join me as I sit down with experts and community leaders and discuss legitimate solutions and actions to improve life for all of us here in Hawaii. Watch Kapeva on YouTube or listen on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and other major streaming platforms. From the Hawaii Community Foundation, we believe in a better Hawaii.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-1, Hilo leading Hawaii as we move to the bottom of the third inning. You know it, with a lead. Logan Groff is back out there for Hilo. There is some action in Callan Miyataki's bullpen. But for now, the Fresno State transfer is going to get an opportunity to keep going. He's got a 2-run advantage. And we'll face Nushida, Lancaster, and Salmon. I was just saying to you before we came back from break, this crowd has slowly kind of built up a little bit.
It's a nice Thursday evening crowd. You're absolutely right.
So Nushida reached on an error and scored in the first inning. Officially 0 for 1, and he swings at a first pitch breaking ball and misses out of the zone, strike one. Seeing some Vulcan red scattered around here. I mean, it's what, 40 minutes? Little small flight. 0-1. Breaking ball down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. You get, depending what plane you go on, you get either like a cup of Pog or you get free TV on your iPhone.
What would you take? I'd take the free TV.
I'll take both.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
1-1 swing. This one lifted out of play to the left and foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hilo's second to last in the Pac West. 4-16 conference record.
Who's in last in the Pac West?
Menlo.
Oh, okay.
2-20. 1-2. Long pause. Groff now to the plate. That's a breaking ball taken out of the air by the first baseman, Cooney, who got down on a knee, got his glove right above the turf, and was able to snare it for out number 1.
Nice play by Tui Iquez over there at first base, stealing away a potential base hit off the bat of Nushida.
You know, that Iquez defense, and I apologize, I said Cooney earlier, that Iquez defense, that just runs in the family.
It does.
It's unfortunate Elijah's hurt on the Hawaii side. We saw both play against one another last year when these two teams met. Here's Zage Lancaster, RBI triple for him, out toward left center in the first inning. And that offering is low, ball 1. Elijah had x-rays on his non-throwing hand after an injury that was suffered over the weekend. That was Sunday's game. 1-0. Next pitch. That's a knee-high strike. Fastball there, 1-1. I don't think they have said timetable for how long he's out. I think they just said indefinitely, right?
The scuttlebutt I've heard is that they're hoping that he would be available around the time the Big West tournament. Hopefully, he'd be available around then.
And that's late May. 1-1 to Lancaster. Groff delivers. That's down low, but they just called a pitch clock violation on Groff, so the pitch didn't matter. The result's still the same. It's 2-1. Groff is a very, very slow worker.
No kidding. Well, I did take the over on the press box over-under for length of the game. So.
Oh, I didn't know we were going to share that out loud here.
Oh, sure.
2-1, bunt shown. Lancaster bunted it, but he bunted it on his body as he was still in the batter's box, and so it's 2-2. Yeah, I saw an instance earlier. I think I said it when you were here where the clock was down to 0 and they didn't notice the pitch clock. Since we're mentioning local baseball, I said this on the broadcast last night, but congratulations to former Rainbow Warrior Bronson Rivera.
Yeah, he's
now at
tearing it up.
HPU. Tied the single season record for home runs at HPU. Did that yesterday.
So that means he must have, 13 in 29 games?
2-2, hard grounder left side, backhanded, short by Kadota. Throw across is over the head of the first baseman, but Iquez has it. His throw to second, the tag, and he is out. What a way to make that up. It was a bad throw that sailed on Iquez, the first baseman, Kadota, the shortstop, but it got a very fortunate bounce off of the wall just beyond the dugout, carried back to Iquez, and he had a perfect throw over to second. The tag applied on Lancaster, and he's retired.
Nice job. Sometimes you get lucky. It looked like it was an errant throw, and you thought, okay, that's going to be 2 bases, but it went right back to Iquez, and he threw a nice ball right down to second. The tag was applied.
So 2 down, nobody on. That is going to be a single, and then I think 3-4 is the way they're scoring. It is Salmon Skies, the first pitch out of play to the left. You don't see that every day, but some people forget how hard that wall is. It's not really padded where you see those advertisement signage things out beyond it.
Yeah, it's made of cement, so it doesn't have a lot of give.
Cement's never been known for that.
Not that I know of.
0-1 to Salmon. Groff, long pause. Now delivers. And he offers a fastball low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
But if you're Callan Miyataki right now, you're sitting in the dugout, and you got to think to yourself, hey, Groff is doing a good job out there. He's 1 out away from only giving up a run in the first 3 innings.
Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier, and still no activity in the Vulcan bullpen either.
1-1. That bounces in front of home plate. 2 balls and a strike. I mean, Groff has pitched at least 7 innings in 3 of his starts this season. And a lot of times, he's pitched that much, but he's also given up an almost equal amount of runs and hits to go along with it. 7 1/3 last Thursday against Point Loma. 2 balls and a strike. Groff's pitch is off the plate away. 3-1, according to Michael Chuckerman. And so that's, usually you're thinking 6 days rest. This is 1 less, going from a Thursday to a Tuesday. 3-1. Groff delivers. A breaking ball, missing high. So walk to Salmon. 1 on, 2 out. 3-1 UH Hilo, bottom of the 3rd inning. And here's Kedron Kinsey, who walked in the first. UH Hilo's had some changes here over the offseason from fall to winter sports. They named a new volleyball coach in Reed Sunahara.
That's right. Reed going back home.
Yeah.
He was an unbelievable high school athlete at Hilo High back in the 70s. I remember him back at basketball, volley, you name it. He was unreal and just a super good guy.
First pitch, a slider, high to Kinsey, 1 ball, no strikes.
And so he was a successful Division I head coach for many, many years.
Definitely kept in touch with Division I volleyball. He had, was at West Virginia for a while.
He was at Cincinnati before that, I think.
1-0. Groff's pitch is downstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. All of a sudden, seems like he's nibbling a little bit. And Callan Miyataki, who doubles as pitching coach, as he was when he was under Joey Estrella, when Joey was coaching at UH Hilo. Callan Miyataki out to talk to him and the rest of his infield. Yeah, he was coaching. He'd taken a break from college coaching, did Sunahara for a year. He was coaching that professional volleyball league that they had.
Right.
And, now off to Hilo. Vulcan program that has some history in a town that loves volleyball.
Well, under Sharon Peterson, back when they were an NAIA power, they won a bunch of national titles that I remember. They were really, really good.
Man, Sharon Peterson, who was coaching Hilo, ultimately would then coach high school at Hawaii Prep.
That's right, she did.
Yeah, and she was good there. Not a surprise. Tolentino Reyes.
Tino.
Whose
son now is the number 2 guy at Nebraska.
Man.
Jalen.
Tino was such an interesting guy to talk to when I covered that volleyball team many years ago. 2-0. That is just a bit high. 3-0 here to Kinsey.
Yeah, he and I used to tag along quite a bit when I used to travel with the men's volleyball team. We traveled the country together and hung out. Tino's one of my favorite guys.
Salmon at first, 2 away. Pitch. And there's a belt high strike taken by Kinsey. 3-1. Kinsey walked back in the first inning. Hilo's been able to get some really good volleyball coaches. I think of Bruce Atkinson for a little while. He went over to the East Coast to coach in Division I. Chris Leonard was their previous coach before Sunahara was hired. This ball's ripped out of play to the right. Foul. Count fills up now 3-2. I mean, the home of the highly invitational volleyball tournament, you expect good volleyball, and the Hilo community gets it every year. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Salmon should be on the move. Hawaii trailing 3-1, bottom of the 3rd inning. There is activity in the Vulcan bullpen. Groff is at pitch number 52. Here's number 53. It's a bender, poked foul left side, still 3-2. I haven't been back home since I was there for Thanksgiving back in Hilo. I was a little jealous when you went for the single game at Wong Stadium last year.
I felt bad that you could. I think was it basketball?
I was in Davis for basketball.
Oh, okay, I remember there. You're like, you want to go to Hilo for like a 24 hours?
I know.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
3-2, and a check on the runner at first. I was sitting in my hotel room where it was like 42 degrees outside, and it's like, I miss this. And then you got to call a quant home run out to right. Game kind of broke open in the last 3 innings.
Tyson Donahue hit one out in that game too.
3-2 swing. This one off the end of the bat and will fly out of play again to the right.
You know this better than anybody, but it's so dark down over there in Hilo and at the stadium, at that area. Just there's just not a lot of population compared to like living on Oahu, right? When the ball went over the wall, it's like it disappeared because it's so dark out in the outfield after cleared the fence.
You would have seen it better if the Edith Kanakaole multi-purpose stadium
had their lights
lit up.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you were there, I think it was prior to the Merry Monarch Festival. Yeah. Full count. Runner from first goes. The pitch in on the hands, and it is lined right to Iquez at first. Tui makes the catch. We had a couple of nice catches in this inning. And that ends the frame. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 base runner left through 3. Vulcans 3, Rainbow Warriors 1. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Did you know that concussion doesn't only happen in sports? About 40% of concussions reported are non-sports related. These happen in everyday events such as slips and falls, motor vehicle accidents, and recreational activities like skateboarding and bicycling. Concussion can also occur in unfortunate circumstances like assault and abuse. Be aware of the signs and the symptoms. And if you suspect a concussion, go to your medical doctor to get treated and learn to manage your symptoms. This message brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-1, Hilo leading Hawaii as we go to the fourth inning. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Max Jones pitched the first inning. Kason Rainieri could not get it out in the second. Zach 10 pitched 2 innings of work, and we see Danny Veloz out of the Hawaii bullpen. Veloz has only worked 5 1/3 innings. He is 1-0 with a 3.37 earned run average. So as I turn things over here to Scott Robbs, this is not what I think you normally would have expected if you were coming into the year and saying on a Tuesday midweek that your third and fourth inning pitchers respectively would be Zach 10 and Danny Veloz. You would probably stop us and say, not true. But that's not the case here.
Well, when you have 24 pitchers on your staff,
yeah.
You know, I think they kind of, the players themselves, eliminate or add themselves to what the coaches feel they can trust.
Yeah.
Danny Veloz, a guy that we saw last year, and I thought he was pretty effective at times, but could be a bit inconsistent. He, like Zach 10, getting a chance, didn't pitch this past weekend in a conference game. These are guys that you think maybe could help out later on down the road in Big West play.
Yeah, I think for Veloz and 10 specifically, if you get to the back end of this coming weekend against CSUN and you need arms, you need them to show the trust that you can turn to them, like that 13-inning outing against UC Riverside that unfortunately burnt 10 in that situation. So we go to the fourth. Veloz on the hill, Mark Fedro to the plate, Scott Robbs doing what he does best. That's play-by-play.
Oh,
Scott.
I thought you were going to say I was eating or something. All right, 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for Hawaii. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Vulcans. Yes, Hilo up 3-1 here in the top of the fourth inning. And the first pitch down from Veloz is a bit outside and low for a ball. Veloz is a guy that started his college career at Long Beach State, who will be here in 2 weeks. Went to a junior college and now in his second year here in Manoa. Fedro, he fouled out his last at bat. He's 0 for 1 on the night. Hawaii scored first in the bottom of the first inning. The Vulcans have added a run got their first run in the top of the second and added a pair in the third frame. So 3-1 Vulcans, top of the fourth inning on getaway night for the home team. And the fastball from Veloz is a bit low and outside. We say getaway. They're not leaving tonight, but they are leaving very early in the morning.
Yeah.
And they are supposed to meet here on campus, I think, around 5 a.m. tomorrow to take the bus over to Daniel K. Inouye International Airport. The 2-1 pitch is in the carpet. Count goes 3-1 to the leadoff hitter.
That sounds like my trips coming back. Get to the car rental place by 5 a.m. for a 7 a.m. flight. They'll understand.
We hope. Veloz winds, delivers, bounce ball out to short. Kinsey plays it nicely, throw over to first in time for out number 1, 6-3, the put out of Federal here in the top of the fourth inning. Fourth game in 4 days. So far, it's been pretty good. Hawaii winning all 3 of those Big West matchups with UC Davis. Their RPI, at least this morning when I looked at it, had moved up a couple of spots. They were at 32, according to Warren Nolan.
Do you look at Warren Nolan or do you look at the NCAA's one when it comes out?
It varies.
Okay.
Here comes the first pitch to Tui Ikes, the first baseman. Well, the NCAA one is really the one that matters, right? So, but they're usually all pretty close. Where's Hawaii on the NCAA?
37.
Okay. Well, that's a little bit of a difference. There's a comebacker to Veloz, feels his position, gets it over to first, 2 away. 1-3, the put out of Ikes, quickly 2 down here in the top of the fourth inning. Well, 37 is still really good.
Yeah. Cal Poly, who Hawaii will see on the road later, they're at the top of the Big West standings. Cal Poly's at 40.
But the difference is the Warren Nolan RPI updates every day.
Yeah, and this
the
one
NCAA
was as of Sunday.
Right, and so it doesn't include the win yesterday over UC Davis, where Hawaii moved. They were 37 yesterday in Warren Nolan as well, and moved up to 32 after the win. First pitch swinging is Alana, takes a big hack, comes up empty. Kalei Alana, the right fielder, singled back in the second inning, has one of the 5 Vulcan hits on the night. The Lowe's working quickly. The right-hander fires, and that one catches the outside corner for a strike. Max Jones started the game through one shutout inning, looked pretty good. And then Kason Ranieri came in and faced a couple of batters, didn't retire anybody. Zach 10 then relieved him, and Zach responsible for 2 of the 3 runs. He did pitch 2 innings out of the bullpen for UH, and now you have Danny Veloz with a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Alana. Veloz set at the belt, brings down the pitch a bit low and inside. Vulcan 6-19 on the year. Hawaii checking in at 17-5. Off to their best start in 27 years, at least record-wise. The 2-2 fouled back. It's kind of fun nowadays, Josh, to peruse X.
Is it really?
Well, in the sense of, I just block all that political stuff. But I like it just for sports, basically. But I follow a lot of college stuff, college baseball, and I'm seeing Hawaii's name mentioned a lot this year.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who are like kind of catching on to this Hawaii team and kind of adopting them as their kind of favorite team. There's a ball hit in the air out towards shallow center field, and that one will drop in for a base hit. Nahaku playing relatively deep, I guess, in center field. That one kind of a lazy, shallow fly ball drops in front of him. Make that second hit for Alana, and 6th on the night for the Vulcans, a team that comes in hitting .263 on the year with a team ERA of 8.02 and a fielding position of .959, and that will kind of tell you why they have only 6 wins in 25 games this year. Here's Noah Nagaoka, the number 9 hitter, the left fielder. He's 0 for 1. Pitch gets away from Palmero, but not far enough for the runner at first to advance. Kind of a still Tuesday evening. But when you consider it's the home team against a Division II product, granted it's in-state, you wouldn't think it would draw a huge crowd. The next pitch, that one hit in the air towards right center field. That'll get down. It's going to roll all the way towards the wall, cut off by Bowen. They're going to wave the runner around third. Here comes the throw to the plate, and it's going to be late. Nagaoka with the double to right center field, scoring from first base Alana, and it's a 4-1 Vulcan lead.
Both Nahaku in center and Bowen in right were somewhat shallow, and that allowed the ball to travel and roll all the way to the front of the warning track. That gave that opportunity for Alana to score all the way from around first. Give credit to Lancaster, by the way. That throw from the cutoff man coming down, that was pretty good, just not good enough. And Hilo's leading by 3.
Yeah, just a little tardy was the throw home. So Vulcans now up 4-1, top of the order. Here's Vance Oshiro. Oshiro, the leadoff hitter and the second baseman, has grounded out. He has singled to left as well, 1 for 2 on the night. 4 runs, 7 hits now for Hilo. Keep in mind, it was just a couple of weeks ago, if you remember, when Wichita State stayed around for an extra day to play Chaminade. There's another ball hit well, but out to right, and coming in this time, Bowen to make the grab for out number 3. By the way, in that game, Chaminade beat, if you remember, Wichita State just a couple of weeks ago here at Murakami Stadium. For the Vulcans, though, they do pick up a run here in the 4th inning on 1 base, or make that 2 base hits. There were no Hawaii errors, and a runner left on base. We'll head to the last of the 4th inning now. Vulcans 4, Hawaii 1. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
This place they call paradise, I call my home. Best to be born and raised local ground.
With hotels, condo resorts, and vacation rentals on 5 Hawaiian islands, Castle Resorts and Hotels is a Kama'aina favorite. When you need a place to stay to attend a tournament, family function, or a golf getaway, Visit castleresorts.com for special Kama'aina rates.
H-A-W-A, 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 there ain't no other place like these islands.
Castle Resorts and Hotels. Born in Hawaii, built on hospitality, inspired by aloha.
H-A-W-A, there ain't no other place like these islands.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union.
Back at Les Murakami Stadium on a Tuesday evening, Scott and Josh with you. The Vulcans not showing any jet lag from that long flight from Hilo earlier this afternoon. They're leading 4-1 over Hawaii, and the Vulcans also have gone to the bullpen, relieving Logan Groff, who spun 3 pretty good innings for the Vulcans, is Ethan Southsider. He's a senior, 5'10", 180-pounder. He's out of Tacoma, Washington. Hilo's the third school. Pierce College and then Olympia College he attended before coming to Manoa, and he's going to face the number 6 hitter in the order, Aiden Cooney, the first baseman.
Still looking for his first win. 0-5 record in 22 1/3 innings, a 9.67 earned run average. But our first lefty Hilo is going to throw out there against Hawaii hitting.
Cooney steps in. We're about ready to begin the home half of the 4th inning. The lefty Southsider against the lefty Cooney brings down the pitch for a strike. Cooney struck out looking back in the 1st inning. He'll be followed by Connor Palmera and Will Bowen. Southsider working quicker than Groff. Pulls one on the right side. Pass! And then off the glove of the second baseman who quickly retrieves it. That's Oshiro. But it'll be a base hit for Cooney to lead off the 4th inning. Oshiro had to go a long way to his left. He dove. He outstretched that left glove hand. And the ball just went off the top of the glove. And he popped up and went over and got it about 5 feet away, and Cooney on base.
Credit Logan Groff. 3 innings, the unearned run that was scored, 3 hits, did walk 3 and struck out 1, but kept his team in it and allowed the offense to get cooking.
Yep, you're absolutely right. I thought Groff was pretty good out there. Good enough. Here's Connor Palmera. Big Island boy. I'm sorry, Maui boy. But maybe the only guy that I'm aware of still, we haven't gotten anybody to confirm this, that started his career at UH left and came back. I don't remember ever on the baseball program a guy leaving and coming back to the program. It's been his freshman year at Manoa under Mike Trapasso. So when you talk about the team and who's left over from the Trapasso area, you got Corey Ronan, you got Jared Kwan. I don't consider Connor Palmera because he left.
Right.
Went to JC for a year and went to Sac State for a couple of seasons.
Cal State,
not Sac,
Bakersfield.
Bakersfield, excuse me. Thank you. To Cal State Bakersfield as well. So even though he initially started his career at Hawaii under Mike Trapasso, spent the most of his college career away from home. The breaking pitch down from Southsider is called strike. 2-1 the count to Palmera. Cooney over at first. Not much of a threat to steal, though Ike is holding him aboard. We haven't seen the Bows try to steal a base yet, but they haven't had a lot of base runners as that pitch catches the corner. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. I still can't believe that Virginia Military Institute has 134 stolen bases already this year. They're going to go over to first, soft toss over there, and back to the bag. Cooney standing up.
Well, you figured they are physically fit, right?
Absolutely they are. That was what my line was when you said it was.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You never heard me say. I said, well, they're in shape. Southsider comes set at the belt. Wines delivers way outside. Nice job by Cook, the catcher. Had to lean to his right to keep that from going to the backstop.
It makes me wonder, Army, Navy, Air Force, why aren't you stealing as many bases?
3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Cooney goes on the pitch. He's not. And there is strike 3. Palmera dropped or actually tossed his bat to the side thinking it was ball 4, but the home plate umpire had other ideas. Michael Chuckerman rung him up.
And that definitely was strike 3.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah, it was a strike. I think more than anything, Palmera was maybe a bit frustrated taking that one. So Will Bowen, the right fielder. Bowen flying out to center field, his only plate appearance. Bowen swings it from the left side. It's kind of fun getting a chance to see some of these newer Rainbows. Most of them are juniors, college guys. Bowen coming to UH from College of San Mateo. He's a junior. He's out of Redwood City, California. Sal Scheider taking his time. Now he'll come to the plate. And that one misses. Well, I bet for you it's always fun to go on the road trips. I know it was for me when you get a chance to go, 3-4 days to one place.
Yeah.
And you got a 3-game series. And that's when you really get to know the team and the players. It's so different than here, right?
Yeah.
You get to know them a little bit more intimately, but also their families.
Yes.
And the relationships you build with the parents of the players is always pretty cool. There goes Cooney, the throw down to second, short hop, the tag.
What's the call?
What's the call? Save took the guy a while. I was waiting. So a stolen base for Cooney. We said he's probably not going to go. Of course he does. And I'm going to look, but I'm going to guess that's his first stolen base of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be right?
You would.
Yep. And first attempt. I know his mom must be listening, so congratulations. She's pretty active on X.
Is she really?
Yeah, big baseball fan. Here comes the 2-1 base hit. Probably scores a run, but that one fouled back off the netting.
I should know that, though, right?
Well, I would imagine she's following you. Baseball mama.
Oh, yeah. Okay. She did respond to something on X earlier today regarding the quant injury.
I can't imagine how difficult it must be to be all the way in Texas trying to follow your son in Hawaii. There's a pop-up foul territory. Left field side, the third baseman wanders into foul territory and makes the grab. That's a really nice play over at third base.
A nice job by Fedro. Fedro, Iquez. Both of them have looked very solid in their corner infield positions.
So here comes Kevin Ferguson, who doubled back in the second inning with 2 outs, and that's about as far as he got. Ferguson, he hits from the right side, fouls that one back off the netting. These Tuesday games, it's a real good chance if you have some young kids, bring them out to the game. They got a chance to get a foul ball here. When you don't have the sold-out crowds like the weekends, perfect time to try to get a foul ball. Ferguson waits. Here comes the pitch. Sal Scheider brings that one inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
A little more competition than normal on this Tuesday.
Are you talking about on the scoreboard?
No, I mean kids going for foul balls. There's quite a few more of them tonight.
Well, I think private schools are still in spring break.
Oh.
That's what I was told. And that pitch gets away from the catcher, goes all the way to the backstop, and easily moving over to third is Cooney on the wild pitch.
And they're fortunate that Cook was ultimately able to find it because it got through his legs, off the inside of his foot, went back to his right. He spun around. He didn't see it initially. If it took any longer, Cooney could have raced his way down home.
So Ferguson looking for the RBI with 2 outs. Well, he's been so good with 2 outs, and the 2-1 to Ferguson is in there at the knees for a strike. Hawaii, only 4 hits here in the 4th inning against the Vulcans. Like to get the offense going. The next pitch to Ferguson, right back up the middle in the center field for a base hit. So Ferguson taking advantage of his opportunity here tonight. We talked about that being one of the themes for these guys. Delivers a 2-out single to center field, scoring Cooney from third to make it a 4-2 ball game. And of course, that run scored brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Oh, I was going to say that part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought we went over this before. Josh, we sat down for at least an hour. We practiced this.
That 3-hour show beforehand
That's
really does make
true.
you forget
Yeah.
things.
You get a mulligan this time. So Ferguson comes through, back to the top of the order, and come on to Nahaku. Nahaku playing in center tonight. He's grounded out. He is fouled out.
By the way, Ferguson now perfect 3 for 3 on the season.
And he's still hitting 1,000.
And a first career RBI.
Nice. Only a freshman. And that's one of the things we talked about, especially you mentioned earlier in the broadcast now with Quant, the injury to Quant with the labrum that he injured sliding into home with the winning run last night in extra innings. He's not going to have surgery. In fact, he's going to try to play through it, but he won't be an everyday player anymore. So who's going to step up? The 1-1 bends a bit outside. I don't know much about Ferguson. If he's a guy you could put out there in the outfield. Do you?
Not enough based on a small sample size.
There's a bouncing ball, foul, third base side. Rich Hill puts his hands up. Rich already took one off the hand earlier this year.
I think in a perfect world, if offensively everybody was clicking the way you'd like it to, you got Nushida at one corner outfield position. You've got Nahaku at the other.
Well, Ferguson, I think, is a first baseman. I mean, 6'4", 225. He's listed as an infield. I think that's.
But I think going back to the Quant thing,
yeah,
I think, if you're looking for offense, that would be one of the ways to do it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Nahaku waits. The pitch, high ball 3. Sal Scheider in his first inning of relief. Groff, the starter, 3 innings. Gave up an unearned run in the bottom of the first, and that was it. Hawaii has tacked on a run here so far in the fourth, but still trailed by 2, 4-2. Sal Scheider's next offering, foul back off the screen.
Just the losses Donahue coming back was big, but the loss of Elijah Iquez and the loss of Jared Quan. I mean, that's huge. So, yeah, you look at Sage Lancaster, who's at second base today. Sakino getting at least start of the night off. And then you look right at the transfer Nushida. And you look at Nahaku's done what you said, taking advantage of every opportunity given.
Well, the 3-2 pitch hit down the right field line, but it'll go foul. And like I said, in years past under Coach Hill, maybe you'd be a little bit concerned or maybe more concerned, but with the depth this team has built now, there is going to be a drop-off defensively at third regardless. But you don't feel as concerned as maybe in some years past, but still it's kind of a bummer. Another line drive down the right side. That's a fair ball. Is it?
It is. That went off of the glove of Iquez, dribbled underneath it over the base, stayed fair, and that allowed Ferguson to go first to third. So I think they're going to score an infield single.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a base hit, but I wasn't sure if they called it fair or foul, and it did go off his glove. You're right. So give Nahaku the base hit. Second hit in the inning off Sal Scheider. Hawaii now with 6 hits altogether on the night, and a chance for another opportunity for Draven Nushida. Reached on an error in the first, came around, scored. He lined out to first, and the first pitch he hits in the right field, and it drops in for a base hit. That will score the runner from third as Ferguson scores easily, and motoring to third is Nahaku on the RBI single to right by Nushida. It's now 4-3 Hilo.
Callum Miyataki's out of the UH Hilo dugout. It's a credit to UH Hilo hitting. At some point, a pitcher will run into his own problems, and he kind of did, and Hawaii feasted off of that.
So Hawaii has put 2 across here in the bottom of the 4th inning, cut the deficit down to 1. And this is where it's going to get interesting because Groff is who started the game, is the best pitcher on the staff. He's their ace. But you're going to start seeing pretty significant drop-offs, I would imagine, every time the Vulcans have to go to the bullpen. So Callum Miyataki out there for a while now, the entire infield, all of them, standing on top of the mound, and the home plate umpire now is going to go out there and try to break things up, or he will break things up. But Kevin Ferguson coming through with an RBI single, and now Draven Nushida with an RBI single. Still 2 outs, but runners on the corner as the meeting has been broken up. Miyataki going back to the dugout. And in steps Zage Lancaster. You're just talking about Zage getting to start at second base tonight. Sakino getting a breather. As Zage has answered, had an RBI triple in the first inning. Had a base hit in the third. So Zage, 2 for 2. Pitch to Lancaster way outside. I like that name, Zage, with the X. It's not a common name. Southsider pitching from the stretch. The lefty comes set at the belt. Checks the runner at first. Brings the next pitch down. It's popped up. Right side of the infield. Foul territory. Ike is near the line. He can't come up with the ball as it lands in fair territory. It was right on the line, and Iquez was straddling the foul line behind first base. He went into foul territory and then reached back across his body into fair territory. He couldn't make the grab. The ball bounced up in the air, recognizing that was Lancaster sprinting out of the box. He's at second base with a 96-foot double.
Yeah. Well, they're going to call it an E3.
Okay, they're going to give him an error. Okay. That did score Nahaku from third base, and so Hawaii has tied it up at 4 on the error by Iquez, Tui Iquez, that is. Nishida's all the way over at third base, so Hawaii has plated 3 so far here in the 4th inning to tie it up. And Hawaii is still alive as Jack Salmon, the left fielder, comes to the plate. Salmon's had a good eye. He's walked twice. 4-4, bottom of the 4th. The next pitch to Salmon, a curveball. Nice pitch in for a strike. Salmon, the 8th hitter to come to the plate this inning for Hawaii. Hawaii with 4 hits in the frame as well to go along with those 3 runs. Salmon waits. The pitch pulled on the first base side, foul. Hawaii now 17-5 on the year. 6-3 in the Big West. Right now in third place through the first 3 weeks of the season. The 0-2 to Salmon way outside as the catcher Cook set up there. But how fun is it now, Josh? This week you get to go on the road. All these games have meaning for Hawaii now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though there's a tournament, which helps. So next pitch, bounce first base side, up with it on a hop is Iquez. He'll sprint to the bag in time. He outraces Salmon and steps on it for out number 3. But a big inning for the Bows here in the 4th inning as they played 3 runs on 4 hits. There was 1 costly error and 2 runners were left on base. We have played 4 complete in Manoa. Hawaii 4, Hawaii Hilo 4. And you're listening to Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hardware Hawaii. Customer first in Kailua.
Hi, this is Eddie. I'm the lead lumber for Hardware Hawaii, Kailua. I like helping customers find what they need. It's not like another stranger just shopping here. My customers are like my friends, and then I just help them out, and I feel good. And it just makes my day. We're out here in the lumberyard ready to serve you.
Hardware Hawaii. Customer first in Kailua.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Uke'e Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Scott and Josh back in Manoa, top of the 5th inning of a game tied at 4, and Hawaii Brings in another new pitcher. This one, Kyle Dobbins, the 6'5", 220-pound right-handed senior out of San Diego and Grossmont College.
Dobbins coming in. He's got an 8.10 earned run average. He's worked just 3 1/3 innings, 3 strikeouts, a walk, 3 runs allowed. So another guy, I would say kind of a tweener guy that has the potential to do a little bit more. But we have not seen that from Dobbins. But a chance to put together something here, given that the offense has fought back against UH Hilo to make it a 4-4 game.
Yeah, the line score pretty similar for Hawaii. 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. For the Vulcans, 4 runs, 7 hits as well, but they have committed 2 errors as Kendron Kinsey will step to the plate. Hawaii sent 8 hitters to the I'm on the wrong side of the wrong team. Dobbins fires, and the first pitch is a strike. So you have Noah Lane, the center fielder, leading things off. Got our book on the right side, Josh. Lane hitting in the 2-hole. Dobbins pitch cut on and missed. Lane followed by Min and then Cook. Hawaii with a single run in the bottom of the first, 3 in the bottom of the fourth. The Vulcans with a single run in the second and 1 in the fourth. Sandwiched around 2 runs in the third inning. Dobbins trying to quiet the Vulcan battery, and there's a swing and a miss. Dropped by the catcher. That's Palmieri. He'll bring it down to first, and that'll be a strikeout for Dobbins. 1 away here in the top of the 5th inning. So score at K2-3. And Cody Min will come to the plate, the designated hitter. You brought this up, I think, in the pregame interview with Rich Hill, but, Hawaii's pitching was so outstanding this weekend. And yesterday, a 13-inning game, not a single walk issued by the Hawaii staff.
Rare to see.
That's pretty impressive. Here's Cody Min, the DH. And he looks at a strike. Dobbins just coming out there and throwing strikes. Exactly, I'm sure, that what Rich Hill asked him to do.
Right.
I mean, the Hawaii pitching has not set the Vulcans down in order since that first inning. And that was under the starter, Mac Jones, who only worked 1 inning. There's a swing and a miss at a fastball from Dobbins, who can bring it. And quickly, he's out in front 0-2 to Min.
Hawaii pitching a nearly 3-1 strikeout to walk ratio.
Well, they're
202 to 71 coming in.
Another thing that impresses me, and I'll tell you here in a moment after the pitch from Dobbins, and that one skied a mile high behind home plate. I don't think anybody will get to that one. Land on the roof? No, off the netting. Min did have an RBI on a ground out in the 3rd inning.
We might get I see.
new bat?
I think I'm looking at Min, and he's clutching his left hand.
Oh, my goodness. This is going to be like a MASH unit. We had the injury earlier in the game. You were just joining us.
Kensei Gibbs, the trainer's out there looking at him, and they're taking their time looking at that hand, and I'm starting to wonder if they don't feel like he may be ready to go.
Well, they've already lost 1 player in this game early when Braden Mondu was hit. We think initially the pitch hit him on the helmet and ricocheted into his face, and he was down on the carpet for a while. Saw some blood, so obviously he had to exit early in this one, and now making sure that Min is going to be okay to finish his at-bat.
Yeah, they're scurrying around because the guy who may come in and hit for him was, I think, the bullpen catcher.
I was going to say he's a catcher, that's for sure.
And so he's got on a batting helmet. He's walking down. Min did take a practice swing here a short time ago, and it looks like he's going to be fine. So all that scurrying just to make sure Min would be okay, and they feel like he is good.
Well, it's good. I mean, you hate to see Cody Min go out there and have an 0-2 count, have to leave, and not get a chance to try to fight back.
Yeah.
So Min steps back in there. Bases empty, 1 away here in the top of the 5th inning. Dobbins winds, fires. That one swung on a miss, strike 3. So Dobbins just bringing the heat here to the first 2 hitters for the Vulcans, and they can't catch up to it. Min goes down, 2 down now. And it'll be up to the catcher, Mason Cook, to keep the inning alive. Cook is 1 for 2 on the night. Hawaii 4, Hawaii Hilo 4. 2 down, top of the 5th inning. Dobbins working quickly, and that ball hit on a hop to short. Up with it, Kinsey. The long throw is in time for out number 3. And how about Kyle Dobbins comes in, and it's a 1-2-3 5th inning for the Vulcans. No runs, no hits, no Hawaii errors, and there was nobody left on base. We'll head to the last of the 5th. 4-4 our score. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Your health tip of the week is from Dr. Dale Glenn of Hawaii Pacific Health.
Colorectal cancer is one of the most common types of cancer in the U.S., but it is preventable and treatable if detected early. Speak to your doctor about getting colorectal cancer screenings at regular intervals, starting at age 45. With a team of experts in leading-edge technology, Hawaii Pacific Health's medical centers and clinics are there to help you live healthier.
For more health tips, visit healthierhawaii.org.
Facing eviction for unpaid rent? If you're struggling to pay rent and at the risk of eviction, help is here. Mediation is free, private, and helps landlords and tenants talk story and find solutions. Don't wait. Reach out before rental problems grow. Call 808-521-6767 or visit mediatehawaii.org. Sponsored by the Mediation Center of the Pacific and aired by the Hawaii Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Scott Robbs, Josh Pacheco back in the Robs Leahy press box at Les Murakami Stadium as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Hawaii and Hawaii Hilo tied at 4. And guess what, Josh? We have another new pitcher.
Do we now?
We do. And for the Vulcans, they're going to throw out Orlando Leon. He's a 6'1", 205-pound senior in his 5th year. He's out of Modesto, California, and pitched at Modesto Junior College.
He pitched in the last game that Hilo had. It was against Point Loma. He started that 7-inning game, gave up 5 runs on 6 hits in an inning and a third, took the loss. He's got a record of 1-4 on the season, an ERA coming in of 9.41. He does have a save. He has 4 starts, a complete game to his line in 22 innings. Third pitcher here for Hilo. By the way, Hawaii Baseball brought to you by the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association. They are hiring journeymen and apprentices. Grow your career and go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com today to apply.
Oh, while Leon continues his warm-up tosses, Josh, I just have to send a special shout-out to my wife.
Hey!
Tonight's her birthday. So my kids and my son-in-law and everybody, they're all out eating Korean food in Eva.
Happy birthday.
I said, can you guys wait one night? I don't have a game tomorrow night. And they told me no.
It's not all about you, Scott.
It's absolutely not about me. Trust me.
They can't bring like a plate home.
Well, I mean, I hope they bring me something.
Okay.
Right? Kendron Kinsey leading things off, and he fouls off the first pitch. Kinsey getting the start at short. He's looked pretty good so far, don't you think?
He has. He looks pretty natural, comfortable.
He does. Looking for his first hit of the night. He's officially 0 for 1 with a walk. Out of Hilo, went to Waiakea High School. He's from your neck of the woods. And, gosh, you know, we've talked about this in the past, but just how good Neighbor Island baseball is and just the plethora of players the east side of the Big Island has produced.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable. It's like the Dominican Republic. Kinsey looks at that pitch. That's down for a strike. Kinsey's going to be followed by Aiden Cooney and Connor Palmera here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hawaii trying to get the lead back since taking a 1-0 lead after 1 inning. And I would imagine also, Josh, it's just human nature. It's going to be harder to get up for a game like this after 3 games in conference play. This is where the mental aspect of sports plays such a huge role. So the count now has gone 2 balls and 2 strikes. Leon working quickly. That one fouled back off the net.
Yeah, the other thing I think when you talk about the quality of baseball, I think of Maui. You've got just a great facility in Iron Maihara Stadium. You've been to Wong Stadium in Hilo, Kamehameha, Hawaii. They have a turf field that they put together on campus. A lot of investment there.
Yep. Ground ball left side deep in the hole. Sliding is Kadota. There's going to be no chance to get the ball over to first. Just a good job by Kadota to go deep in the hole at short. He slid to field the ball, but the throw very, very late, and that's going to be an infield single for Kendron Kinsey. So Hawaii with the leadoff hitter aboard here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Now, the last time he was in a position with a difficult play, similarly, he airmailed a throw above his first baseman's head, and then it carried him back, and they got the out at second.
It actually worked out, right? Here's Aiden Cooney. Cooney looked at a called strike 3 in the first, but came back with a base hit, stole a base as well, his first of the season in the 4th. But Caleb Miyataki coming out now and talking to the home plate. Okay, he wants to go out to the mound, and you wonder, is Leon okay? Is this to go out there to check on him because the home plate umpires went out there as well.
Yeah, he didn't bring a trainer with him.
No, and they're looking at his glove. Now, we've seen that a lot with this crew.
Yep.
This weekend, we saw a number of times where the crew was really making an emphasis of checking the gloves, checking everything, make sure nobody has got any illegal substances. And it looks like, at least right now, that's kind of what Michael Chuckerman is doing out there to the glove of Orlando Leon.
Do you remember last night, and it was either the 12th or the 13th inning, when they looked at the glove of Carter Delaney, the UC Davis pitcher, and I guess he's giving a signal that I guess everything is fine. But not long after that, then we saw things kind of fall apart.
That's true. So Leon's been given the okay to continue pitching as Aiden Cooney steps in. Cooney, just keep waiting for this kid as he turns around and squares, showing bunt. Third baseman coming in. That's Fedro. He's going to keep bunting. He pulls back. That one misses. But, it's down for a strike. But Cooney's got to just put up astronomical numbers in junior college. But it takes a while to adjust to the pitching at the Division I level. Though tonight he's facing D2 pitching. So we'll see what Cooney could do. He's 1 for 2 on the night. But this guy's got a lot of power. Fedro coming all the way down that third base line. He squares, he pulls back, looks at the pitch outside. And whenever you see a hitter like Cooney just pull the bat back, I'm sure Fedro started thinking, I really hope I have dental insurance.
Yes.
As he backpedaled. Flower Mound, Texas native. And the pitch fouled back left side out of play. Now, I have to find out exactly the details because I can't remember. But Cooney, even though he's from Texas, he does have Hawaii ties. Some sort of family ties or something I believe. I think that's what I was told.
Do we need to ask his mom on X?
Yeah, you want you to text? She's probably up on
She's probably listening. So she should probably just send it on her own without having us ask.
Send it to Josh.
Yeah.
I can't walk and chew gum. Josh can text and watch and call a game all at the same time. That one foul left side out of play. Hawaii 4, Hawaii Hilo 4 here in the bottom of 5th inning, what has turned out to be an extremely competitive midweek matchup. And kind of had a feeling it would be, at least early. Kind of similar to a year ago when these two hooked up in Hilo. Quick throw over to first, back into the bag is Kinsey. I mean, it was a one-run game up until about the 6th inning or so last year. And then Hawaii's offense just started going, and the pitching for Hilo kind of fell apart. And I think the final was like 15-2. But it's not an indication of how close that game was for a majority of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Cooney. The pitch from Leon, and fouling it off at the plate, staying alive is Cooney. So Hawaii back at it for conference play this weekend against Season, a team that has been a disappointment, I think you have to say, right? At this point of the season?
Yeah.
They've kind of changed a lot of things, not just their ballpark, but the makeup of their team as well during the offseason. And, there's a throw to first. It gets away from Iquez. Not his fault. He'll go down the foul line. Rounding second on his way to third is Kinsey, and they're going to hold him up there. That'll be an E1 on the throw to first by Leon, trying to get Kinsey. He just threw it into the carpet. Nothing Iquez could do there. And it went into foul territory down the right field line. And Kinsey, who runs well, easily motors over to third. And now the go-ahead runner is just 90 feet away with nobody out. And another RBI opportunity for Cooney.
You kind of wonder, are we starting to see what you described in the game in Hilo last year?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling when I said that.
And I think you can start to see Hilo feeling that way too.
Yeah.
Third baseman's playing a little bit in.
Well, they initially showed infield in, and now they moved back.
Or at least shortstop's coming in halfway.
Cooney wants to just at least get one in the air deep enough to score the runner from third. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. Cooney shakes his head. And I think that's more not in disagreement, but by can't believe I let that one go. It was a good pitch, though. That was a really nice pitch by Leon. His first strikeout. First out here in the 5th inning. So we'll see what Connor Palmera could do. The catcher. Fly down. He is struck out. The infield now will come in, Josh, after that strikeout.
This is going to be Hunter Faldo, who's going to pinch in for Palmera.
So Hunter will probably stay in. I mean, he is a catcher. Out of Mililani. Fouls the first pitch.
And that in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company, where your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase.
Faldo only a 167 hitter on the year. He's 5 for 30. He does have a couple of RBIs. An RBI right here would give UH the lead. The curveball misses inside. Hawaii has kind of a 3-catcher rotation. You don't see that very often. And we were spoiled for so many years with Dallas J. Duarte. Fastball bounces in the carpet. I mean, you don't really appreciate, I think, Dallas, even though we really appreciated him when he was here. But you even don't appreciate even more now that he's gone what he did.
Right.
And how he was so good offensively and working with the pitchers. Now, the pitching has been really good this year, so the catchers in that aspect have done a good job. Here's the 2-1 with the infield in. Hard hit ball in the left field for a base hit. With the infield drawn in, no chance for the shortstop, Kadota, to even react. That one flew right by him in the left, so an RBI single scores Kinsey from third to make it a 5-4 Rainbow Warrior lead and give the RBI to Faldo, his third on the year. And that run, of course, scored is brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Oh, now I get to do it?
No, you do the first part, and I do the last part. So you go, brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
It's not just sporting goods. It's the way of life.
No, I get the way of life. Come on, Josh.
Oh, man.
Gosh. Runner going, and the pitch fouled off by Bowen.
You know, we haven't
It's
consistently spent time together in here.
You know, that's true. And it's I take responsibility for that. My fault. But I don't expect you to make that mistake again when Hawaii scores their 6th run.
Got it.
Okay?
Duly noted.
Duly noted.
Once you said Korean food, I forgot all the rules.
I hear you. Leon taking his time, and now he brings it down, and he misses outside. Will Bowen getting the nod in right field tonight. Still looking for a base hit. He's 0 for 2. A couple of flyouts. Another throw over to first, and back in plenty of time is Faldo. Now, I would be really surprised if Faldo takes off. Leon comes set at the belt. Brings the pitch down, and it's hit foul on the first base side. He was.
He was.
I'm trying to look here real quickly. I can't imagine Faldo's even. No, he's 0 for 1. He has attempted a stolen base.
That's right.
Wow, that surprises me. Why not?
Well, sometimes it's not as much about who the runner is as compared to how comfortable you are with the hitter at the plate.
Yep. A 1-2, a bit high and outside. One of the best base stealers I can remember seeing for UH. was a guy named Todd Takiyoshi. You know who Todd
Yeah.
is, right? Todd was a catcher. But gosh, that guy, he knew he was such a smart base runner. He would steal third a lot. And he was a catcher. He was a heck of a player. 2-2 now. Waiting patiently, Bowen. There goes the runner. The pitch fouled and out of play. So Faldo getting a good workout, sprinting down the second now. 3 pitches in a row? I mean, you got to have speed to be a good base runner, but it's a lot more than just how fast you run. Timing, reading pitchers. Real good base stealers, it's an art. Lou Brock, Ricky Henderson, God, they were good. Another pitch on the outside corner, called strike 3. That one had a late break. Nice job by Leon. And Bowen will take a seat on the bench. Second strikeout of the inning for Leon. And they're 2 away now. Hawaii has scored a run on the RBI single by pinch hitter Hunter Faldo. And here's Kevin Ferguson. Ferguson is not just perfect today. He's perfect on the season. Tonight, though, he is 2 for 2 with an RBI.
And he's not just perfect on the season.
In
He's
his
perfect
career.
for his career.
That's true. I mean, these are all facts. Very small sample size. There goes the runner again. Here comes the throw, a bit high, sliding in Faldo, and he's safe. Hunter Faldo with his first career Rainbow stolen base.
Not a bad throw by Cook, the catcher. It was just a little too high. That allowed Faldo to slide in under the tag.
That was like the 5th or 6th straight time he tried to steal second base. He finally was able to get down there. All the other ones, the balls are being fouled off. So Ferguson can bring in another run right here at the base knock. The pitch down to him at the knees for a strike.
Well, nowadays, I mean, catchers are a lot more athletic than they used to be.
Absolutely. Well, they were always pretty athletic. They just weren't fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you squat down all the time.
They got the count wrong on the board, by the way. It's 0-2.
Thank you. It hasn't been a great weekend for the scoreboard operator. The 0-2 pitch, cut on and miss, strike 3. So Leon, oh no, what happened? There's 3 outs.
Yeah, there's 3 out. Why are they looking at the runner?
The catcher's running out towards second to take the runner, but that was the 3rd out. I guess everybody had no idea how many outs there were, and Cook said, I'm not going to take any chances. And with his mask even still on, he ran all the way out towards second because the base runner was off the base there, and that was Faldo, and he tagged him for the 4th out of the inning.
Look, he just wanted some exercise, okay?
Yeah, he got it. All right. So the 5th inning is pal. You can tell it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. For Hawaii, they do pick up a run to take their first lead, and after 5 in Manoa, it's Hawaii 5, Hilo 4. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly, and if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide, because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions, defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer, and improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
After 5 innings, the line score reads for the Bows, 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors. For the Vulcans, 4 runs on 7 hits and 3 errors. And guess what, Josh? Kyle Dobbins was so impressive, and he really was in the top of the 5th inning, that Rich Hills decided to bring him out for another inning. And so that kind of shows you something, that he opened up a little bit of eyes, I think, to Keith Zuniga, the pitching coach, and the Rich, that they said, let's get him out there extended another inning. He looked sharp. He was dealing that fastball.
7 pitches thrown in that inning, 8. And not only that, it's a 1-run game.
That's true.
I think you also take that into account.
So Reese Cadota will step in to lead things off, the shortstop. He didn't start the game. In fact, he was on the bench. But when the starting shortstop, Braden Mondu, was hit by a pitch, he had to leave, and Cadota has been out there ever since. 1 ball, no strikes. Dobbins quickly brings the pitch down. Hit on the ground out to second. Lancaster brings it over to first. And 4 straight put down by Dobbins since coming in last inning. Dobbins has always been kind of an interesting guy to me because he can throw really hard.
Yeah.
It's not obviously all about how hard you throw, but, guys that throw in the mid-90s, they don't grow on trees. They grow on vines. Fedro, the third baseman, he'll step in. Remember Mark Fedro from last year, along with Vance O'Shirley. I mean, you mentioned a lot of new faces, a lot of young guys, but a couple of guys who've been around a bit. Fedro, one of them. Fedro has singled in 2 plate appearances. Dobbins brings down the pitch low. And it's 1-1 to Fedro.
By the way, you were correct in mentioning Hunter Faldo does stay in the game. He is catching.
Yeah. Dobbins from the stretch fires that fastball. And that's a nice pitch right at the waist for a strike. Dobbins, of all the pitchers we've seen tonight, I mean, Max Jones was pretty good in that 1 inning we saw him. He didn't give up a hit. He struck out a batter, but, Rainieri wasn't that good. There's strike 3. Dropped by the catcher. Faldo. He'll throw it down to first. And there's 2 down. That's the 3rd strikeout in an inning and 2/3 for Dobbins. But you look at Rainieri, he couldn't even get it out. Zach 10 through 2 innings, but he struggled. Danny Veloz, who threw an inning, looked pretty good, and now Dobbins an out away from his 2nd inning of work out of the bullpen.
Sorry, sir. Pinch hitter here is Arthur Soto, who will hit for Tui Iquez.
All right, so we get our first look at Soto. He swings, pops one up, foul territory, shallow right field. Cooney, the first baseman, goes into foul territory and gets there in time to make the catch. Mr. Soto, we barely even knew you. 1 pitch, 1 out, and that ends the 6th inning for the Vulcans. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We played 5.5 on a Tuesday night in Manoa. It's Hawaii 5, Hawaii Hilo 4. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
When you got the hungries, go to Young's Fish Market in Honolulu. Young's Fish Market is your headquarters for an extensive menu full of local favorites. Get the Lau Lau plate, Kalua pig, or the beef stew. How about tripe stew, pipi kaula, lomi salmon, and squid luau. Get 10% off for Military Monday, Senior Tuesdays 60 and over, or every day for EMS, law enforcement, and firefighters. Just show your ID. Visit youngsfishmarket.com, home of the famous Wow Lao Lao.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
5-4 our score as we begin the bottom of the 6th inning. Hawaii and Hawaii Hilo, UH, with a run in the first, 3 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth. For the Vulcans, a run in the second, 2 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. And so that's where we are at the moment. And by the way, Soto, who came in as a pinch hitter, he'll stay in the game and he'll play first base. And is Leon still the pitcher? That's the question.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
By the way, we talked about Itsuki Takimoto, 2-way player. I found a 3rd skill of his, 4th outside of drumming. Really? He's a good water delivery guy to the umpires.
Oh, yeah.
We just saw him having a friendly conversation with Michael Chuckerman earlier.
Kamana Nahaku steps in, the leadoff hitter of the inning and of the team, and he looks at a strike.
And it's not just here's the water, but have a conversation, and then he runs back to the dugout. He doesn't just walk, he runs.
he's involved. When he's not playing, he likes to still be involved. The 0-1, that one hit in the air out towards left center field. That could be trouble. It drops in. It's a fair ball. It is trouble. It'll go all the way to the wall, and Nahaku will trot in standing up at second with a leadoff double. Hit it out to left center field. Nobody could get to that one, and a good start to the sixth offensively for the Bows.
You can feel the bats have woken up now.
A little bit. Yep.
Hilo just kind of put a charge into things, second, third, and fourth innings, and Hawaii has since responded with 4 consecutive runs, and now 10 hits.
And Draven Nushida, whose last at-bat drove in a run in the fourth inning, comes up. Nushida has reached on an error and scored. He is lined out and singled and drove in a run. Nushida hitting from the left side, the transfer from Cal State Fullerton. Leon last inning gave up a run, but he did strike out 3. So maybe Colin Miyatake saying, good and bad in that half inning. Let's just see what he can do here a second time out there. 5-4, Hawaii leading. Leon taking his time. Can time him with a sand dial. Finally brings it down. It's high and outside. He and the starter, Groff, very deliberate to the plate.
To Leon's defense, though, pitch clock was at 10 when he did throw it. Was it him or was it the pitch clock operator?
Good point. The next pitch, Nushida takes that one inside. Yeah, you mentioned it. You look up at the scoreboard now, and all of a sudden Hawaii has 10 hits. There haven't been any home runs in this game. There were no home runs right in the series last one by Davis in that first game. That was it. But all weekend, the weather here was pretty like it is right now still. I mean, you look out at the flagpoles over the right center field wall, and they're just laying there. No breeze to speak of. 3-1 the count to Nushida. Runner out at second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Leon fires. Breaking ball. In for a strike as Nushida takes it. Zage Lancaster on deck for Hawaii. Tomorrow, Hawaii will fly to the left coast. And there's ball 4, well outside. Nushida will take his free base, and the first 2 get on base here in the bottom of the sixth inning. And here comes Colin Miyatake, which will mean that will be the end, I would imagine, for Mr. Leon. And we'll see what the Vulcans have left in their bullpen. Now, we know Hawaii plays in conference on Friday. Do the Vulcans have, when's their next game?
They have Chaminade coming up, and that's going to be in Hilo. Sunday doubleheader, Monday doubleheader. They do doubleheaders in the Pac-West Conference, so it's a lot of baseball. 16 innings of baseball in a day.
And they have a tournament as well, and they have a couple more teams, I think, than the Big West does, right? Don't they have 13 teams, I think?
12, yeah.
And only 4, the top 4, make it to the Pac-West tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a right-hander coming out of the bullpen. By the way, we get to tell you that the sixth inning is brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union for life as Hilo partner heads back to the pen.
Well, it looks like Kyle Casado is the pitcher. Is that who you got?
That's what the board says. Kyle Casados, yes.
Casados, who spells his last name Casados, is a 5'6", 660-pound left-hander out of Pearl City.
He has a record of 1-0, 6.57 earned run average in 12 1/3 innings. Does have an issue with control. 10 walks to 9 strikeouts on the year for Casados.
So Casados continuing his warm-up tosses in relief of Orlando Leon, who gave up a leadoff double to Nahaku and then walked Nushida. Hawaii 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors. For the Vulcans, 4 runs, 7 hits, and they have committed 3 errors. And that's been one of the problems as well for the Vulcans this year, Josh, has been their fielding. You look at their team fielding average, at 9:59, and that's not very good.
No. Yeah, that won't get it done in a good baseball conference. Hilo, I mean, you remember the years. They were Division I independent.
They were in the WAC for a little while with
That too,
Hawaii.
yeah.
I remember those days.
But Kalamiyataki's first couple of years, they were winning games. They've dropped back a little bit. Talked to Cala many times. The difficulties of being a do-it-all head coach when you're not just coaching, but you're the lead fundraiser. You're doing all the institutional stuff. It's not like Division I programs where you have an army of people around you that can help make that happen.
Yep, you do it definitely for the love of the game because you're not going to get rich as a D2 head coach. All right. Casados has completed his warm-up tosses. Lancaster steps in with 2 aboard and nobody out here in the 6th inning. 5-4 UH. And turning around and looking back towards second and finally throwing it over there. Casados. Nakaoka in left, Lane in center. Playing pretty deep for the right-hand swinging Lancaster, who almost put one out yesterday. He's going to show a bunt. He lays it down third base side, but it'll roll foul. Had the right idea. Kind of thought he caught the defense off guard a bit for the Vulcans, but unfortunately that one went foul.
I like that. I like that play, not just, given that you've got a great opportunity here to kind of put pressure on the Vulcan defense, but I'd also say Hawaii does, if there's anything you'd like to see Hawaii work on a bit better, it is the small ball.
I agree. I mean, they do it a lot, but can still get better at it. So Lancaster steps back in. Corner infielders playing in. That's Soto now at first and Fedro over at third. They're both in on the green, expecting Lancaster to try to lay one down again. He shows it, pulls back. That pitch comes inside. And did he foul it off or did it hit him?
I think they're going to say it hit his bat.
So then it'd be a foul ball. Yeah. I think that is what the call is. So 0-2, the scoreboard says. I would imagine that would take the bunt sign off, but with Rich Hill, you can never, ever, ever assume anything. We saw it last night, the way it ended the game, right?
Yeah.
Walk-off balk because Jared Kwan was trying to steal home, and that was a straight steal of home. You don't ever see that anymore in baseball.
Not by design.
Yeah, not by design. So 0-2 to Lancaster. And the pitch, that one hit in the air out towards left center field, coming across the center fielder, and he gets to it. That's Lane. He had a long way to cover, but that ball hung up there, and he went into the gap in left center and pulls it down for out number 1. And poor Lancaster probably thought he had at least 1, maybe 2 RBIs on that.
I wish we had one of those radar guns on how fast Lane was running.
He was hauling.
Man, that was a gapper. If not for Lane's just straight trucking it into left center.
I didn't think he would get to it, but the ball hung up, and I thought, oh, my gosh, he is flying. He might, and he did. Terrific play in center field by Lane. 1 down, runner still at first and second. Here's a cleanup hitter, Jack Salmon. Salmon officially 0 for 1 with a pair of walks. He's got some pop from the left side. And Salmon takes a big swing, comes up empty. Salmon, another one of those junior college kids that put up just monster numbers at that level at Golden West College. He's out of Newport Beach. Tin Salmon's nephew. And Salmon waits. Casados throws and misses.
He doesn't waste a lot of time. Not a lot of motion heading to the plate. Not really a slide step, but it's not a lot of arm and leg movement before he brings it down.
You also don't see a lot of 5'6" pitchers anymore.
True.
It wasn't that uncommon in college baseball not that long ago, but just like in every other sport, everybody's monsters. You look at Hawaii's pitching staff and how many guys are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'3". But there is still room for us shorter guys in the game. Mainly at second base. That's about it anymore, right? The next pitch from Casados is down for a strike. Nahaku's still out at second. Nishida at first. Soto, the first baseman, playing behind the runner. As Salmons looks for a pitch he can hit. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jack Salmon. Wants to send one upstream. He's not going to get a chance as Casado steps off the
They're going
rubber.
to call a pitch clock violation.
I was going to say, I think he was just going to not paying attention.
Well, he tried to step off in time. He stepped off the rubber, but didn't call time as the clock hit 0.
So with that ball on the board now, the count has gone full. The Salmon hits one on the ground left side, going all the way over into the hole was Kadota. He can't get to it. It goes into the outfield for a base hit, and coming in and scoring is Nahaku from second. Going to third is Nishida, and give a base hit to Salmon. Hit it in the hole deep at short, but not very hard. Kadota was actually shaded towards second. He ran all the way towards the hole, reached down, and couldn't come up with the ball as it went under and into left field. So give Salmon the RBI, give Hawaii the run. It's 6-4 Bows with one away here in the 6th. And that run is brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
It's not just sporting goods.
It's a way of life. Hey, we did it. High five. All right.
It's about time. 6 runs in.
Yeah, it only took us 6 innings to get that down. So Salmon gets the RBI, and here comes Kendron Kinsey, who's been out at short all game for Jordan Donahue, getting a rest here tonight. Kinsey has walked. He has lined out. He had an infield single and scored back in the 5th inning. 6-4 Hawaii. Hawaii has scored now in 4 of the 6 innings. And Kinsey can add another run with a base hit. So it's almost like, Josh, it feels Hawaii has just kind of started to wear down the Vulcans, and very similar to a year ago over there on the Big Island. Casado's pitch foul back off the netting. So the Bows go to CSUN for a 3-game series, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Josh will be there hanging out in Northridge.
Catching some sun.
Do you have a go-to place for meals in Northridge?
It's going to sound really lazy. There's a P.F. Chang's across the street from
I know
the hotel.
exactly what you're saying. There used to be a mall over there too, right?
Yeah, that's the same place.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And there's a foul ball.
He popped up the bunt.
Oh, is that what he did?
Yeah, he popped up a bunt, and it was caught by the catcher.
So a foul out to Cook from Kinsey, who was trying to bunt himself on and also try to bring in the run from third. Neither worked, and there's 2 down. So we'll see if Aiden Cooney can get another run on the board. 6-4 Hawaii, bottom of the 6th inning. Nishida still over at third base and Salmon at first. Cooney has struck out a pair of times. He's also singled in a run and stole a base. Casado's trying to get through this, not giving any more damage up. And Cooney lines one right off the glove of the shortstop, Kadota, and then he has the time to underhand it over to second, where Oshiro is covering. He jumped, and he didn't have to on the line drive to short. He dropped the ball and then picked it up and gets it to Oshiro for the force out at second to end the 6th inning. Hawaii, though, however, adds another run to the ledger, and after 6 here in Manoa, it's Hawaii 6, Hawaii Hilo 4, and you're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Rooted in Hawaiian values, we believe in honoring the Aina, land, supporting our community, and living with aloha in everything we do. You can find us at most stores across the islands or learn more at waiakea.com. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Glad you can join us on this Tuesday evening. Scott Robbs, Josh Pacheco, and a nice crowd for this one. Hawaii and Hilo. We played 6 innings for the Bows, 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors. For the Vulcans, 4 runs on 7 hits, and they have committed 3 errors. Now, Josh, we did the same thing. I think it was Saturday night. I worked really hard in my 3 innings to get you a lead. You did a good job. You held on to the lead, and even I think maybe added a run on Saturday.
Yep.
I'm going to leave you with a 6-4 advantage going to the 7th inning. Can you hang on?
I think I can.
Okay, I believe in you.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
hold on. Let me introduce you. To take you the rest of the way, the voice of Rainbow Baseball, Josh Pacheco. Go ahead, Josh.
Scott, thank you. I was going to say, you worked so hard in those middle innings on Saturday. We had to towel you off afterwards.
Oh, man. Well, that it was a little humid that night.
Hawaii's going to throw its 6th pitcher of the game here, and it's Anthony Andrews here in the top of the 7th inning. As this call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Kyle Dobbins, I'd say right now, has been the pitcher of the game for UH, and that sounds somewhat obvious. But what Dobbins did since coming in, he pitched 2 innings, he struck out 3, and retired all 6 batters he faced.
And I think he is now showing that he is going to get more chances.
First pitch, bouncer to the right side from Clay Alana. Bouncer over to second, picked up by Shunsuke Sakaino, who's entered the game. Tosses it over to first for out number 1.
Oh.
So, as you can see, in a 6-4 game, a little bit of a change there. So, Alana out. Noah Nakaoka steps up. Dobbins, 3 strikeouts in 2 innings. 15 pitches thrown, 13 of them for strikes. Nakaoka, RBI double his last time, and he hammers one on the ground, left side, base hit. So Nakaoka is 2 for 3, top of the order around Vance Oshiro.
Yeah, but think about that. Nakaoka, this is a big deal probably. He's hitting in the 9 hole. He's got a couple of hits against UH.
He's a freshman.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Good for him.
Good for him.
So top of the order, Oshiro, who is 1 for 3. He singled back in the 3rd inning. So, yeah, Sakaino straight switch for Lancaster. That change between innings. First pitch, breaking ball is up and inside. 1 ball, no strikes. That in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company, where your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. 1-0 in on the hands, and that's rolled foul left side. Count it 1-1. Noah Lane is the on-deck hitter. And so Lancaster, who, remember, started the season as the opening day second baseman.
Yes, he did.
And Sakaino took over in a matchup, and, well, the rest is history.
Yeah, hasn't looked back since.
1-1 misses away. 2 balls and a strike.
Though I thought Sakaino maybe had his roughest weekend at the plate against UC Davis. He struck out a lot more than we've seen and kind of struggled a bit.
2-1. Pitch from Andrews is floated over the first baseman, Cooney, into shallow right field. Rounding second, trying for third is Nakaoka. He'll get there. A 1-out single for Oshiro puts the tying run now at first base with 1 out here in the 7th.
Nice job by Oshiro. He kind of just muscled that one in the shallow right field opposite field. And, that was a good pitch by Dobbins. Just got to give credit to Oshiro finding a way to dump it into the outfield.
See a pinch hitter here for Noah Lane. That is Chris Varlin, who will hit here. Lane had that RBI triple back in the 3rd inning.
I remember Varlin from last year.
That's
I
right.
think he was a starter last year, wasn't he?
Varlin, a senior outfielder, shows bunt, pushes it down left side. Runner at third slipped. Ball picked up by the third baseman. Throw to first is not in time. And the bases are loaded. That's going to be an infield single. And over at third, Nakaoka clapping his hands on the ground. He got either very fortunate or very unfortunate about the slip.
You know, that's a really great point because maybe if he doesn't slide, they bring the ball home instead of over to first base and they get him there. It was a close play at first. Here comes Rich Hill. You got to keep in mind, no TV here tonight, so there's no replay monitor.
And I think here's why. I was watching the runner Varlin going up the line, and it didn't look like he touched the outer base. It looked like his foot touched the inner base. And with the rules with the two bases, you have to be fair on the outer base, not the inner base. So even if you got there on the inner base in time, you're still out.
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, but I guess then why have the outer base?
Exactly.
This happened.
That's true.
I want to say it was Stetson versus Florida, and that play ended up under review, and it was under protest. It was first couple of weeks of the year.
Yeah, I remember reading about that.
That's, this is the first year where this rule is in full. We saw it in the SEC tournament last year, and now it's a college baseball-wide rule. So all three of our umpires are getting together, Michael Chuckerman.
And keep in mind, the reason why they did that was for safety purposes.
Yeah. While they're talking, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Scott Robbs, Josh Pacheco, a 6-4 Hawaii lead on Hawai'i Hilo. Vulcans right now, and I say right now in quotes, have the bases loaded. But we will see what they do here with this runner at first base. Did he get even a piece of his foot on the outer bag?
Well, they took a long time sitting there and talking things over.
What's the call here? They are going to say he's out. He did not touch the outer base. So that's a great job by Rich Hill pointing it out. Umpires got together, and we saw John Matson, the first base umpire. He signaled challenge, review, pointed. The motion he gave was kind of like an outer wave to signal that he didn't touch the right base. And Varlin is out.
So I would imagine that it just goes down as a 3 unassisted. You give it to the nearest
sacrifice bunt.
Oh, that's true.
So Callum Miyataki talking with home plate umpire Michael Chuckerman.
Let's see what they're going to do.
Well, it's he didn't hit the outer base. He hit the wrong base. Yeah.
How are you going to score?
Sack bunt? We'll see. Yeah, we're having an inner monologue on the outer air. They're going to figure that out.
I'm glad I don't have to scorekeep games officially anymore.
I know. you had your life there.
Well, when I used to do it, there wasn't another bag at first, so I never had to worry about that.
Well, while I'm going to put it down as a sacrifice because that's the only way it makes sense. That would have gone 5-3.
But was it a sacrifice? Was he bunting?
Well, that's true because Nakaoka was still at third. That's a great point. The runner from first did go over. Conversation continuing, by the way, up the first base line with Callum Miyataki and Michael Chuckerman. But I think it's trying to end this conversation.
In that case, it's probably up to the discretion of the official scorekeeper. That's what I would say. And so whatever Darren Iha, our outstanding official scorekeeper, the only negative thing about Darren is he's an Oregon grad. But he is a local boy.
So there's 2 out. Runners at second and third. Pinch hitter here is Brandon Wada, who will hit for Cody Min. Second and third, 2 away. Pitch to Wada, swung on and missed, strike 1. As that pitch ran over the inner half. Wada, 250 hitter, 2 home runs, 5 RBI. Next pitch to him. Swung on a miss, gets through the legs of the catcher. He doesn't see it, and that's going to bring the runner over from third. It went through his legs on the pitch, went through his legs and behind. Call it a wild pitch, and it's now 6-5. Yeah, he had him out in front of a breaking ball. That's a tough break. It's a 1-run game. Now the tying runs at third. The pitch is a bit high. So that changes things just a little bit more. Counts at 1-2. Again, they did credit wild pitch, bringing Nakaoka in. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And right in the glove of Faldo. That will wrap up the top of the 7th inning. But the Vulcans do get one back. They're still figuring out the scoring, but it is 1 run for now on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We'll head to the last of the 7th. Hawaii leading Hilo 6-5. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha. My name is Gino Sequena, Executive Director of the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council, an organization that has served Hawaii for over 6 decades. We are one big ohana of the top 15 construction trade unions in Hawaii, and it's highly likely that you, your friends, or family members are employed by one of our trades. No matter where you go in Hawaii, you're bound to see one of the projects or communities we have helped build and sustain. Mahalo to all of you for your support to help us in working together to build a better tomorrow.
At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dial Electric Supply, we see the light.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 6-5. Hawaii leading Hawaii Hilo. Hilo bringing on its 5th pitcher of the evening, and it is John Navarro, a sophomore right-hander. Navarro, a redshirt senior, making his 11th appearance. Navarro is 0-1, a 4.76 earned run average in 11 3/3 innings. So he gets in here in a 6-5 game in what has been kind of weirdly entertaining, Scott, here in the last few innings.
It is, but we have some special guests up here. We were talking about Aiden Cooney, and I said, I know he has a local tie, but I couldn't remember what it was. His parents are here. I'm going to hold the mic of my headset, and maybe you can ask his father and his mom a couple questions.
All right, good. Or you just put it on. It doesn't matter. So, because you might not hear the microphone very clearly. But what is the tie, the local tie with your son Aiden?
I'm a La'io boy.
Okay.
So I'm from the North Shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where the North Shore blood comes from. You were telling me earlier.
Yes, sir.
Nice. And mom's here, right?
Hi.
She's here. All right, so the family's here. I had said on X earlier, come by, say hello. So they did. Perfect. As the first pitch is taken for a strike. So that's awesome.
Thank you so much. When we don't have video to watch, it's so great to listen to guys.
Awesome.
And hear the broadcast. I'm listening while I'm here. It's like
Awesome.
This is the big question for me, at least. Where's Flower Mound? Is it up by Dallas?
yes, 20 minutes north of Dallas.
Strike 2 taken by Hunter Faldo. No balls, 2 strikes.
How long have you guys been in Texas?
Since 2014.
Okay. Nice. Awesome. Well, Aiden's been great to watch when we've got the opportunity, so it's good to see him. Fastball misses away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Special place, special team.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you still have lots of family on the island.
No, most of my family moved to the mainland.
Yeah, it's hard. 1-2, curveball down and away.
Well, thank you for letting your son come play at the University of Hawaii, and I'm glad you guys came up here. And there is a local tie.
There you go. This is investigative journalism in 2025.
That's right.
Good to meet you guys.
Yeah, thank you, both of you.
2-2 the count. The pitch to Faldo is high and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
That's very cool.
That is. This is why baseball on the radio, more than any other sport, makes so many connections. 2-2. Swing and a bouncer up the middle. That's a base hit. So Faldo, who had the RBI single back in the 5th inning, has his second hit. And he reaches to start the bottom of the 7th inning.
So I guess the next question would be, who tipped off the UH coaching staff to this kid in Texas that has Samoan ties to the La'i side of the island.
Oh, you know how that goes, right? Here's Will Bowen.
I see a lot of cars leaving, so the exhibition volleyball match against Wisconsin must be Powell.
That's right.
Yeah, looks like they must have had a pretty decent crowd. Not surprising.
Third baseman crashing in. Bowen showed bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes the first offering high and outside, 1-0. Bowen struck out looking his last time up. Yeah, reminder, that's so they had the exhibition tonight, and then they go to Kauai for the last one.
Which is very cool.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to hold clinics and stuff like that, I think, too, right?
1-0, misses up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. It's weird that it's on Wednesday, going and playing 1 o'clock, but hey, I'm doing it for the kids.
For the kids.
1-1. Navarro, the 5th pitcher of the afternoon or the evening here for Hilo.
It has been afternoon for a long time, Josh.
I know. That bounces and it hit Bowen on his foot in the batter's box. So it's a hit by pitch. And the first 2 reach base here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And by the way, in that exhibition, Wisconsin won 3-1.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Hawaii took the first. Wisconsin took the next 3. Reed Gunderson, 12 kills. Audrey Hollis, 9 kills, 16 assists.
Yeah, there are a lot of new faces on this Rainbow Wahine team.
Get a battery meeting here. Hawaii, this is, it feels weird to say, just given the pace and the flow of this game, that it is a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 7th inning, 6-5.
Yeah, and I think we get kind of caught up in it. It's Hilo, and, everybody knows everybody. And so you kind of you get kind of a false sense of security, but also you look up, it's the bottom of the 7th inning, and it's anybody's game still.
Right.
And, if Hawaii doesn't win this game, let's say they lose, it doesn't hurt their RPI, but it does hurt. It hurts in a lot of ways, including reputation.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think you brought up the other day about, UW losing to a Division III school.
Was it the Lutz of Pacific
Lutheran, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you want to continue to build momentum. You've won 5 in a row. You want to keep that going when you go on the road. Here's Kevin Ferguson, who shows bunt and bunts it back foul. Ferguson has an RBI single that came back in the 4th. He doubled in the 2nd. He's 2 for 3. 6-5 Hawaii here in the bottom of the 7th.
By the way, Josh, I don't think we've once mentioned that tonight is Norwegian night. I am of Norwegian heritage.
Oh, are you?
I am. Almost quite a bit on my father's side.
Okay.
I don't know anything about Norwegian culture, but it just seems kind of odd that we'd have a Norwegian night in Hawaii.
Right. 0-1, bunt shown again, and that is put down. No, he didn't put it down. It went through and into the glove of the catcher. It's 0-2. And as you might be able to hear, it's 9:15. It's a weeknight, and we got some rowdy people here.
I think they're drunk.
I didn't want to make the assumption. As time is called, they're calling a pitch clock violation on the hitter.
Wow.
And he's out. And Rich Hill's looking out at the third base umpire, perplexed. So Ferguson with the rare pitch clock strikeout, and there is the first out of the 7th. You got to remember that there's a period of time where you have to engage, and Ferguson didn't. So here is Kamana Nahaku, who is 2 for 4, doubled and scored his last time up, and they're going to turn, throw over to second base, and just walk Faldo back over.
So with all these new rules, like the outside bag at first and the pitch clock, how would you score that then?
Well, they scored as a strikeout.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Because I assume that's what you would have to do, right?
Yep. Next pitch, hit hard on the ground, foul left side. And it's 0-1 to Nahaku. They put it down, and I go by live stats the way they put it down. So foul ball, swinging strike, and then they just put a K, which is a generic strike.
No, I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But the pitcher really gets a big one with that extra strike, right? He only had to throw 2 strikes to get a strikeout.
That's true. 0-1. Fastball above the letters. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's weird and I'm not the first person to say it. Major League Baseball, pitch clock has certainly worked. College baseball, it has not, as we now have a warning to the pitcher to make sure he engages with the hitter.
I don't like all this stuff.
Really?
Making it too complicated. Just play the game.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 on, 1 away. Navarro ready, and he turns, and he'll throw back over to second where Faldo is.
You know, a lot of people say baseball's too long. I think that's what makes the game so beautiful. There's no clock.
Yeah.
You know, this game theoretically could never end.
That's
theoretically,
correct.
it could. It could last for years.
That is correct. But you know what?
It won't.
Population isn't like that nowadays. 1-1. Breaking ball on the carpet.
Well,
good stop by Cook, the catcher. It's 2-1.
That's kind of my point. I think we have a society of attention deficit disorder, and nobody can really pay attention for very long. And so I can see where baseball has to make some changes. I mean, I understand why they're doing it, and I don't disagree why. It's just I'm an old school. I like the game the way it was. I'm okay for 3.5 hour games.
2 balls and a strike. The offering. Breaking ball. This is hit high in the air out to left field, but Nakaoka to his left. He reaches out and makes the catch. Everybody will head back. They were on the move. At least Faldo was on the pitch. And there's 2 away.
I think what baseball is trying to do is to speed up the game within the game, and I agree with that. You know, there's a lot of downtime, right? And how many times in Major League Baseball would guys step out, readjust their batting gloves after those kind of things? I'm 100% in favor of speeding up.
Well, I'm going to cross sports here. 6'5", Hawaii, bottom 7. 2 away, 2 on for Draven Nushida. I'm going to cross sports here for a moment and throw out the, Wimbledon.
Uh-huh.
As Nushida swings, lines this into center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Faldo rounds third, will come in to score. Here's the throw over to third base. The tag. He is safe. And over to second goes Nushida as Bowen was able to go first to third. It's an RBI base hit for Nushida. Hawaii extends its lead. It is 7-5 in the 7th.
Nushida, a couple of clutch hits here in this game tonight for Hawaii. A couple of RBIs doing the job. And he's a guy who's going to get a lot of playing time now with Ickes out, right? He's going to probably be either in left or at third most games.
Yeah. So 7-5, that run, as all of them are, brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. Where were you? Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Not just life.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
boy. But you need
Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
It's not just sporting goods.
It's a way of life. See, I got the back end of it correct. I got to work on the front end. That was on me, Josh.
Shunsuke Sakino's first at bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Runners at second and third, 2 away. Pitch to Sakino is swung on and foul tip, and that got a piece of Cook behind the plate. And he is wobbly. Ooh.
He looks okay to me.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's just wobbling around.
Oh, come on.
Now he just needs to walk it off.
He's okay.
Home plate umpire's going to check with him.
He said, "How are you doing?" He goes, "I'm fine."
Hilo in the 8th will have Cook, Kadota, and Fedro. But first, Navarro's going to try to keep this at a 2-run game. 0-1 to Sakino is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Shunsuke hitting .370 with 16 runs driven in. He does have a home run. Team leader in batting average entering tonight. A ball and a strike. Next pitch. Fastball, a high bouncer toward first. Picked up on the low, hot by Soto, the first baseman. Runs over to the base, records the out 3 unassisted, and ends the inning. But Draven Nushida adding a run here for Hawaii in the 7th. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 base runners left. We'll go to the 8th. This one's been kind of entertaining here. 7-5 Hawaii over Hawaii Hilo. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV. delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
7 runs, 13 hits, no errors for Hawaii. 5 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Hawai'i Hilo. And UH goes back to its bullpen. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Pitcher number 7 is Charlie Adamson here for the Bows.
Yeah, we've seen him a little bit this year, making his 8th appearance, 3.38 ERA, no record. He's only thrown 8 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts for him.
Adamson replacing Anthony Andrews, who replaced Kyle Dobbins, who replaced Danny Veloz, who replaced Zachary Ten, who replaced Kaysen Rainieri, who replaced the opener Max Jones, who pitched an inning and was very solid, a strikeout in the first inning. This is what you normally get on a midweek. You get a lot of pitchers. Hawaii has said minimum 9 pitchers. We are at 7. As first pitch to Mason Cook is a strike. Andrews an inning, a run on 2 hits with a strikeout and a wild pitch. Next one fouled back. And it is 0-2 from Adamson to Mason Cook. Cook singled in the second. He is 1 for 3. Next one to the Vulcan catcher. Fastball off the plate away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. If you're just tuning in, Hilo actually had a 4-1 lead after 3.5 innings. 1-2, fastball. Cook pops it back out of play. got the run in the bottom of the first to take the early lead. Vulcans tied it up in the second on Noah Lane's RBI triple. Got 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth. 1-2, down and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's when came storming back. 3 in the fourth to 1 in the sixth. Then both teams have traded runs in the 7th inning. Like a slider missing low, and all of a sudden now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Cook. Reese Cadota is in the on-deck circle. 3-2 is low for ball 4. So Cook reaches here in the 8th. Cadota comes up. He was not the starter tonight at short. Braden Mondu was, but he was hit by a pitch on one that came up right near his face. He left the game in the second inning, had a towel over the left side of his face. We're hoping he's okay. I don't know if anybody has an opportunity to find out if we can get any word on him. Would love to pass it along if he's good. There's a called strike to Cadota. 0-1. He's grounded out to short twice. He is 0 for 2. So we hope our best for Mondu. 0-1. Pitch. Fastball. Cadota rips this out of play. Right side and foul. 0-2. Fedro on deck. Vulcans have 4 with Chaminade over at Francis Wong Stadium.
That'll be a pretty good matchup, I think.
Yeah. 0-2. The delivery. Down and outside. Faldo kept that from getting through his glove. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's been good to see Chaminade competitive. I mean, Chaminade 11-14 in conference, 13-17 overall.
only the second year of the program.
Right. 1-2, low and away.
I mean, they did have a program back in the, I think they shuttered the program like 1982 or something. Brought it back last year. Chad Konishi, former UH pitching coach, the head coach. And you got Matt Inoue, former Rainbow, on that staff. Keith Komeiji as well.
2-2, bouncer, 2-hopper to short. That's going to go off the glove of Kinsey and into shallow lefts. That was a hard hopper right into him. That's going to be an E6.
Yeah, no question, E6. And I think what happened was he started thinking of trying to turn the double play before he had the ball in his glove. And that's just a mental mistake every once in a while somebody makes, and Kinsey made it right there.
And out comes Rich Hill from the Hawaii dugout, because this creates an interesting moment now. Tying run is on base with nobody out in a 7-5 game, top of the 8th inning. I mean, Adamson was in good positions in each of those first 2 at-bats. He had an 0-2 count on both Cook and Kadota and couldn't put either of them away. I don't see anybody throwing in the Hawaii bullpen. So it seems like right now it's just an ask of Adamson to really settle things down. I mean, how would you characterize, Scott, Hawaii pitching? I mean, Max Jones looked good in the first. It's been a mixed bag here and there. Thought Dobbins looked good through 2 innings. How would you characterize Hawaii pitching tonight?
Inconsistent. Some good, some bad. But these are all the back-end guys, and, it is what you would kind of expect. And that's why they are out there in this midweek game against Hilo to try to work on some of those things so they become more consistent. But this game has actually turned into be kind of similar to what I thought it would be. I knew Hilo would come out and play hard against UH, and UH is putting a lot of guys that don't get a lot of chance to play in the big games out there tonight. So it kind of sets up a fairly even matchup, if you will, right?
That's also why it was kind of interesting to see Sakino subbed in here. Came in the 7th inning. I wonder what message that sends. Looked like he was going to have the night off. All of a sudden comes in for Zage Lancaster. So let's see what Mark Fedro does. RBI single to the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 3, and he's showing bunt with nobody out. Look at the runner at second. Fedro brings the bat back and takes a slider low and outside. Now for Adamson, he's just got to throw strikes. And now it looks like we'll start to see some work in the bullpen. 1-0. That's a lefty who's up and throwing. Bat brought forward, brings it back. That's down and away, 2-0. Just can't locate right now. See, that's grad assistant Trevor Ichimura out there looking at the lefty reliever throwing. Looks like they're going to get a righty moving as well. 2 balls, no strikes. That fastball is a bouncer through the right side. It's a base hit. They're going to wave around Cook. He is going to come in and he will score. Advancing to third goes Kadota. It's an RBI single for Fedro. And now the tying run is at third base with nobody out. 7-6 Hawaii. And that was cued pretty well with the first baseman drawn in a little bit, expecting the bunt.
Yeah, and also what it's doing now is starting to give him some late inning momentum and some confidence, I think, to the Vulcans. I mean, it's the bottom of the 7th inning, and like you mentioned, the tying run is at third base.
Fedro's 2nd RBI of the night. Arthur Soto fouled out to Cooney, the first baseman, back in the 6th inning. He's 0 for 1. Third baseman Nushida in just a tad. He's showing Buddy Soto put it down on the right side. He put it down foul.
Trying to pull a little UH on a UH.
Looked like a suicide squeeze there. Cohen Barton is the right-hander loosening for Hawaii.
I like that call, though. That was great.
Yeah.
Take a chance.
Why not? I mean, first baseman's holding the runner, so even more so at that point, you drop it that way, that could work. Now both corner infielders crashing in, breaking ball, swing and a miss, and stealing second is going to be Fedro. So now that takes the double play out of the situation. And it's an 0-2 count to Soto. A base hit, depending how well it's hit, could turn this one around. Adamson sets. The righty's 0-2. Swing and a chopper left side. Shortstop charge. He's going to throw. Get the runner at third. He is out. It's going to be a fielder's choice, but an RBI as Cadota scores from third. And we are now tied at 7 in the top of the 8th inning as Soto comes through with the run driven in.
These last couple of innings are going to be quite interesting, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Cadota scored. Pedro out trying to go to third. Soto goes to first on the fielder's choice RBI 6-5, and out comes Rich Hill from the Hawaii dugout, and that's going to be it for Charlie Adamson. There is no quit. I mean, hey, if anybody knows Callan Miyataki, they know that Callan Miyataki and his no excuses, no quit kind of demeanor, it rubs off on this baseball team. And if you didn't know about it, you know about it now. The way that they look right now on this field. It is a 7-7 game here in the top of the 8th inning, and Hawaii going back to its bullpen. This call to the bullpen brought to you by H-Camp, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back. 7-7, 1 on, 1 out. 2 have scored in the top of the 8th inning. With this pitching change, we step aside for a minute. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Had too much to drink tonight? Before you start your car, think. The police will set up sobriety checkpoints around the state. Besides getting arrested and losing your license, you could kill yourself and others around you. It can happen to you. So if you're driving impaired right now, park the car. Call your family or a taxi to pick you up. Remember, drunk driving, over the limit, under arrest. Don't drink and drive. Sponsored by the State Department of Transportation, County Police Departments, the Hawaii Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
Major League Baseball's opening weekend on ESPN Radio. The defending NL Central champion Milwaukee Brewers begin the season in the Bronx against Aaron Judge and the defending American League champion New York Yankees.
I'm looking forward to being back here. It's time to roll.
Look out, Aaron Judge. It's opening weekend. The Brewers at the Yankees
on ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Well, we are all level now. 7 apiece in the top of the 8th inning. Rich Hill pulls the plug on Charlie Adamson and now calls on the left-hander, Scotty, in Jimmy Urban.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of Jimmy Urban so far this year, making his 4th appearance. No record, no ERA. In fact, he's only thrown an inning in the 3rd. He's a guy that comes in there basically to face 1 or 2 batters. We'll see what the case is here tonight. But an inning in the 3rd, pitched all season, 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. So not a whole lot on the ledger. Small sample size of Jimmy Urban.
At this point now, you can almost just forget what day of the week it is. It's 7-7 in the 8th inning. All of the midweek stuff now just goes to the side, and you kind of wonder, more so on the Hawaii end than anything else, how do you play it moving forward?
Well, I think Rich has kind of showed it. He's going to leave it up to these guys. He's not going to put any of the frontline guys pitching or the position players. Now, Sakano did come in, but who knows what the reason was for that. But he's going to leave it up to these guys to go out there and to beat a Division II team like they should.
Big swing and a miss by Kalea Alana on the first pitch from Urban. Alana 2 for 3, singled in the 2nd and the 4th, grounded out to second in the 7th inning. Not a big lead for the runner at first. 0-1. Swing and a miss again. That is some heat from that left hand of Urban coming in on the hands of Alana.
Yeah, he really brought that one down, and way late was Alana on the swing. I would throw another fastball.
Yeah. Vulcans have played in 2 in the inning. Urban's pitch. Swing, and that's hit into left field. That's a hit for Alana, his 3rd of the evening. Moving over to second goes Soto, and now the go-ahead run is in scoring position with 1 out. I mean, you said throw a fastball again, and I think Alana was expecting it too.
Well, he was so far behind the last one, and maybe he was looking for something else. I don't know, but he connected with that one. He started his bat a little earlier.
Here's Noah Nakaoka. 2 for 3, RBI doubled in the 4th inning, singled in the 7th. 7-7 top 8. Pitch to the right-handed hitter. Swing, and that's sent back to the screen, foul. Hawaii in the bottom of the 8th. Salmon, Kinsey, Cooney. And we'll see if Navarro continues for Hilo. They do have a righty up and loosening in the bullpen down the right field side. Next pitch, fastball, got the outside edge for strike 2. That's the first take from a Hilo hitter against Urban. Outfield left to right, Salmon, Nahaku, and Bowen. Watch for them if one gets through. 0-2. In a swung on that, hit his body. And that is going to be a strikeout. He got so fooled on a breaking ball that came up and in on him. He swung, it hit his shoulder, and it's a strikeout.
I think I've done that on the PS5, but you don't see it a whole lot in real baseball. No, yeah, you're right. I mean, that ball came in, it did hit him, but he swung, and he missed, so it's a strikeout.
2 away, 7-7 game, top of the 8th inning. Here is Vance Oshiro. 2 singles and 4 at-bats, including his last one in the 7th inning. At second is Soto, Alani at first, 2 down. Pitch to Oshiro. Fastball high and outside, 1-0. How much more drama can you possibly have in the span of about 30 hours? Between a 13-inning game last night, we're tied here in the 8th, 1-0. Swing, Oshiro lifts it out of play to the right and foul. And don't take that as a complaint. Good baseball is good baseball, and I'm here for it every night.
Well, this is an entertaining game. I don't know if it's good baseball.
1-1, Oshiro, that's through into left field. It's a base hit. They're going to wave around Soto. Here comes the throw from left field. The dive. He is safe at home. And Hilo has taken an 8-7 lead on Oshiro's RBI knock to left. Just drew it right through the left side out of the reach of Nushida. Salmon with a pretty good throw, but the throw, I think, was a tad bit late. I don't think his hand got the base, but I think his foot did just before a tag, and that's how the Vulcans get ahead.
Yeah, good description. You're right. I think just a tad bit late, and you look at the scoreboard now, and you go, 3 runs across here in the 8th inning for the Vulcans. Hawaii's got some work to do. They still got to get out of this inning.
Alana goes from first to third, and here is Chris Varland, swings and misses at the first pitch. Varland was the one in the 7th. He had dropped a bunt down. He thought he was safe up the first base line, but Rich Hill appealed, saying he touched the wrong base, and that's what they ruled, and he was ultimately ruled out. 0-1. Varland swings and misses that one again. A pitch left up and away, 0-2.
Well, you're asking me about UH, and we'll find out how serious Rich Hill is if we see a bunch of pinch hitters coming up in the bottom of the 8th. How serious he is about wanting to end this.
0-2 from Urban. Outside, Faldo reaching around his body to his right to keep that from getting by, 1-2.
But Josh, keep in mind, like they had the walk-off win yesterday, which was the 5th already this season. This is what Hawaii is used to, and they're comfortable in this position.
1-2, high and outside, runner from first goal, and they're going to fake the throw there, and Oshiro's going to end up going to second base. So now 2 runners in scoring position. It's a 2-2 count. One thing Hilo does, they get guys on base. They steal at an 81.6% success rate.
They're no VMI.
2-2 from Urban. Is strike 3 called bottom of the zone, and Varland strikes out. But the Vulcans put up 3 in the top of the 8th inning. 3 runs, 3 hits. There was 1 error and 2 runners left on base. Rainbow Warriors going to play from behind now as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Vulcans 8, Hawaii 7. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAN. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
The Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association is looking for skilled drywall installers, finishers, and cement plasterers. Whether you're a journeyman or an apprentice, we offer great opportunities for career growth in Hawaii's thriving construction industry. You'll enjoy benefits like health insurance, paid vacation, and a retirement plan. If you're dependable and excited about being part of a great industry, call Lisa at 808-271-4195 or go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com and apply.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
To the bottom of the 8th inning is Hilo leading Manoa 8-7. The Vulcans go back to their bullpen. John Navarro pitched the 7th inning, allowed a run, and Callan Miyataki will now call on sophomore right-hander Braden Lowe.
Probably the best arm out of the bullpen for the Vulcans. No record making his 8th appearance, all in relief, 3.27 ERA in 11 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, 13 strikeouts, and 9 walks. So keep in mind, 9 walks in 11 innings, that's a lot. But opponents are only hitting $195 against him.
So Salmon will hit to start the bottom of the 8th. Jack Salmon, 2 walks, RBI, base hit back in the 6th. He fouls the first pitch off, so officially 1 for 2.
And we do have activity, or at least somebody out there looks like about ready to begin warming up for the Vulcans, possibly. Yeah, they've had a down year. They're 6-19, but a win over UH make their season.
Next pitch high from Lowe, 1-1. I mean, that's not Chaminade Wichita State level, but for bragging rights in the 50th state,
I think it's bigger.
1-1. Salmon, high chopper past the mound. Second baseman Oshiro charges, gloves, throws to first, gets the out, 1 away. You think it's bigger?
Yes, because Hawaii is much better than Wichita State.
Yeah, that's true. John Navarro pitched the 7th, by the way, for Hilo. A run on 2 hits, a strikeout, no walks in 20 pitches. And because of all the things that happened, he is the pitcher of record for Hilo. Kedron Kinsey did have that error in the top half of this inning, which is very noteworthy. He has a single, he is walked, he is 1 for 3. And the pitch to the right-handed hitter. And the sidewinder brings it down low, 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, crazy things happen on Tuesdays. I always love on Tuesdays to look at the D1 baseball scoreboard because you have a lot of matchups like this, and you see upsets every week.
Kinsey swings at the next pitch, 1 ball and 1 strike, and he lost one of the protective elements on his left arm to go with it.
But, you got to remember, baseball is a sport where you play 56 regular season games. You're allowed to, at least. UH never gets to that many, but that's a lot of baseball games. You're going to have a couple of games where you have upsets, if you will.
1-1, high bouncer, right back to the mound. Pitcher has it, hurries 1 to first, gets it there in time, 2 away. 1-3 on the putout. 2 down, bottom 8, 8-7 UH Hilo. And here's Aiden Cooney with mom and dad here. That was a cool little interview last inning.
Yeah, very nice to meet his mom and dad. And we did get confirmed he definitely has Hawaii ties to the North Shore. His father grew up in Laie.
Yeah.
Family moved to Utah and then to Flower Mound a couple of years ago, apparently.
Low ready, the right-hander delivers. And Cooney takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Earlier tonight, by the way, since you mentioned midweek scores, UC Irvine winning 12-9 against USC. UC Irvine, 8-1 in Big West play now, 18-5 overall. Breaking ball misses Low, 2-0.
Well, they definitely opened up a lot of eyes this past week, and not just sweeping UCSB, but just pounding them.
Yeah,
I don't know who UCSB plays this weekend, but I kind of feel sorry for them if it's one of the lower level teams in the conference.
Well, they went to St. Mary's today and won 7-2.
Okay.
2-0. Cooney, hard hit ground ball right side. Second baseman Oshiro slides to his right. Fields it, throws to first, gets the out. And Lowe comes in and gets 3 ground ball outs and retires Hawaii in order. We will go to the 9th inning. 8-7 UH Hilo ahead of UH Manoa. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly. And if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide. Because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions. Defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer. And improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, we go to the 9th. UH Hilo 8, Hawaii 7. Jimmy Urban is back in, and he will face Wada, Cook, Kadota. Wada, the pinch hitter. 3 in the order. Cook, Kadota had that reach on an error. That was big in the last visitors' half back in the 8th inning. This has been an adventurous type of game. Who is the one that is going to weave their way through the maze and get out and see some clean air?
Well, you know one thing, Josh. We're going to see a bottom of the 9th tonight.
That's true. Wada takes the first pitch down and inside 1-0. I mean,
somebody was, by the way, I just want to make this point. Somebody was asking us, if Hilo does win this game, how much does that hurt Hawaii? Well, it hurts Hawaii in the sense of a national, maybe.
This one fly to right field. Moving back is Bowen, the right fielder, makes the catch for the first out.
Maybe some national recognition, but Tuesday games like this, it doesn't really affect much of anything.
It's a mixed bag for a lot of teams.
And the main thing is it has 0 effect on the RPI, and that really is what matters most right now. And also what matters most are the games that start on Friday in conference.
Yeah. I think you and I had this conversation around the UC Riverside series too. It's, you know, you're looking for, you want to be notable, especially if at worst you're a bubble team. Mason Cook swings to the first pitch, skies this in the air, and this will land out of play to the right. You want to be notable in a good way because it means that you're in the conversation if things are close. You don't want to be notable for the wrong reasons. Cohen Barton up in the Hawaii bullpen. Urban still here, his second inning of work. 0-1. Swing and a hard chopper to short. Kinsey picks it up, throws across to first. Got Cooney down one knee in the turf, but he's able to keep his foot on the base and get the out. 2 away. Kinsey living a little dangerously at short.
Yeah, you know, overall, he's done a pretty good job out there.
For sure. Here is Kadota.
I think all these guys defensively who got the start tonight, all done. Defensively, Hawaii's been okay.
Yeah, Kinsey's error, the only one. Pitch to Kadota is taken a bit high, 1-0.
And the offense has 7 runs and 13 hits. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But we expected, well, I didn't expect Hawaii to be trailing in the 9th inning, but I expected it to be kind of this type of game.
1-0. Swing, Kadota into right center field. Coming into center fielder, reaches out, does Nahaku. He makes the catch. And a 1-2-3 ninth from Jimmy Urban. So what does Hawaii have in store in the last half? Faldo, Bowen, Ferguson. For now,
bottom third of the order.
8-7 Hawaii Hilo as we go to the bottom of the 9th. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Your health tip of the week is from Dr. Dale Glenn of Hawaii Pacific Health.
Colorectal cancer is one of the most common types of cancer in the U.S., but it is preventable and treatable if detected early. Speak to your doctor about getting colorectal cancer screenings at regular intervals, starting at age 45. With a team of experts in leading-edge technology, Hawaii Pacific Health's medical centers and clinics are there to help you live healthier.
For more health tips, visit healthierhawaii.org.
Dreaming of owning a home? At Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, we're here to make it happen with competitive rates and a local team who understand the Hawaii housing market. Whether you're looking to buy your first home or upgrading, our friendly, experienced team is here to guide you every step of the way. For details or today's rates, call our mortgage hotline at 808-844-8048 or visit hawaiiusafcu.com/mortgages. Hawaii USA, life matters. An equal housing lender.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Bottom of the ninth inning. Hilo looking for a victory against Big Brother Hawaii Manoa. 8-7 your score. We have a new left fielder. Nate Gray Jr. is in the game now in left field, replacing Noah Nakaoka. But still out there is Braden Lowe, the right-hander, looking for what would be, I think, a save situation, because I think Navarro's the pitcher of record. Lowe would be for the save. Whatever it is, here's Hunter Faldo. Faldo is 2 for 2, 2 singles and an RBI. Will Bowen is in the on-deck circle. Third baseman playing much closer to the line. Faldo watches one whiz by for a strike on the inner half. No doubles defense over there at third from Fedro.
I credit Rich Hill not using any of the starters. Even in the ninth inning, down by a run, he's using the same guys. And he wants them to prove to him that they can do it.
0-1. Faldo pops this down the right field line. That is going to be a foul ball, even though a fantastic effort by the first baseman, Soto, trying his best to make a diving effort at that, but he couldn't.
He had a long way to run into foul territory down that right field line. Had he made the catch, that would have been a highlight reel one. The wins and losses matter. The RPI has no effect on this game, one way or the other. And I think Rich Hill wants to stick with these kids and see if they can do what the regular starters have done 5 times this year, is come back.
0-2. Faldo swings. Did he tip it? Yes, he did. Catcher could not hold on to it. Still 0-2.
What's your airtime on Friday, Joshua? 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock. Yep, 2:30 first pitch. One of those rare road bottom of the hour starts.
That's true, yeah.
0-2, the offering. That's an off-speed pitch away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hilo at one point led 4-1 after 3.5 innings. Hawaii scored 5 consecutive runs after that off the end of the bat. This one to first. Picked up by Soto. He will run to the base and record the out himself. 1 away. 3 unassisted. And here comes Bowen. It was 4-1 going to the bottom of the 4th. Hawaii tied it with 3 in the bottom half of the inning. Got 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. Both teams traded runs in the 7th, but it was the 3-run 8th that is the difference maker here. Bowen was hit by a pitch his last time up. He's 0 for 3. Kevin Ferguson on deck. Bowen takes change up down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Hawaii's 5-game winning streak is on the line here. 1-0. That's up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. I still remember, and I want to say it was it 06? I think it was, when these two teams played a 2-game series in Hilo.
You're talking about 2006?
No, I guess I should have said like 2016.
Yeah, that sounds, because 2006, that was probably the best team Trap, well, it was the best team Trap had. They went to the regional in Corvallis.
The only time I think it is that Hilo has beaten February 13th when it was a 1-0 game.
Well, that's the last time I think they beat
That was the
Hawaii.
last time, yeah.
But they've beaten UH.
Yeah.
These two teams have played 100-something times.
2-0. There's a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike.
But it doesn't happen very often. Very often.
That was a 1-0 game. Jordan Kurikawa was the winning pitcher for UH Hilo. Had a 9-inning, 2-hit shutout.
I remember that.
2-1. Chased one on the inner corner. He did go around, and it's 2-2. And then UH came back with an 11-9 win the next afternoon. 2-2 to Bowen. Pitch from Lowe is off the plate away. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Ooh, that was a close pitch. That's a tough one if you're Bowen to take.
The record as UH has it, Hawaii is 116-21.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. 3-2 pitch is outside and high, and the tying run is now on base here with 1 out. That's a great take from Bowen. Rich Hill walking down the third baseline, and here
I think he's going to get a pinch runner.
Go.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a pinch runner.
That's why I say it.
Yeah.
That is going to be Jarrett Nielsen, who will run for Bowen. Nielsen now playing in just his 3rd game this year. So it's in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase.
Nielsen, a second-generation Hawaii athlete. His dad played football for UH. He's also a member of the football program as well as the baseball program. Only a freshman.
Tying run at first, 1 away. 8-7, UH Hilo, and Ferguson takes a breaking ball for a strike, bottom of the zone. Ferguson doubled in the second. RBI single in the fourth. He has struck out his last 2 plate appearances. Let's see what Coach Hill decides to do with Nielsen at first, and he'll check on him as the throw goes over. He dives back in safely. Nielsen got the orange undersleeve on the left arm. You know, it's him. I think he's the only one that has it. 0-1, runner goes. Pitch is swung on, bounced towards short. Picked up by Kadota. His only play to first. Lobs it over, gets it there in time. There's the second out.
And good thing they sent the runner, or else that probably would have ended the game. That would have been a tailor-made double play. But it keeps Hawaii alive.
That's right.
And with 2 outs, you get the tying runner in scoring position, and we all know how good Hawaii has been this year with 2 outs.
And Kamana Nahaku to hit. A single and a double for Nahaku. He scored twice. He is 2 for 5. This is the closest thing to a starter. I mean, literally, but also he plays every day for the most part.
He's pretty much the only one.
Yeah.
All game long.
Nahaku takes a fastball, strike 1, middle of the plate.
I mean, Sakino came in late in the game.
Nishida, for the most part, has been one.
Yeah, that's another one. That's right.
But that's about it.
That is it.
Well, then the catcher's position has been off and on anyway.
There's no real starter to play for a catcher.
Right.
There's no, real number 1.
0-1 to Nahaku. That's a slider buzzing off the plate away. 1 ball, 1 strike. We've hit 10 o'clock. Kuhio Day is in 2 hours.
So is tomorrow a holiday?
For many
workers,
people,
yeah.
yes.
Not for
1-1,
you.
not for me. 1-1, just got the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, that looked like a strike from here.
No.
Yeah, I thought he got the corner. I thought it was a good call.
Third baseman Fedro playing back near the line. Left fielder Gray is deep in left. Nielsen at second. They'll throw over there, and it just bounced toward the runner. They're going to call a pitch clock violation because they were trying to break the count. So that's a pitch clock violation against Lowe, and it's now 2-2. He's very fortunate because that ball just bounced and bounced. Fortunately, it didn't get into center field.
That's true.
But UH Hilo a strike away from a win, which would break 8 straight losses. 2-2. Nahaku swings in on the hands and fouled back. Nahaku with 2 out, a 500 hitter. Some Tuesday night drama. 2-2. Here's the pitch. In on the hands, misses low and inside. 3-2. You have first base open, although that would ultimately be the winning run potentially. They would love to just wrap it here against Nahaku. Nielsen will take his lead off of second. Count is full. Here's the 3-2. Swing, and that's hit hard on the ground. Foul right side.
You could feel the tenseness in the ballpark for a pretty much meaningless Tuesday game.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's on the edge of their seat right now. I mean, it hasn't been the most artistic game, but it's been a really thoroughly fun, entertaining game.
No doubt. We'll do it again. Lowe's 3-2. Swing is hit on the ground right side. First baseman waits for it. Has it. Flips over to first. Not in time. And here comes home. That's Nielsen. He will score. And we are tied at 8. Heady play by Nahaku. Diving into the base at first to beat the pitcher trying to cover the base. And then Nielsen running all the way around third. Came home to score. We are tied.
No hesitation from Rich Hill. He recognized the situation. He waved JJ all the way. And Nielsen, the freshman, who's a quarterback in waiting at UH, has some pretty good wheels. And the defense wasn't really paying attention, thinking they got the last out. Nielsen slides in, and we're knotted up. And we could be going to extra innings for the second straight night.
I mean, the thing about that play, too, is because that ball was hit on the ground, on this turf, throw over to first, runners back. Hilo used to play on a natural surface, but on this turf, you have to be a little more careful about how the ball plays right off of the surface. And on a hard hit ball, you have to be a little more patient. Nahaku can fly.
You're absolutely right.
Pitch to Nushida. Runner goes. Nushida showed bunt. Pulls it back. The throw to second. Gonna get into center field. Got away from the shortstop. Nahaku racing for third. The throw there is late. And now the winning run is 90 feet away.
Wow. Well, how many times do we say, with 2 outs, never count out this UH baseball team? They just have a knack of playing for every out in every inning. And now 90 feet away, you have the winning run. Now the question is, what would Callan Miyataki do here? He's coming up. Do you walk the bases loaded so you have a force out at every plate? Do you say to yourself, okay, we're going to go after Nushida? But Nushida's had a good night. He's had a couple of RBI hits.
I mean, the thing you consider, Nushida, who has been a hero in his own right in the past.
Yeah, the first game of the season.
Right. he's driven in 2 runs. Let's say and he's going to go to the bullpen. So Lowe is done. I didn't even realize they had somebody ready and waiting in case Lowe were to be done. But that is going to be it. In an 8-8 game. Wow. Callan Miyataki will turn from one of his better relievers, as you mentioned, in Lowe, and will bring on here. Try to wait to see who it is. And actually, while we do wait, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
With Scott Robbs, I'm Josh Pacheco. If you're just tuning in, the development here, Hawaii has tied the game. An RBI infield single from Kamana Nahaku. It is tied it at 8. A stolen base throwing error E2 has put Nahaku now at third base with 2 out. And with an 0-1 count to Draven Nushida, Callan Miyataki, Hilo's 12th year head coach, is turning to a freshman out of the bullpen.
Yeah, it's Xavier Presley. He's making his 9th appearance on the year, 7th in relief. He has started a pair of games. 2-2 record, 10.29 ERA, 14 innings, 19 hits, 16 runs, 10 walks, 13 strikeouts, and opponents hitting .345 against him.
Presley getting his warm-up tosses in. Hilo scored 3 in the top half of the 8th inning. They had taken a 2-run lead, or they had taken an 8-7 lead. Hawaii getting a run here to tie it at 8. We've had a combined 26 hits. And the home plate umpire looking at the arm of Presley real quick as his warm-up tosses are now done.
By the way, you're a Green Bay Packer fan, right?
Yeah, I am.
And it is Norwegian night. They just
it
played
is.
the Minnesota Vikings skull chant in between these. Just want to let you know.
I did hear it.
And that's going to be the good luck charm.
Well, it would be, if someone comes through here, it would be the 6th walk-off win, and it would be
the 2nd in a row.
Exactly. Last night was a balk-off. Rich Hill calling over Draven Nushida to talk with him. Now, I'm interested. Callan Miyataki is standing right outside the Hilo dugout. Is moved his catcher out to go and give defensive instructions. I am curious. Are they going to pitch to Nushida?
Well, that's what I was saying to you. I mean,
Yeah.
do you end up just walking the bases loaded, at least get a force out at any base?
Yeah.
'Cause Nushida's run doesn't matter.
Right. Because if you walk Nushida and then you walk Sakino, you'd have Salmon after that. But it's an 0-1 count to Nushida. Fastball. Ooh, that ran outside, and that almost caught Cook off guard.
We almost had a walk-off wild pitch.
Someone would be daubing all the numbers on their bingo card if that would have happened. 1-1. Nahaku taking his lead off of third. Pitch from Presley. Swing and a foul tip by Nushida into the glove of Cook. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We are a strike away, potentially, from extras. Nushida waits. The pitch from Presley is a called strike 3 on the outside corner. And the freshman Presley comes in, shuts down the threat, and sends this game into a 10th inning. What gumption from the right-hander Presley. My goodness. Hawaii does bring the tying run in, however, on Kamana Nahaku's RBI infield single, but the winning run stranded 90 feet away. To the 10th we go. How's that 5 o'clock wake-up call going to feel?
Not wake-up call. They have to meet at 5 a.m.
We're tied at 8 as we go to the 10th. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Had too much to drink tonight? Before you start your car, think. The police will set up sobriety checkpoints around the state. Besides getting arrested and losing your license, you could kill yourself and others around you. It can happen to you. So if you're driving impaired right now, park the car. Call your family or a taxi to pick you up. Remember, drunk driving, over the limit, under arrest. Don't drink and drive. Sponsored by the State Department of Transportation, County Police Departments, the Hawaii Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
Major League Baseball's opening weekend on ESPN Radio. The defending NL Central champion Milwaukee Brewers begin the season in the Bronx against Aaron Judge and the defending American League champion New York Yankees.
I'm looking forward to being back here. It's time to roll.
Look out, Aaron Judge. It's opening weekend. The Brewers at the Yankees.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM and 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Well, we go to the 10th inning. Extra innings for a second consecutive night. We are tied at 8 between Hawaii and Hawaii Hilo.
Who would have thunk it?
I know, right?
Who would have thought we would have a 10th inning when we came to the ballpark here tonight? Not me.
Yeah, but you know what? I think if you're Callan Miyataki, you're thrilled that you've gotten to this point. You don't have a game until, I think, Sunday. So you know what? You've got ample time to get some extra work in here.
But if you're a Division II team like Hilo, you don't beat the big brother very often. To get this close and not be able to finish it might hurt more.
I think you might be right. New pitcher for Hawaii, Jimmy Urban's night is done, and it's right-hander Cohen Barton coming in.
Yeah, Cohen Barton making his 3rd appearance of the year, all in relief, no record, no ERA. He's only thrown 2 innings, 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, and a walk.
First pitch, a curveball, a called strike to Mark Fedro, 0-1. RBI single for Fedro in the 8th, part of a 3-run inning. Next pitch from Barton, breaking ball. That is just low. They will appeal. And first base umpire John Matson said he didn't go. 1 ball, 1 strike. Barton, he works like an F1 driver. 1-1, breaking ball. That's waved at and fouled, third base line, 1-2.
Well, I like it. And you know what? I bet his defensive teammates like it as well. Keeps him engaged. When you have guys that pitch, they use the almost entire 20-second pitch clock. Takes forever.
1-2, breaking ball. Fedro lines it to center field. Starting back now, coming in is Nahaku. He records the first out. That will bring up Soto. Alana after that. Let's clean up some lines here from Hawaii pitching. Charlie Adamson, a third of an inning. 3 runs, 1 earned, 1 hit. 1 walk, no strikeouts. Jimmy Urban, an inning and 2/3. First pitch, fastball away to Soto, who had the fielder's choice RBI back in the 8th inning. He is 0 for 2.
Yeah, he came in defensively for Tuikas midway through this game.
Curveball, a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. That fielder's choice would be the one that tied the game. Next pitch, fastball, cut on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And then Jimmy Urban, no runs on 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, no walks. 1-2, fastball, chopper toward third, but that tails left and foul.
So the team will leave tomorrow morning. I assume you leave probably Thursday evening.
I'll leave Wednesday night.
Oh, you're leaving tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
That'll be nice. Get in bright and early in the morning. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Chase the fastball up and in. And down goes Soto for the second out. 2 away, nobody on. We are tied at 8 in the top of the 10th inning. And Kalei Alana will step in. 3 for 4 night for Alana. Singled in the 8th inning. His lone out came in the 7th. It was a ground ball out. Pitch from Barton is a fastball. Strike called on the outer corner. The right-handers come in. He's just worked decisively and effectively.
Starting pretty hard as well.
0-1. Popped in the air. Shallow left. Kinsey, the shortstop, toward the line. Looking up. He makes the catch. And a quick 1-2-3 inning for Cohen Barton. Right out of the bullpen and right back into the dugout as Barton does his job. Does Hawaii have momentum to take with them off that bottom of the 9th? We will find out as it is an 8-8 game as we go to the bottom of the 10th. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
The Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association is looking for skilled drywall installers, finishers, and cement plasterers. Whether you're a journeyman or an apprentice, we offer great opportunities for career growth in Hawaii's thriving construction industry. You'll enjoy benefits like health insurance, paid vacation, and a retirement plan. If you're dependable and excited about being part of a great industry, call Lisa at 808-271-4195 or go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com and apply.
Major League Baseball's opening weekend on ESPN Radio. The defending NL Central champion Milwaukee Brewers begin the season in the Bronx against Aaron Judge and the defending American League champion New York Yankees.
I'm looking forward to being back here. It's time to roll.
Look out, Aaron Judge. It's opening weekend. The Brewers at the Yankees.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Bottom of the 10th inning, we are tied at 8 between Hawaii and Hawaii Hilo. Presley, the freshman, back out after getting the strikeout of Nushida to end the 9th. And as we look down toward the Hawaii dugout side, I think we can sense that Hawaii does not want to let this go on much longer. Sakaino's going to hit. He's been in the game since the 7th inning, but Matthew Miura has entered the on-deck circle. We'll see what happens after that. Sakino 0 for 1. Presley, the right-hander, ready. His pitch is high and outside, 1-0. It was Zage Lancaster who started the game at second base. Sakino came in, replaced him defensively in the 7th, then hit in the bottom half. 1-0. That's down and away, 2 balls, no strikes.
The longer this game goes, the larger the odds are in favor of Hawaii, particularly because of the pitching.
Yeah. Not only that, I mean, pitching, you got to wonder what the nerves are in Presley after having to sit and watch that top half of the inning. That misses low. It's 3-0.
I don't know. He came out there in the bottom of the ninth, looked pretty confident to me.
For sure.
He looked good.
Presley, the 7th Vulcan pitcher. 3-0. That misses up and away, ball 4. Now the winning run is on base.
Well, are you going to pinch hit Matt Miura and then have him bunt? If it's Miura coming up to hit.
And it is.
I can't imagine he's going to come up there and bunt. This is a guy that was 8 for 9 this past weekend with 6 walks against UC Davis.
Stranger things have happened.
They have.
You're the pinch hitter for Salmon. Same game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. I think Hilo might have one more arm left in him in the bullpen if Presley can't figure this out quick. 8-8 game, bottom 10. Pitch to Miura, showing bunt, puts it down right side. Presley off the mound, has it, throws to first, records the out. Sakino does move up to second base. It goes 1-3 on the sacrifice.
Well, I was wrong. I thought, that's probably the right call, but I was thinking you're going to pinch hit your hottest hitter and you're going to have him come in and just lay down the bunt. I didn't see it coming, but like we always say, never assume anything with Richard.
Yeah. Or I go with the folks at
and look who's
Big
hitting
Brother.
now.
Yeah. The folks at Big Brother say expect the unexpected.
There you go.
Jordan Donahue is going to pinch hit for Kedron Kinsey.
And the last 2 games since coming back Saturday after that hamate bone injury, yesterday and the day before, he hit the cover off the baseball.
Tied at 8, 1 out, bottom of the 10th. Winning run is in scoring position. That's Sakino. Third baseman creeping in, pitch to Donahue, swings, and that's fisted into the seats. Oh, man. Poor guy. Second level, left section H, in his hands, bounced down 2 rows, and down to the floor. Cold hands at 10-19, apparently. No balls and a strike. Shortstop is Kadota. He is playing right behind Jordan Donahue, or right behind Sakino. 0-1. Swing. That one laced right off the facade to our left. And Donahue now behind in the count 0-2, but he's getting some good hacks here.
That's tough, to come off the bench as a pinch hitter. And I think that's one of the hardest things to do in sports. Come off the bench and try to hit the baseball.
Yeah. Which is already one of the toughest things to do, period.
Absolutely.
0-2 to Donahue. 1 out. Pitch. Fastball high and outside.
If you're a Hawaii fan, this is probably the guy that, if he's not the guy, he's one of maybe 2 or 3 guys that you'd want at the plate in this situation. Yeah. Winning run out at second base.
Presley, hands above the belt, looks over at second. Now the pitch. That's a breaking ball low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And now's the time where you got to be careful how delicate you are with Jordan Donahue. Ben Ziegler-Namoa in the on-deck circle.
Somebody was asking if he was going to come up and hit this inning, and it looks like he may.
2-2. Presley ready. He fires. Fastball. Donahue down the right field line. It's foul.
Oh, my goodness.
Foul by about 1.5 feet.
Oh, I thought that was ball game. I think everybody in the stands thought it was ball game. Oh, just missed that one, like you said, maybe by about 1.5 feet.
You trust it when it's off of his bat. That's for sure. Credit a lot of this crowd. I guess maybe because it is Kuhio Day tomorrow. But a good chunk of people here have stayed around to watch this one, which has been pretty thrilling for a number of different reasons. Right fielder Alana very, very deep out there. 2-2 to Donahue. That comes in and it hits him. It bounces in the carpet, goes off his back leg, and now you've got runners at first and second with one away, and Ben Ziegler-Namoa coming up.
Well, the truth is, Donahue's run means absolutely nothing. The only guy that matters is out at second base.
But I think the bigger picture about it is how rattled is Xavier Presley right now?
You think he's rattled?
I think he is.
I don't know if he's rattled.
I think he is. Ben Ziegler-Namoa.
I hope you're right.
He's still in there, obviously. Either they want him to figure it out, they feel like he's fine, or they have a guy. They got someone just standing around, which surprises me a little bit. Actually, they might start Tyrus Stevens getting loose. First and second, one away. 8-8, bottom 10, and Ziegler-Namoa looks at a strike over the outer half.
Well, how appropriate would it be if Ben Ziegler-Namoa could get the winning hit on Norwegian night? He's half Norwegian. He's a huge Minnesota, but yeah, he is. His mom is from Minnesota. His dad's Tongan, his mom's from Minnesota, or his dad's Tongan descent. And he's a huge Viking fan.
0-1, fastball misses the outer corner. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I mean, it's just set up that way on Norwegian night.
Ziegler-Namoa hitting .317, a home run, 19 runs driven in. Sakino's at second, Jordan Donahue at first. 1 out, bottom 10. 1-1 from Presley. Fastball just downstairs, 2-1.
You know, one thing also, Ben has one of the better eyes on the team. And he's going to force this kid to have to throw him something he can hit.
Yeah, he's walked 16 times this year.
He's walked a lot.
Presley, couple looks at second. Pitch clock down to 1. He delivers. Fastball just outside. Wow, it's 3-1. Saw the catcher kind of pause for a moment with the ball in his glove before he brought it back.
Yeah, that looked like a pretty good pitch from up here.
Yeah. Crowd trying to get behind Big Ben at the plate. 3-1. And the pitch. No, they called time. What did they call? Pitch clock violation on the pitcher, and the bases are loaded. Pitch clock is at 0. Third base umpire caught it.
And now we're going to have another pinch hitter.
In Hunter Faldo's spot, it's going to be Itsuki Takemoto.
He is
Why not?
And he is not of Norwegian descent on Norwegian night, let me tell you.
Oh, man. 8-8 score, bottom of the 10th inning. You've got Sakino over at third, Donahue at second, Ziegler-Namoa at first, Takemoto trying to be the hero. Itsuki hitting .343, a home run, 11 RBI. First baseman Soto playing in front of the runner.
And the outfield playing shallow. I mean, anything over the head, it doesn't matter.
Pitch, fastball away. But Presley's also got to throw strikes. And that's something he has struggled to do here in the 10th. Count it 1-0. The pitch. Swing. That's line to the screen. 1-1. Takemoto on a 4-game hitting streak coming in. 8 for 21. 3 doubles, a homer, 9 RBI. 2 runs scored.
Oh, I hear the skull chant again there, Josh. Can you turn up the crowd mic?
1-1 pitch. Breaking ball swung on. Got a piece of it. Touches the catcher's glove, and it's 1-2.
There have been quite a few dramatic moments in this game, haven't they?
There have been.
I mean,
absolutely.
Considering this matchup and everything, I mean, gosh.
Presley trying to fight through everything. Bases loaded, 1 out. 1-2. The right-hander's pitch. Swing, and that's tipped right side. It is a fair. No, it's going to roll foul.
Did he touch it, though?
I don't know. Let's see. They're going to call it a foul ball. Oh, Presley living dangerously.
He almost touched the ball before it rolled out of bounds.
Yep. It was
foul.
It was up the first base line. His glove was halfway down. Someone must have yelled at him, no! It went foul to the right.
I think that's exactly what happened.
Everybody's going to have to go back.
We got the skull chant going on in the state. No,
in the press box.
For people who don't know what the skull chant is, it's like when the UH men's volleyball team is going for aloha ball.
Yeah.
Everybody stands up and claps their hands above their head.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 away. Sakino, Donahue, Ziegler, Namoa around the bases. The pitch high and outside, and Cook, the catcher, having to leap up a little bit to keep that from getting away.
You know, a good point you brought up just a moment ago about Presley. He's got to throw strikes. I mean, the bases are loaded, so it's not like he can pitch around Takimoto.
He's also got to watch the clock.
Yeah.
He's already been called for 1 violation. Clock's down to 6. Now he's on the rubber with 4, with 3, with 2, with 1. Clock's at 0. It's a pitch clock violation, and it's 3-2.
Wow.
He was just taking his sweet time.
Well, you recognized it obviously well before he did or anybody else for the Vulcans.
So now 1 pitch could very well decide it here. A walk ends it. 3-2. Runners take their leads. Presley, the pitch. It is low, ball 4, and the game is over. Takimoto draws the bases loaded walk, and Hawaii will walk it off for a second consecutive night. A 9-8 final in 10 innings.
What a crazy last 2 nights. A walk-off balk and now a walk-off walk with the bases loaded. Pretty anticlimactic. Even the way the Rainbows are coming out of the dugout, they're like, oh, okay, thank goodness this one's over, as the lights flash here at the stadium. But Hawaii did what they needed to do. They found a way to win, Josh.
Yeah, it is. It's a hard one to celebrate, and you're right. I mean, they're just kind of walking there. They're getting to the handshake line. It's like, okay, we've done it. It's a weird one to feel after about 3 hours and 55 minutes or so. It's funny. I was talking to one of the Hilo assistants before the game. They were talking about the walk-off balk from last night, and they said earlier this year they had a situation on back-to-back days with a walk-off walk and a walk-off balk that they won. But in this situation, Hawaii has a walk-off balk and a walk-off walk, which they both win.
Hey, all that matters is who has the most runs at the end of the final out of the last inning, and it was Hawaii. Doesn't matter how you do it, but it just shows this team now 18-5 on the year, and they have won 18 different ways this season, it feels like. Doesn't it?
And I feel like there's a 19th we don't know about.
Friday night in Northridge. You'll be there, buddy.
9-8, your final in 10. We'll come back with the highlights in just a moment. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Rooted in Hawaiian values, we believe in honoring the Aina, land, supporting our community, and living with aloha in everything we do. You can find us at most stores across the islands or learn more at waiakea.com. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
There is, what's the best way to put it? There is a sigh of relief.
Yeah, a sense of relief. It's almost what it looked like when Takimoto walked. Everybody was like, okay, gosh, all right, we got by on this one.
Yes.
We got the win. Now we can focus back on Big West play and getting up in a couple of hours to come back here so we can take the bus to the airport.
9-8, Hawaii wins it in 10 innings over Hawai'i Hilo, the Bows. Now 18-5 on the year. Hawai'i Hilo at 6-20. Let's roll out the final stats. They are brought to you by Abby Carpet and Floor. Experience the Abby difference. 9 runs, 14 hits, 1 error for Hawaii. 8 runs, 12 hits, 4 errors for Hawai'i Hilo. We saw 9 different pitchers for Hawaii. Cohen Barton credited with the win, really because he was the last, but also like in all the drama that was going on, Barton just came in and threw 10 pitches, got a strikeout, and just soothed the nerves for that 4 or 5 minutes he was out there.
I mean, he did the job. He got the goose egg in the top of the inning to give his offense a chance to do what they did right there. I just counted 9 different pitchers for Hawaii. Not any real frontline guys. A couple of guys that at one time were pretty involved in the rotation in 10 and the lows, but the rest of these other guys are guys that don't get a lot of chance to go out there and pitch. And it was kind of a mixed bag with the pitchers for Hawaii. Not one of the better nights on the mound, but it was good enough.
Yeah, one thing Hawaii pitchers did not do,
Walk
issue a
anybody
lot
again?
of free passes. Yeah, 0 yesterday, 1 today.
Yeah, I mean, that's one
Over
of the
23 innings.
Well, that's one of the keys to their success, right? Because you're not making unforced errors. You're making the team work for everything they have, right? I mean, walks kill you, and Hawaii hasn't been walking anybody, and they've been winning.
Yeah. Losing pitcher is Xavier Presley. A run, no hits, 3 walks, a strikeout in 2/3 of an inning. I think of the wide world of sports, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. You feel that thrill of victory when you punch out what could have been the guy that ends the game in the 9th. You get a strikeout there. You feel that rush as a freshman, and then you come back and you struggle in the 10th with a walk-off walk.
Well, I agree, but I want to this is one point.
Yeah.
This game doesn't have a real impact on a whole lot. Definitely doesn't impact the RPI.
Yes.
It does affect your win-loss record, and Hawaii's at this point now where they still have to prove themselves, and so you don't want to have come Selection Sunday, let's say, or actually it's on a Monday for baseball, but that's Selection
right,
show. You don't want them to look back and find a reason not to take you, and they go, well, they lost a Division II game back in March. You know what I'm saying? So regardless if it was a tough game, they had to go extra innings. They got the W. So that this game will not kind of like stand out when it comes to resume reading if they don't win the Big West tournament.
Right. Presley falls to 2-3. Time of the game, 3 hours, 50 minutes. Tickets issued, 3,449. That's not what was here, but what was here was better than we've seen most Tuesday nights.
Yeah, I would say there's probably 1,600 people here tonight, which is quite a bit more than I really expected.
Leading hitters for Hawaii, Kamana Nahaku had 3 hits, 2 apiece for Draven Nushida, Zage Lancaster, Hunter Faldo, Kevin Ferguson, who was batting 1,000 for a while. He goes 2 for 5 today. For Hilo, 3 hits for Vance Oshiro, 2 for Mark Fedro, 3 for Kalea Alana, Noah Nakaoka, 2 for 4. He had an RBI. I mean, we know what the Vulcans' record is. It is what it is. It's now 6-20. But I think it's going to be easy to kind of look away from them and more at how UH escaped, if you will. But I think a lot of credit goes to Hilo. They had a couple of days to think about it after getting swept by a top 15 team in the country in conference play, and really were actually the aggressors early on, and that kind of helped to set up where we ended up being.
But keep in mind who they played against.
Yeah.
They didn't really play against the Hawaii team that we know.
Sure.
They played against the other guys, but as Rich Hill pointed out to you and I before the game, the guys on our team are Division I baseball players. They have Division I scholarships. You know, I expect them to perform, even if they're not starters.
Right. The final in 10 innings, 9-8, Hawaii over Hawai'i Hilo. We'll come back with the highlights and a post-game wrap in just a moment. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods, always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94547 Uke'e Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy from Let's Talk Sports. I've been asked by some to provide an update to my experience undergoing knee joint therapy treatment from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. I underwent multiple knee surgeries due to basketball injuries in my younger years, so in need of relief, I reached out to Dr. Arakaki. His regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. Series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks covered it in my case, and I completed the 6 weeks back in October. The results were immediately. Pain and swelling diminished noticeably, and now, almost 4 months removed, my knees are still feeling great. So give Dr. Arakaki a call if you're experiencing joint pain or discomfort in your knees, hips, lower back, or shoulders due to past surgeries or bone-on-bone wear and tear. Call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book your free evaluation online at motogen.com, MODOGEN.com.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, highlights here from Les Murakami Stadium, and because it is 10:38 at night, we don't need to go through all 15 of them.
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome. But it is important to note, how this game started. Hawaii got on the board, got a run in the first inning. Hilo scored 4 consecutive runs, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth. It was 4-1. Hawaii battled back, tied the game with 3 in the bottom of the fourth inning, took the lead 5-4 in the fifth, added 1 in the sixth to make it 6-4. Both teams traded runs in the seventh inning. It was 7-5. And that is where Hilo would start to make their run and battle back. In the eighth inning, 7-5 game, Hilo got Mason Cook on. He walked. Reese Kadota reached on an error, and that brought Mark Fedro to the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. That fastball is a bouncer through the right side. It's a base hit. They're going to wave around Cook. He is going to come in, and he will score. Advancing to third goes Kadota. It's an RBI single for Fedro, and now the tying run is at third base with nobody out, 7-6 Hawaii. That tying run would score. Arthur Soto's fielder's choice, 6-5, would drive in Kadota, so it was 7-7. 3 batters later, Vance Oshiro, who ended up with a 3-hit day. The last of those 3 hits would put Hilo ahead. Oshiro, that's through into left field. It's a base hit. They're going to wave around Soto. Here comes the throw from left field. The dive. He is safe at home. And Hilo has taken an 8-7 lead on Oshiro's RBI knock to left. So it was 8-7. Credit Hilo. They got Hawaii in order in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll flash forward to the 9th. You know how it is. When pressure is there, 2 outs, runners in scoring position, Hawaii usually thrives on that, right, partner? And that's exactly what Hawaii did. Will Bowen got on base. He walked. Jarrett Nielsen would run for him. After a ground ball out, Kamana Nahaku at the plate, 1 on and 2 out with a runner on. This was Nahaku against Braden Lowe. We'll do it again. Lowe's 3-2, swings, hit on the ground right side. First baseman waits for it, has it, flips over to first, not in time, and here comes home. That's Nielsen. He will score, and we are tied at 8. Heady play by Nahaku, diving into the base at first to beat the pitcher trying to cover the base, and then Nielsen running all the way around third, came home to score. We are tied. That's the sound of a Tuesday night baseball announcer not really sure we're really here. We would be tied at that point, tied at 8, going to the 10th inning. By the way, credit Presley. He came in on an 0-1 count, faced Draven Dushita with the winning run 90 feet away, because remember, Nahaku stole second, got to third on the throwing error by the catcher, but he was stranded. 10th inning, Vulcans retired in order. Then we got to the fun part, the bottom of the 10th inning. Shunsuke Sakaino walked. He was bunted over to second by Matthew Miura. Jordan Donahue would be hit by a pitch on the back of his right leg. Ben Ziegler Namoa later walked, so the bases were loaded. The pinch hitter was Itsuki Takemoto facing the freshman Xavier Presley. Runners take their leads. Presley, the pitch. It is low, ball 4, and the game is over. Takemoto draws the bases loaded walk, and Hawaii will walk it off for a second consecutive night, a 9-8 final in 10 innings. Yeah, one of those stories, 8 walks from Hawaii Hilo pitching, 8 walks to 7 strikeouts. I mean, you look at their team ERA coming in at 8.02. They had only coming in 7 more strikeouts than, 13 more strikeouts than walks coming in. That narrowed a little bit. But you saw really a difference, even with Hawaii not throwing their best guys. You still saw a difference in pitching between these two sides.
Oh, yeah, no question. And there's a pretty significant difference between Division II and Division I. Now, the higher level Division II programs can be really good and can compete with a lot of Division I teams. Hilo's down, obviously. They only have 6 wins this year. They gave everything they could. There's a little part of you that always kind of roots for them, obviously, but not to be UH Manoa. But it was good to see them able to compete here tonight.
Yeah, we'll come back. Final thoughts and a look ahead to the coming weekend. That when we return, 9-8 Hawaii in 10. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Winning in life takes smart plays and solid teamwork. And at Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, we've got your back. Whether you're saving for the big moments, scoring a great loan, or planning your financial future, we're with you every step of the way. With low rates, easy online banking, and service that goes the distance, we're here for you, for your family, for life. Visit hificu.com or visit us for more details.
Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Final score, it is Hawaii in 10 innings. A 9-8 win over Hawaii Hilo will set up the weekend here in a moment. But first, who shined the brightest tonight? Our player of the game is brought to you by IBEW Local 1186, lighting your path to the future. You know, Hawaii threw out their 26 players. So it is really hard to just single out one. So since it's a Tuesday night, I just figured, you know what? I'm going to count to 3.
Okay.
And then after I say 3, we're just going to both blurt out a name and see if we have the same name.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right. Who shined the brightest tonight? 1, 2, 3.
Nahaku.
Kyle Dobbins. I had Dobbins. I thought he looked great.
He did. He
out
threw
of
2
the
innings,
bullpen.
didn't give up a hit, struck out 3, but Nahaku 3 for 6 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. And he had the biggest play of the game.
He did.
That play in the 9th inning that drove in the run that kept the game alive and gave Hawaii a chance to win it in the 10th inning.
You were so confident in yours, you didn't even wait till I finished saying 3.
Well, you're so slow. You said 3, and I was ready to go. How about co-players of the game?
I'm good with that.
I am too.
You know,
because I think Kyle Dobbins did a good job out there. You're right. I think he's going to get. I think by what he did tonight, he's going to get another opportunity.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
Let's look ahead to the weekend. Hawaii has CSUN coming up Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This will certainly make the 5 o'clock meetup here on campus tomorrow morning. Hey, guys, by the way, that's in 6 hours and 13 minutes.
Oh, that's a lot of time.
Hey, remember San Diego State when that game went after midnight?
Oh,
and they
I
had a
remember
7
that
a.m.
game.
flight out?
Yeah, I remember
Yep.
you called the longest game in UH baseball history by time by yourself, and I'll never forget listening to the game and then going out to the living room, and my father was sitting in his favorite chair like he always would, listening to you, and we listened to different rooms because we didn't want to be together. And the game just kept on going and going. I was like, gosh, Josh, he's an Iron Man.
9 o'clock at night by the time. No, it was 10 o'clock at night by the time it wrapped
Was
up
it like
here.
a 6, almost 7 hour game?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. That was not that tonight.
No.
But looking ahead, Big West weekend, Cal State Bakersfield's at Cal State Fullerton, UC Riverside's at UC Irvine, Cal Poly at UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara at Long Beach State. But Hawaii at CSUN, you're right. You said this earlier. CSUN has had a down year. They were off. They did not play a midweek game today, but they are at 5-15, 2-7 in the Big West Conference. It has been a struggle for them. People probably would have said the same thing about playing UC Riverside, and that's where
exactly.
That's where you hope that some of those win-loss record thoughts don't come into play.
In a roundabout way, we may look back at the end of this season and say maybe the best thing that happened to this team was losing 2 out of 3 to Riverside, because number one, you lost 2 out of 3 to the team that is picked last in your conference. But the good thing is it was the first 3 of a 30-game conference season. And they've bounced back. They're 5-1 since in league play. That might have been a wake-up call, because maybe if they go down there and they roll, maybe that could have happened this coming week against Northridge. But I don't think they're gonna. You'll see that again.
Yeah,
I think they got their wake-up call 2 weeks ago, and I think they will react and respond every day.
And our understanding is the rotation will remain the same Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So Takemoto, O'Brien, then Walls Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll talk to you 2 p.m. Friday for Rainbow Warrior Countdown from Northridge, 1 o'clock Saturday, 9:30 Sunday morning, and then quickly back here at home for another important home series. Partner, I heard that because it was your wife's birthday, they were nice enough to bring you some Korean food back home.
I have no idea. I'll find out.
Well, even if they did, I don't know if they did for sure, but if they did, it's probably cold.
Oh, well, I'm sure it's cold. That's why I have a microwave, Josh. Greatest invention for men.
Our final in 10 innings, Hawaii 9, Hawaii Hilo 8. For our producer, Keegan Ota, for Scott Robbs, I'm Josh Pacheco. Night. You've been listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. We'll see you Friday for Northridge.
Aloha.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods on ESPN Honolulu, has been brought to you by
Hawaii Pacific Health, Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, IBEW Local 1186, the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Association, MotoGen Medical, Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup, Ushijima Architects, Young's Fish Market, HGEA, Lex Brody's Tire Company, Napa Auto Parts, Waiakea Water, Castle Resorts and Hotels, Dial Electric Supply, Abbey Carpet and Floor, Hardware Hawaii, Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, H-Camp, Spectrum, and the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council.
The preceding has been an exclusive presentation of ESPN Honolulu, your home for University of Hawaii sports. This has been a live presentation of ESPN Honolulu. We now return to your regular programming.
Billy Horschel connecting on a downhill putt from 18.
at closing it out. I like being in that spot, in that anchor spot, and the boys played great tonight. No surprise, Billy Horschel made another putt worth 2 points, and that's kind of been all season. So these guys have played great, and it's been a pleasure to be with them.
All right, let's bring them up here. Whose house? I believe it's Billy Ho's house. You told Marty you blacked out. You've been a part of some monster moments. You've won big-time events, but my man, that moment right there, you completely lost your mind. What do you remember about what happened?
Walking away when the ball was about 2 feet, knowing it was going in. I don't remember throwing the putter down. And I remember saying it was my effing house. That was it. And I said it repeatedly multiple times. Hopefully you hit that 8 seconds delay button on there. But yeah.
Your kids are here, aren't they?
Listen, they've heard it and they know not to say it.
They're happy, but the fun and the energy that your team played with all year, how critical was that to riding that to this moment?
I think it's huge. I think you got to embrace what this is. This is something that's different than what we play every week of the year. We want to come in here and compete. We want to come here and entertain. That's what this is about. I think we do a great job of that. We're yin and yanging off each other. You know, none of us is afraid to sort of step back and let someone else lead in that moment. And so we do a great job of just sort of feeding off each other. And it's been great to be with all three of these guys.
Billy Horschel, Patrick Cantlay, and Justin Thomas capture the inaugural TGL championship for Atlanta. As for the top sounds from Tuesday, let's bring in Nick DeLuca. Nick.
Sports Center all night.
Oh my goodness! Check it out on Sports Center tonight.
Today's top sound.
How good is that? Are you ready to say?
Number 5.
All right, Chase, start with a good night in the NBA. The Rockets continuing to roll, hosting the Hawks in Houston. Jalen Green getting up and throwing it down on Sports Talk, 790 AM.
Jalen left side to the baseline left. Being chased, got spin around, man, right hand, hammer! Oh, man doesn't have whiplash after that one. Goodness, 90-65 Houston. Jalen with 20.
Number 4.
In college hoops postseason basketball, Chattanooga gets by Bradley to move on to the NIT semis on ESPN.
Shoot, misses the free throw, taken by Davis. 1 second left, Dean heaves. It is no good. It is destination Indianapolis for Chattanooga. The Mocs defeat the Bradley Braves 67-65, and it is on to Hinkle Fieldhouse.
Number 3.
On the ice, the Jets just keep finding a way to win. An OT with Washington, Nikolai Ehlers calling it a night on 680 CJOB.
Puck is gathered up by Winnipeg, and they finally get possession. Speeding through that neutral ice, Nikolai Ehlers carving his way in, moving in, shoot. And Nikolai Ehlers will stand in the corner and admire the adulation from the fans. Jets win! Jets win! Jets win! In overtime tonight.
Number 2.
Earlier in Winnipeg, Alex Ovechkin getting just a little bit closer. 5 from Gretzky on the Capitals radio network.
Time of the hash mark, thrown his weak side. Ovechkin, he scores! Alex Ovechkin scores from the left dot. This game is tied, and Ovechkin picks one up here in Winnipeg. It's goal 8-9. He needs 5 to tie. He needs 6 to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time record.
Number 1.
And JR, top sound of the night from college baseball. Florida and Florida State. Alex Ledise capping a cycle with a walk-off winner on the ACC network.
Bases loaded, nobody out here. The pitch. High drive in the right. It's enough. It's back. And it's gone for the cycle. It's a walk-off grand slam. Florida State wins it. 8-4. A cycle in capital letters. Welcome back to Northeast Florida, Alex Ledise.
Gave a yell that even Billy Horschel would be proud of. Going back to Florida. That's next. Sports Center all night at ESPN Radio.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here, and coming up on Wednesday, Jimmy Butler makes his return to Miami, and I promise, I swear, we're almost ready to get to the baseball diamond. We'll break it down all on Wednesday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sports Center all night. More still to come.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HIM to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HIM to 321-321. That's HIM to 321-321.
And the season is underway.
Happy opening day.
Swing and a miss. And the Dodgers are World Series champions.
It's been 25 years since the last repeat World Series champion. The LA Dodgers begin their quest to end the drought. It's opening day. The Detroit Tigers at the Los Angeles Dodgers. Coverage begins tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. First draft with Mike Greenberg, Mel Kiper, and Phil Yates.
With the first pick in the 2025 Mel Kiper Mock Draft 3.0, the Titans select Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami.
There's a lot to like about Cam Ward. The arm talent's undeniable. The mobility. This kid had 17 rushing touchdowns over a 3-year period. 2 years at Washington State, then, of course, that final year at Miami. He cut that sack total down dramatically.
You can watch First Draft on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business.
It's time for the stars to show out. Most unstoppable offensive player in the NBA.
This guy has the ceiling of being an all-league guard.
Who's the next face of the league? I feel like it is Jason Tatum.
KD is a top 3 scorer of all time. The Meta AI playoff push. Lakers, Pacers at 7:30 Eastern. Celtics, Suns at 10. Tonight on ESPN.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Wednesday, we'll react to Jimmy Butler's return to Miami, as well as look ahead to 3 matchups with huge seeding implications. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
He's outrageous and usually off base, I might add, but I love him anyways. That's why I sit across from the Mad Dog, Christopher Mad Dog Russo, every Wednesday to set him straight. First Take starts at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Coming up on Sports Center all night. A new home for a star playmaker.
To me, that the Patriots, maybe they struck out on option 1, 2, 3 at who that #1 wide receiver would be for Drake May. It feels like they tried a few different avenues before they eventually settled.
The Giants head to their QB room.
They're still drafting Shedeur Sanders. That this doesn't rule out the fact that they're going to need a young quarterback, need the future of the franchise, if and only if Joe Shane, Brian Daboll, and the rest of the Giants brass wants to keep their job.
The Great Eight continues to strive for immortality.
5.5 mark throw this weak side. Ovechkin, he scores! Alex Ovechkin scores from the left dot!
Plus, Jimmy Butler makes his return to South Florida.
7-0 lead. The boos you hear for Butler, who got right into the lane and put it up and in. But the key word, right into the lane. That's the first time Golden State has driven the basketball in this game. First points for Jimmy Butler against the team he played the last 5.5 years for.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
You can go home again. May not get a warm welcome, though. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. Is soon to be rookie. May have gotten a little more expensive. Veteran quarterback has a new home. And speaking of home, one guy goes back to his former home. That's in 1 minute. But as we're finding out, the record for most goals in an NHL career may soon have a new home itself. Tuesday, another step closer.
Time and a hash mark. Pro on his weak side. Ovechkin, he scores! Alex Ovechkin scores from the left dot. This game is tied, and Ovechkin picks one up here in Winnipeg. It's goal 8-9. He needs 5 to tie. He needs 6 to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time record.
John Walton, Capitals Radio Network. Alex Ovechkin, goal in the third period. As you heard, 5 to tie, 6 to break the record. Based on his goals per game this season, Ovechkin would be on pace to break the record in 10 games. That would be April 15th in New York against the Islanders. Oh, by the way, that game's scheduled to be on ESPN. Ovechkin scores the game-tying goal, but it's the Jets who score the game winner in overtime. Winnipeg wins it 3-2. They clinch a playoff berth with that victory. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio.
Tonight, Jimmy Butler made his return to South Florida. The Miami Heat with a dominating wire-to-wire win over Butler's Golden State Warriors.
I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready, and Spo had them ready.
It was a messy divorce for Jimmy Butler and the Heat over the winter. Butler wanted out. Miami finally granted his wish. Butler landed with the Warriors just before the trade deadline. Tuesday, the Warriors with Butler, but without Steph Curry, playing in Miami against Butler's former team. And the Heat apparently ready.
Inbound Wiggins drives on Butler, now fades, fires, missed it. Draymond Green rebound, sends it down floor to a leaking out Butler, knocked away by Wiggins. And Miami comes up with a loose ball. Great hustle by Andrew Wiggins.
Jimmy Butler gets blocked in the first quarter. It would kind of be a harbinger of how the night would go for Golden State.
Wiggins drives down the lane, pass to Hilo, hops into the corner, gets off a three and hits it at the horn. 57-40, Miami with a halftime lead over Golden State.
Up 17 at the break. And as for the second half,
Miami has it now going left to right. Bam Adebayo, hard drive right to the rim and drops it through to open the second half.
But see, here's the thing. Draymond Green trying to set the tone, pick Bam up 94 feet. That's what you have to do if you're Bam. Show that you're capable of handling that pressure and make them pay for it.
Warriors have missed 25 three-pointers tonight. Hero for three. Hits on the other end for Miami. Biggest lead for the Heat tonight. They're up 23 points.
They lead by as much as 28. Miami would win it by 26. 112-86. Back-to-back wins after a 10-game losing streak. 26-point win. Second largest of the season for the Heat. Bam Adebayo, 27 points in the win. Jimmy Butler, 11 points in the loss on 5 of 12 shooting in his first game against his former team since being traded earlier this season.
Like I always say, I got a lot of love for the city, for the fan base here. The video was nice. I won't say that there was a lot of emotions, though. I think I went into this thing level-headed. We wanted to win a game that didn't go the way we were playing, but we were good.
Was anything strange about coming in and you're going to the visitor's side after 5.5 years here, the way to get to the game, I guess?
I was confused a little bit, but then I think I figured it out. I haven't been on the side in a minute. I haven't pulled into that interest in a while, but it looks like I'm going to be doing that for the next couple of years.
Do you have any chance to see any former teammates? I know you guys are playing against each other, but I mean, any conversation, any just reminiscence, seeing Spo, anything like that?
Maybe K-Love a little bit, T-Row a little bit. I'm going out there playing basketball. I haven't talked to the guys, which is not a bad thing, in a long time.
Jimmy Butler and the Warriors falling in his return to Miami. Warriors, 86 points scored in the loss, second fewest in a game this season. And the result is their fifth 25-point loss of the season. You heard the game here on ESPN Radio. Mark Kestisher, Corey Alexander had the call for us. Back to Miami and our good buddy, Mr. Kestisher. Mark.
Jay, thank you very much. Not the return Jimmy Butler was looking for, Corey Alexander. He got the welcome back video. He heard a few cheers then a lot of boos, and every time he touched the ball, he was booed. But it was more the Miami Heat defense that kind of set the tone in this one.
Yeah, I believe he's not as bothered by the boos as he was by the Heat's defense. But Jimmy Butler knows this organization. He knows how proud they are and what they're about. He knew what to expect coming into this game. However, still unable to beat what the Miami Heat were able to do defensively, and didn't get a lot of help from his teammates, especially early in the game, to try to help him overcome it.
Bam Adebayo ended up with 27 points. Tyler Hero had some clutch threes, ended up with 20 points on 4 for 4. But it was some of the other names that, really stepped up. Davion Mitchell had a big game off the bench, got some extended minutes. Alec Burks got a start and hit 5 3-pointers in the win.
And you think about that. That's the thing. It's a supporting cast. Andrew Wiggins, who was coming off a 42-point game against Charlotte, didn't have a big offensive game, but his teammates picked him up. Talk about Bam and Tyler both going over 20 points, but Davion Mitchell and Tyler Hero both with 7 assists. And even though both teams turned it over a little too much, I'm sure for their coach's pleasure, the fact that the Miami Heat were able to do the job defensively, limiting the Golden State Warriors to 86 points.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's something.
With or without Steph.
With or without
Might not have been enough tonight.
Absolutely, because they played without Steph before, and other teams haven't been able to do that. And so when you think about what the Heat were able to do defensively tonight, Eric Spoelstra has to be happy with his team's effort.
All right, so the Miami 10-game losing streak before this back-to-back wins for the Heat, that's going to put a serious crimp on their hopes. They may end up in the 10 spot. They could move up a little bit higher. We'll see. But from what you saw tonight, and the players they have that came over in the trade, is this enough to scare some of the top seeds in the East in round one if they make it that far?
Before you even talk about the team, all you say is Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Miami Heat, the name alone, the organization alone is enough to scare any team in the NBA, knowing that what the Heat are capable of at playoff time.
Miami Heat win it over the Warriors 112-86, a 27-point night for Bam Adebayo in the win for the Heat. For Corey Alexander, I'm Mark Kestisher right here on your home for the NBA, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app. Now let's go back to our pal, Jay Reynolds, in the studio.
All right, Mark playing our version of Tarzan Boy there in Miami. Heat starters, 88 points. They outscored the Warriors team by 2. Warriors losing on the road in Miami. They are still right at that cut line, trying to avoid the play-in tournament in the Western Conference. Atop the West, the team with the best record in the NBA, the Thunder. Oklahoma City on Tuesday, facing the Kings.
Shea, angling right, double, jump passing left wing to Williams. 4 to shoot to the baseline, draws 2, fades anyway with a 17-foot jumper off. Joe, though, slips in for the rebound. Thunder get a second crack. Gildas Alexander guarded by Ellis, splits defenders down the lane, puts up a runner in there from 6 feet away as he blows a kiss to the crowd and waves night-night. 111-94 Thunder. Gildas Alexander 32.
WWLS 98-1, the sports animal. Thunder, a 121-105 win over the Kings. SGA, 32 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. An NBA best 45th 30-point game for him, and it comes in the win over Sacramento.
They threw some punches there in that third quarter. You guys are able to close the thing out. I know you talk so much about consistency. What did you see from your team tonight to now earn your 60th win of the season?
Yeah, we battled. You know, going anywhere on the road in this NBA is going to be tough to go win. The game of basketball is full of ups and downs. We know that. And it's about us getting the car back on the road when we had those downs. And we did that tonight, and we were able to get a big win on the road.
You guys become the fastest team in franchise history to make it to 60 wins. I know you preach consistency. You preach good habits. What have you seen from this team through 60 games, 60 wins that you've gotten so far this year?
Yeah, we put in the work. We've earned it. None of it came to us. And that's all we're focused on. We're focused on us putting the work in and going out every night and trying to earn a W. And when we take it one step at a time, like we did tonight and like we did last night and all the other nights, we look up and we have 60 wins. So yeah, it's just a testament to our hard work. There's a lot more work to be done. We haven't done anything. We haven't achieved half of our goals. So we know there's a lot more work to be done, and we'll do it.
I know you don't like talking about yourself, but you've had 65 consecutive games with 20 or more points. That's the longest streak in franchise history. You just passed Kevin Durant. What does that mean to you when you hear the numbers that you're able to put up and how you're able to lead this team to what you've been able to do for the last couple of years?
Yeah, it starts with my teammates and organization trusting me to go out there and be the player I am. Without that runway, without the ball in my hands, I'm not that guy. So I thank them. And then same thing, it goes back to my hard work. I just put in the work and trust it and look up and see where I am.
Thunder hitting the 60-win plateau. It ties the 2012-2013 team for the most wins since the franchise moved to Oklahoma City in 2008. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now has 65 straight games with at least 20 points. They beat the Kings on Tuesday. Thunder reaching 60 wins with that victory. Pistons reached 41.
Sasser steps it back on the right baseline. Couldn't get a shot. Down to 5. Got to get something up. He fires from the corner. Ooh, in and out and back down for 3.
That means he's living right.
114-91. Marcus Sasser's 4th triple, and that's 22 for him.
97 won the ticket. Pistons, a 122-96 rout of the Spurs for their 41st win of the season, their most since 2019, when they went 41-41 and lost in the first round of the playoffs. This year, they sweep the season series with San Antonio. First time they've done that since 2008. Marcus Sasser finishes with a career-high 27 points as the Pistons get the win. Cade Cunningham did not play. Programming note for your Wednesday, LeBron James, Pat McAfee. Lakers are in Indy to face the Pacers on Wednesday, and ahead of that, LeBron was in studio in the Thunderdome with Pat Tuesday evening. We will see it later today. LeBron James on the Pat McAfee Show, uninterrupted, noon Eastern to 1:15 p.m. on ESPN. And as for that Lakers game against the Pacers, we've got it for you. NBA action from Indy, presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 7 o'clock Eastern here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Lakers, oh, by the way, have dropped their last 3. ESPN analyst Danny Green.
I mean, the numbers show it. It's defense. And this is what the warnings or the issues or concerns that people had when the trade happened. And you traded AD, who was your main defender, guy rim protector, and you traded for Luka, who's great offensively, but defensively you're lacking. Obviously, LeBron is 40 years old now, so he can't do it all anymore. He needs help. But when you have Bron and Luka, those guys on the defense end of the floor, and then Austin Reeves, you need a guy to protect the rim. And right now they don't have that. So in order for them to win games, those big 3, they have to really perform well in the offensive end and hit all cylinders, because right now defensively they look really bad, especially in the third quarter.
See what the Lakers can do against the Pacers on Wednesday. It's here on ESPN Radio. Right now, Sports Center all night.
The Giants are signing Super Bowl winning QB Russell Wilson.
I think Russell Wilson is actually a safer play at this point.
The Giants are going to play that long game in the March for Arch. This is covert and legal tanking by the New York Giants.
The NFL draft is a month away. There's been a lot of musical chairs this offseason, particularly with the quarterbacks. Tuesday, another seat is taken away. Russell Wilson lands in New York with the Giants. 1-year deal worth up to $21 million. $10.5 million of it is guaranteed, according to our Adam Schefter. Our Evan Cohen taking to social media.
From a Giants perspective, I like it, because if you're not getting Aaron Rodgers, which I'm fine with them not getting Aaron Rodgers, I'm not a Giants fan, but I think Russell Wilson is actually a safer play at this point. They're not winning a Super Bowl next year, so you don't need to go for broke on this. Let Russ and Jameis and the number 3 pick, if they draft Shedeur Sanders, compete for that job. But the reality is, and CeCe's been saying it, they're not ready for a quarterback. This is actually a better move. Let them be fine. Not going to be great. Probably in the top 10 of the draft next year. They're probably going to have a brand new regime, and Russ is going to make them at least respectable. They have 2 guys that could potentially play this year between Russ and Jameis. I got no issue with this whatsoever. If they draft Shedeur, great. If they don't, I don't think it's the end of the world at all for the New York Giants. I don't think they have to draft a quarterback at number 3, but they could still draft a quarterback at number 3. I think the most fascinating storyline here is, what if Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to play, or what if Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to go to the Steelers? What are they doing?
Evan Cohen. We'll have more coming up this morning on Unsportsmanlike, 6 to 10 Eastern here on ESPN Radio. Giants have Russell Wilson now. Of course, they have Jameis Winston. Let's not forget Tommy DeVito. They also have the 3rd selection overall next month.
They're still drafting Shedeur Sanders. That this doesn't rule out the fact that they're going to need a young quarterback, need the future of the franchise, if and only if Joe Shane, Brian Daboll, and the rest of the Giants brass wants to keep their jobs. Like having Russell Wilson, having Jameis Winston, that's great. It's great to have 3 quarterbacks now on the roster, 2 of whom, in a very clear pecking order, it's Russell Wilson and his team. Just look at the contract. It's Jameis Winston as the backup. It's Tommy DeVito as the number 3 quarterback. But you can still, with the number 3 overall pick, upgrade that room.
Our Courtney Cronin earlier on Game Night here on ESPN Radio. Russell Wilson, 10-time Pro Bowl selection. He'd been in discussions with a handful of teams, lands with the Giants. Speaking of landing on rosters, things are getting finalized. That's next. Sports Center all night. It's ESPN Radio.
I'm the most guaranteed person you could take.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
Is he a lockdown corner? Is he an elite receiving entity?
Round 1 begins Thursday, April 24th.
This is just a dream come true.
On ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC. More Sports Center all night. Coming up next.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Amber and Ian.
I don't care how out of shape Luka was or what his body looks like. He's a dad bod god, along with a certain somebody out in Denver. And Jokic, who's also the dad bod god.
I was wondering where you were going with dad bod god. I got real nervous.
It was dominating, right? I mean, they make me look good. And here these dudes are winning titles and MVPs and 2 of the best players on the planet.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
March Madness! Bring out the stars! Paige, Hannah, Vajay, Malaysia, Tyra.
Paige Buckers scoops it up and in. What a move from Flaunchet jumps in.
It is March Madness, baby.
Are you not entertained?
Go ahead, run, get your auntie. March Madness continues through April 6th on the networks of ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here, and coming up on Wednesday, Jimmy Butler makes his return to Miami, and I promise, I swear, we're almost ready to get to the baseball diamond. We'll break it down all on Wednesday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We live for the NWSL on ESPN. Facts for the trend spins and the soap shrugs. For Double B, the MVP, and the GOAT. For fandom so fierce you can feel it. Because this is more than a league. It's a lifestyle. And we are here for it. All of it. All the time. If you are too, you know where to find us. The NWSL on ESPN. Facts.
He's outrageous and usually off base, I might add, but I love him anyways. That's why I sit across from the Mad Dog, Christopher Mad Dog Russo, every Wednesday to set him straight. First Take starts at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Sports Center all night presented by Progressive. The Major League Baseball season is here. Slate of games coming up Thursday, opening day. Brewers, Yankees kicking it off in New York, 3 o'clock Eastern. ESPN and ESPN Plus. ESPN also has the Tigers and Dodgers on Thursday. LA back stateside after taking both games in Japan to open the season last week. Thursday, Dodgers hosting Detroit. 7 o'clock Eastern, ESPN, ESPN Plus. Astros open up Thursday afternoon at home against the Mets. Houston's opening day roster includes Cam Smith. He was drafted 14th overall last July by the Cubs, played in just 32 games in the minors last season, hit homers in 6 consecutive games in A-ball at one point. Then the Cubs traded him to Houston for all-star right fielder Kyle Tucker over the winter. Smith had an impressive spring with Houston, and now he's made the Astros roster. And there's a decent chance he'll be in Tucker's place in the outfield on opening day Thursday. 32 games in the minors last season. That'll be the third fewest games played by a position player before making it to the big leagues. Only Pete Incaviglia of the Texas Rangers in 1986, who played 0 games in the minors, and John Olerud of the Blue Jays in 1990, who played 6 minor league games, got there faster than Cam Smith will. That's for position players. As for pitchers, right-hander Ryan Johnson makes the Angels opening day roster. He will debut in the major leagues without playing a single minor league game. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio.
It was real important, especially the position I'm in. We had every team in the NFL here. So I know, my name had something to do with it, but I know the guys that I play with, they had something to do with it too.
Pro Day was a very small part of the puzzle. When you put the whole thing together on evaluating the player, to me, the Pro Day workout was a very, very small part of it.
Going out to dinner, bringing his friends, seeing how he interacts with people. That's what teams like Tennessee sending everybody down to Miami today for Cam Ward's Pro Day. That's the information that they're taking away that actually has value.
From Cam Smith to Cam Ward. If you're an NFL team and you were eyeing Cam Ward, it may have been in your best interest to make a deal with the Titans prior to Ward's Pro Day this week. Now that the Titans have seen his workout, it's apparently going to cost you. Sources telling ESPN the Titans have been increasingly impressed. Tennessee's still willing to listen to offers for the number 1 overall pick, but apparently it's now going to take an even stronger package for the Titans to move off that top spot. ESPN Titans reporter Teron Davenport.
The Titans had a heavy presence at Cam Ward's Pro Day yesterday in Miami at both assistant GMs Reggie McKenzie and Dave Ziegler, general manager Mike Borgonzi, president of football operations Chad Brinker, head coach Brian Callahan, offensive coordinator Nick Holtz, and QB coach Bo Hardigree. It's safe to say that the interest is really high in Cam Ward. And after that result from his Pro Day yesterday, it's safe also to say that the price has gone up. And that's if the Titans decide to trade the pick. Cam Ward did a great job. He wanted to show them that he could get snaps from under center. And at one point, he took a snap, he rolled out, and he completed a pass down the field, only to say to Mike Borgonzi and Chad Brinker, I'm solidifying the pick.
Of course, it is talking season, so how much of this is sincerity? How much of it is calculated chatter? ESPN analyst Field Yates.
Well, really no harm in that information being made public now, right? Because Cleveland or the New York Giants or other teams that might want to make a move up to the number 1 pick now know if they're going to do so, they got to make some serious offers. That being said, Laura, I think that one of the things that maybe there's been a little bit of a disconnect with this quarterback class throughout the process is this. I think we've talked about this quarterback class relative to last year and felt like it has been less than inspiring. I'll say this. I do think the league views it as Cam Ward's the real deal. He is the truth and a guy that justifies that number 1 overall pick for Tennessee given their circumstances. And while some still believe he might be more closer to like the 5th or 10th best prospect in this year's class, there are enough people around the NFL that I've talked to that feel like this kid has some serious potential, that he's got some wizardry to him that makes him not just a worthy number 1 overall pick this year, but perhaps in several other years as well, Mike.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Phil. And you look at what Tennessee has done all offseason. They've added Dan Moore at left tackle. They signed Kevin Zeitler. I think they're taking Cam Ward. I looked that way for months for me. And I had the good fortune of working with Bill Callahan, the head coach's father, in New York for several years. And he's a rule-based, attention-to-detail coach. That's what they want in Tennessee. And when you watch the way Cam Ward plays, he has great fundamentals. He has great poise in the pocket. And one thing, guys, in particular that I like, when the ball travels 20 yards or more down the field, he has 12 touchdowns and no interceptions. That's really remarkable. That shows great downfield accuracy. I think this is an absolute no-brainer for Tennessee to take Cam Ward.
ESPN front office insider Mike Tannenbaum. Stephon Diggs, meanwhile, returning to the AFC East, but is with the Patriots. He's a half year removed from a torn ACL. New England, though, rolling the dice.
What they're banking on, and we'll see if this happens, that he's on the other side of 30. I think this was a move looking at his past, looking at what he did in Buffalo. and giving Drake May, a guy who had 6 straight 1,000-yard seasons. I look at this and say, hey, the quarterback of the New England Patriots finally has a number 1 receiver. What a novel concept.
New England rolling the dice for quarterback Drake May. Patriots are hoping Diggs can provide May with a steady target. New England hasn't had a 1,000-yard receiver since Julian Edelman in 2019. Big loss, but can they win? That's next. Sports Center all night at ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Wednesday, I'll tell you how Cooper Flag is impacting the way NBA teams are positioning themselves the rest of the season. It's on Sportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 42424. That's STREAK to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
And the season is underway. Happy opening day. Swing and a miss. And the Dodgers are World Series champions.
It's been 25 years since the last repeat World Series champion. The LA Dodgers begin their quest to end the drought. It's opening day. The Detroit Tigers at the Los Angeles Dodgers. Coverage begins tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
This is Jerome from Birmingham, previously from the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Hey, Paul, I want to get in the caller bracket.
Well, I have not seen it yet, but let me ask you this. How many calls have you made to the show?
Oh, Paul, come on now. Probably 25. Okay.
Well, Peacock, I just checked with Jamari. He said right now you're in the NIT, but we still have another hour.
The Paul Feinbaum Show. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
This is Joe and Q.
There is a notion out there.
Yeah.
Some people like to enjoy a movie a little bit louder than other people.
Yeah. What you're saying is the brother's like, hey, man, you know you messed up, man. Now someone's got you good, man. What you going to do now, man? You ain't got you good, dog. No, you messed up.
That's precisely what I was alluding to. Q was doing that when he saw Wicked with his wife. He's like, she got your broom, bro. She got your broom.
Joe and Q. Weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. NBA Wednesday on ESPN Radio. Two teams positioning for the postseason go head-to-head.
Getting Keith Duncan, got the foul, put it in. A chance for three.
The LA Lakers continue an Eastern Conference road trip in Indianapolis when they face the Pacers.
Beats the diving Siakam, lays it in, and a blocking foul.
The Lakers at the Pacers. Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern, with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed. This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Sports Center all night, taking you to 6 o'clock Eastern time. Evan Cohen, Chris Candy, Michelle Smallman, each weekday morning from 6 to 10 Eastern with Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center all night.
Russell Wilson lands in New York with the Giants on a one-year deal. Alex Ovechkin scores in Washington's loss to Winnipeg. He's 5 away from tying Wayne Gretzky's record. Heat spoiling Jimmy Butler's return to Miami, leading wire to wire in a win over Golden State.
On the night Jimmy Butler made his return to South Florida, the Miami Heat with a dominating wire-to-wire win over Butler's Golden State Warriors. The final score, Miami 112 and the Warriors 86.
Back-to-back wins for us. We almost forgot how it feels to get a win for a couple of days. So it feels good. We just got to continue to keep it rolling.
We didn't do any kind of extra motivational speech leading up into this. It was more about us just staying the course with our process, kind of just keep it steady more than anything.
You heard the game here on ESPN Radio. Mark Kestisher had the call as the Heat beat the Warriors 112-86. Back-to-back wins for Miami after a 10-game losing streak. Bam Adebayo, 27 points in the win. Tyler Hero had 20, and he spoke with our ESPN Radio crew who called the game. Mark Kestisher and Corey Alexander.
Guys had a huge win on Sunday to put that losing streak in the rear view. How important to go back-to-back, and certainly on the night Jimmy Butler comes back to town?
It feels amazing. Most importantly, just to get a win, like you said, man, back-to-back wins for us. It feels good. We almost forgot how it feels to get a win for a couple of days. So it feels good. We just got to continue to keep it rolling.
And Tyler, you've been on record talking about how Jimmy Butler kind of had been the guy for you all that has been the closer in the fourth quarter. Now that responsibility falls on you. What have you learned from Jimmy, and what did you use tonight to be able to put that into play?
Just making the right play. That's what Jimmy does, man. He gets the ball to the right people. He makes the defense overact at the end of games, and then he just makes the right play, whether it's for himself or for teammates. And that's what I learned from him. He's a great player overall, and I love to share the floor with him.
Tyler, for some of the fans who haven't had a chance to watch or to listen to the rookie Kel'el Ware play, how quick a study has he been this year for you at a double-double tonight?
Yeah, he's surprising a lot of people. Well, we knew what he was capable of. That's why we took him. Very, very skilled. Obviously can impact the game on both sides of the ball.